right, welcome everyone. Happy Saturday. Welcome to the Turd Flinging Monkey Show. I am your host, Turd Flinging Monkey, and right now I'm riding solo. But I got a lot of housekeeping to do, so I'll probably be pretty busy, and then we'll talk about what's going on and what's coming. It's nothing good, unfortunately, and it's so tiresome. It's like I get the feeling there's people behind the scenes who know what's up. And there's like moments where they seem to be moving things ahead in a logical and rational way. And then they get control jerked out of their hands and the retards take control and they veer us right back into retardville. It's like shit that was already settled a long time ago gets rehashed because I have a very strong feeling that the political leadership and the military leadership are not on the same page. And the political leadership keeps asserting itself over the military leadership, wrestling control away from them and putting us right back to where we started. And it's just constantly like looping back in on itself, almost like Groundhog Day, except like it's like Groundhog Day meets Idiocracy. All right. Anyway, we'll talk more about that in a few minutes. Let's get the sponsors out of the way. We have a brand new sponsor, by the way. It's pretty cool. Also, this is my fault. I totally forgot to load their ad. So, however, it's a copy of they have a trailer on YouTube. So what I'll do is I'll change scenes and I'll play the trailer from YouTube because I forgot to load the ad myself. Because when the show's over and I go to the ad break, I'm probably going to forget. It'll be like something close to 6 hours from now. I'm going to be tired. I'm going to forget. So just for the sake of the new sponsor, I'm just going to get it out of the way. Anyway, our other sponsors. We have a lot of announcements too, by the way. All right. Let me get the sponsor out of the way. We'll circle back with the announcements. I'll play the trailer, do all that stuff. All right. We got the Dollhouse, purveyor of fine waifu accessories. Obviously, you guys know about the Dollhouse. They make sex dolls, excellent, life-changing even. Love Nestle, they make sex doll torsos. So sex doll torsos, they're not as good as a real sex doll because it's hard to personify a torso. It's got the parts that you interact with, but in order to actually like personify your waifu and bond with her and get that vasopressin bond, you kind of need a head, you kind of need a face, you need something that you see as a person and not just an amalgamation of body parts. Disembodied body parts are fine for sex toys, but you can't really bond with it, which is why you need a sex doll. But sex doll torsos are excellent if you just want something you can get rough with. You don't have to worry about messing up her makeup or her cosplay or any of that stuff. You just want something simple that you can just have sex with for affordable price. And Love Nestle, they make the best torsos. They're silicone. They're very realistic looking. They're very realistic feeling. I've also been working very closely with them, trying to give them feedback to help improve their product, namely like the softness of the butt. It's a little bit too soft, but I've given my feedback. They're working on stuff. Hopefully they get that nailed down. But they feel so good in the hands. They feel so real. Like most sex dolls just feel like a block of TPE with a skeleton in the middle. Whereas the Love Nestle torsos actually feel like a person. So the sex feels much more genuine. Even if I do like the feel of a TPE vagina because it's tighter. But because the Love Nestle torsos, despite being silicone, feel better in the hands and it feels more real, I prefer those overall. Even if the pussy isn't as tight as the TPE torsos. But, to each their own. Anyway, so Love Nestle's good. I got, I'll just bring this up now. There is a thing that I need to mention for Love Nestle. They are doing a live stream. Let me get the date. They're doing a live stream on August 1st. So I don't know what day that is. August 1st, 2024 at 10 p.m. EST. So East Coast time, 10 p.m. It's like morning over in Hong Kong where the company is stationed, but they speak English. I've talked to them before. Anyway, we're doing like a podcast. It's part of Love Nestle's anniversary, and they invited me on. Apparently, I didn't even know this. Apparently, I am one of the... I've mentioned this before, but it's been confirmed. I'm actually one of the top influencers in like the sex doll / sex toy space, especially when it comes to sex toys for men. I'm like one of the top influencers, if not the top. I'm not sure who else is out there. Honestly, like, I'm not tooting my own horn because, honestly, because of the huge stigma when it comes to men having sex toys, there's not that much competition. It's basically like, it's like people who want to get into the Guinness Book of World Records. So they find some really obscure category where there's no competition there, and then they get a world's record just to get their name in the book. That's basically me. I found a niche that has almost no competition, and that's why I'm like a big influencer in this space. But I really shouldn't be. But even in the manosphere, even in like the, even in the circles that I travel in, I get a whole bunch of shit for reviewing sex toys. Even among people who, agree with me on most things, they disagree with me on the whole sex toy thing. So it's like, again, I just have no competition. So I'm not saying this like I'm a big deal and I'm top shit and everybody, whatever, aspire to be me. I'm just working in a very niche space. But apparently I am like the top influencer when it comes to sex dolls and toys for men. So that's cool. I'll take it. I'll take my participation trophy if it's, if you're going to give them out. I mean, I got screwed out of my silver play button. At least I got something. Anyway, all right, MetWeb. MetWeb is AMR's web hosting platform and VPN service. Excellent service. Now, AMR is in the process of upgrading the server. Still no word on the telethon fundraiser thing we were doing. I don't know. He's the one, like, the money's going to him, so he needs to organize it. But I haven't heard anything regarding that. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks, months, I don't know. The problem is, I'd feel really bad if I get deplatformed and we never do it. Like I get kicked off the internet before AMR can get his stuff. That would make me sad. But anyway, enough about that. If you need your website hosted by someone who isn't going to sell you out, if you want VPN, and you basically need VPN services. There's a lot of VPN services that are advertising all over social media, but AMR MetWeb is super cheap, super fast, and he's a member of the community. So if you're going to do business with someone, and somebody in the community offers that service, and it's very affordable, why not do business with them and help the community out? So that's that. Lucas the Mucus, The Meaning of Life. It's my book. It's on Amazon. It's on Shadowmere Comics. If you want the Kindle version or the audiobook, get that at Amazon. If you want the physical release, get that at Shadowmere Comics. Our new sponsor is from an indie video game company called Maids with Guns, and it's called S Prism Destroyer. It's basically a run-and-gun, kind of Contra-esque game where you play as an anime girl piloting like a Gundam mech. But you know what? Let me just play the trailer because again I forgot to put the trailer in the thing, so I'll just play the trailer because I'm stupid and forgot to add it to the thing. So give me 1 second. This is gonna be a little weird because I have to. Well, anyway, all right. So here's the trailer. I'm sorry for all the stuff covering it. This is the best I could do. I will have the actual trailer without any artifacting over it next time. But here's the trailer from YouTube. All right, so there you go. Hold on.
I don't know what that means.
Fucking Auto-playing bullshit.
Those were all supposed.
Auto-playing bullshit every time. It was like loading. I think it looked like a Razor Fist stream. Anyway, so that was the trailer for S Prism Destroyer. It's available on Steam. I got a copy for HD to play when he comes on, so we'll be able to show more gameplay. Now, you probably couldn't tell because of all the artifacts with the sponsors and everything like that. You can play as a character from Situation Suck, which you may remember. That was that indie horror game that was sponsoring the show several months ago, where you're trapped in a hotel with succubi. There's a character from there that's in the game, and also a member of the Toho project, Marissa. She's in the game. So there's like cameos, which is really cool. It looks like a good game. Obviously, it's an indie game, so don't expect like super fluid animation a la Metal Slug. But it's basically on par with you're a good indie run and gun kind of Contra-esque shooter. So anyway, that's cool. So okay, back to Love Nestle. We have the celebration stream on the 1st at 10 p.m. They're giving away sex dolls. So you want to tune into that, because if you participate, you get put it into like a drawing and you can get a free sex doll, which is pretty cool. And these sex dolls are worth like upwards of $1,000. Something like, I think the average one is like $700. But they go up from there to like $1,000. So yeah. So check out the Love Nestle thing on the 1st. Check out S Prism Destroyer on Steam. And again, when HD comes online, he'll be able to play it, and that'll be fun. That'll be good times. All right. So that's another thing. Okay, there was a super chat from the last stream from Entropy, which did not feed into the widget. So for some reason, sometimes the Entropy questions feed incorrectly, sometimes they don't. I don't know what the issue is, but sometimes if it doesn't feed in correctly, I just answer them manually. So this is a question from last stream. I'm going to answer it manually now. This is from Jackie Chun for $5. I call it the Yankee Judaic Alliance because, yes, you have billionaires like Adelson on the top, but underneath you have the largely European, New England Puritan culture managerial class. They work together and form the true regime. Yeah, look, okay, so he's talking about like the cathedral, the regime, Zog, whatever you want to call it. It's all the same thing. It's hard. So it's hard to cover everything because it's so multifaceted. And most people, they don't mind working with the regime. They don't mind doing the bidding of the regime if they benefit it personally. Mostly women, because as you'll recall, women are morally retarded. They don't care. Well, you know what? Let me get my little thing on the screen, just so we're all on the same page. Oh, hold on, I lost it. Let me find it again. Let me get my little thing. I think it was in my MGTOW folder. I'm trying to remember what subfolder I keep this stuff in. Here we go. All right, here it is. All right, once again, as a refresher, Lawrence Kohlberg, Stages of Moral Development. Carol Gilligan, Ethics of Care. Carol Gilligan was a feminist, a contemporary of Lawrence Kohlberg. Kohlberg observed that girls did not advance past stage 3 of moral development. They crapped out at stage 3. Carol Gilligan couldn't refute that. So what she did is she recontextualized the first 3 stages as a separate form of morality that's exclusive to girls. But the reality is girls are just morally retarded. And if you look at the difference between the first 3 stages and the second 3 stages, the main difference is once you get into stage 4, 5, and 6, you're getting into abstract concepts like social order, individual rights, and universal principles. Women don't fucking care. They only care about what benefits them. And if you want proof positive of this, look at immigration. So women will hold up signs saying immigrants welcome. And you try to convince them, hey, this is a really bad idea. This is going to destroy society. You're going to invite people from Africa, the Middle East, India, whatever, into this country. It's going to fundamentally change society for the worse. And they're just going to call you a racist, or they're going to at you, or you're going to hit you and scream and and all that stuff. They don't fucking care until they get raped, until they get violently assaulted, until they get beaten up for being white. Then they care. Now, why? Why can't they appreciate something until they're personally affected? And the answer is because they're morally retarded. They simply don't acknowledge anything outside of what affects them. They don't, maybe their brains just can't comprehend these abstract concepts like social order or individual rights or universal principles. They just can't conceptualize these things. Only when it personally affects them do they care. And that's just how it is. So and if you look at who works for the government, it's mostly women, mostly leftists. Why? Because they're morally retarded. Or they're just dependent on the government and weak, which is kind of the similar situation. I wouldn't say the same thing, but it's similar. It's adjacent. It's in the same ballpark. So you have the people who you have the ideologues, who they're the ones with the plan, and then you have the groups who directly benefit, and then you have the people who are just willing to go along with it, as long as they personally benefit along the way. They might, again, you look at illegal aliens. I'll use this as an example. Most illegal aliens recognize that if America became Mexico, that would be a bad thing. They don't want America to become Mexico. They would prefer if that didn't happen. But yet, they support more illegal immigration because it's allowing their families to come to America. They recognize that illegal immigration is ultimately bad for the country that they themselves want to be a part of. But they're also personally benefiting from it because they want to get their families over from Mexico. But once they get their families over, then they want the border secure. They want to keep all the MS-13, illegal immigrants out, but they want to let their families in. But that's not how this works. But that's how they think. As long as it's personally benefiting them, even if it doesn't benefit them in the long run, even if it hurts them in the long run, if it benefits them in the moment, they support it. And so you'll find a lot of mostly effeminate, weak, leftist women working for the cathedral, Zog, the regime, whatever, going along with it. Because they're getting a good paycheck. They're insulated from it. Again, a lot of these politicians that condemn the cities to crime and poverty and suffering put their kids in like a gated community private school, because it doesn't affect them. They will sell out their communities, their country, their state, their whatever, their nation, their people down the river, as long as them and theirs are protected from the consequences of what they're doing. So as long as their kids are in private school, they'll make public school a shit show. As long as they live in a gated community, they'll let black people commit crime with impunity. As long as they get to benefit from the corruption, they will sell out their country. As long as they get to profit from it on the way down. And unfortunately, there's no argument, there's no conversation. There's this in any other epoch of history, this type of corruption would be punishable by death. But this is just the order of the day, because it's not just the ruling class. Like, if you think that it's just the ruling class, you're stupid. It's the American people, it's the Western people writ large that are corrupt. Even if you take away all the voter fraud and all the bullshit, people legitimately vote for politicians who lie and who are corrupt, as long as they're corrupt for them. They don't care if I want you to just think of your party. Imagine your party was going to lose an election, but before they lost, they rigged the system so that the incoming party couldn't get the laws they wanted to pass through, because your party on their way out rigged the system to slow them down and sabotage them. Would you approve of that? Of course you would. Of course, you'd be like, oh, thank goodness the Republicans or whoever, just to put the shoe on the other foot. If your party sabotage the other side and rig the system and use corrupt means to frustrate a legitimate electoral process, you would cheer because it advances your causes. But that's corruption. So it is what it is. Our system is corrupt as shit, and there's nothing we can do about it. Here's the problem related to Jackie Chun's comment. We focus a lot on race and like whether you're Jewish or not, and that becomes the focus. So everyone wants to find what is the common denominator. Oh, it's Jews. Oh, but they also have a lot of these white people working for them. Yeah, but these white people are Yankees, and we try to distill everything down to some type of common group that we can look at and point to. It's Jews, it's women, it's Northerners, it's Yankees, it's whatever. If you want to know who it is, if you want to distill it down to a single group, it's the weak. The weak are the issue. And the weak are in the ruling class. The weak are everywhere. The weak run society because of slave morality. The weak have been put in power, and it's the government is for them and theirs at the expense of me and yours. We have to pay more in taxes. We have to have our freedom taken away because there are weak people who that would benefit them. And the government is for the weak. Now, this doesn't just include Jews. Like, again, Jews are 2% of the population. Now, they're not poor. They're not oppressed. But they're still 2% of the population. In a straight democracy, they would have no power. They are in a weak position. It's only through corruption that Jews have so much power. Women are physically weak. Even though they're a majority of the population, they're still physically weak. They're utterly dependent on men to survive. But in the system, the way it is, the men are forced by the government to serve women. You see, minorities, white people are meant to serve minorities to the benefit of minorities at their own expense. This is the system. Yes, it benefits Jews. It benefits women. It benefits a whole bunch of weak groups. But if you're looking at like, oh, but they're not all Jewish. They're not all, they're not even all leftists. You have a lot of people on the right, especially like farmers who want farm subsidies, the military-industrial complex that wants welfare. You have a lot of parasites on the right as well. What unites them? What unites all these groups who use corruption to acquire other people's money? And the answer is they're weak. And if they weren't weak, they wouldn't need welfare to begin with. They would demand to be left alone because they don't need it. But if you can't survive without welfare, if you can't survive without the government giving you some type of aid or advantage over your competition, you have to lobby government, and that's how corruption is. If I could just do business, I would just do business. But if I need to lobby the government, if I need to get politicians in my pocket to pass laws to give me an advantage over my competition, that's corruption. Now, we point out like big pharma and the media and all that's bad. But then when it's our group, when it's groups that we believe in, we want them to lobby the government. We want them to influence politicians, as long as it's causes we believe in. And obviously, not all causes are given the same legitimacy. For example, you can have women's groups, Jewish groups, minority groups, gay groups. You can't have white groups. You can't have straight groups. You can't have male groups. And that's bullshit. But there's a reason why they can't allow that, because then those groups would dominate the other group because they're bigger. If there was a straight lobbying for the rights of straight people, they would destroy the gay lobby. Because they vastly outnumber gays. Like only 5% of people are gay. So you can't allow a straight lobby. Because a organized minority will always overcome a disorganized majority. So the key is prevent the majority from organizing. And that's how you win. And that's a tool they use. But you notice, it's not just about Jews. Now right now, because Israel's committing ethnic cleansing in Gaza, and getting away with it and getting standing ovations for it, it is very much about Jews at the moment. But if that didn't happen, it would be about, Muslims or blacks or gays or women or something else. The common denominator is it's the weak. It's slave morality, it's corruption, and that's the problem with our system. And by the way, even if you removed all of the Jews, we would still have the same problems. It would be different groups, but it would still be the same problems. And if you're like, that's not true, look at Rome. Hadrian did exactly what a lot of people fantasize the West should do. Hadrian did it. He fucked the Jews shit real bad. And yet, the empire got worse after Hadrian. Now, not immediately after Hadrian. You had a few other good emperors after him, but that was during like the period of the 4 good emperors was Hadrian. After Marcus Aurelius, when Rome started to decline, that was long after the Jews were gone. The Jews were completely annihilated. So there were no Jews engineering Rome's corruption and fall. And yet they had massive corruption problems. Massive, just all the problems. People all the time compared the United States to the Roman Empire. Like showing the decline, showing the corruption. The Jews had nothing to do with the decline of the Roman Empire. The Jews got their shit pushed in during like the golden age of Rome. And they had no influence during the later period of Rome. I know, I understand, like, we want to distill things down and be like, if we just got rid of this group, or that group, or we did this, or did this one thing, all our problems would be solved. But that's not true. What do you do about weak people? You're always going to have weak people because we live in a world of scarce resources and competition. You're going to have winners. You're going to have losers. The losers are always going to outnumber the winners. The consumers are always going to outnumber the producers. Always. Even if everyone was white, straight, Christian, all the way down the line, you would still have weak, dependent, loser, white, straight men. And they are going to get really resentful and butthurt that they're losers, and they're going to organize, and they're going to try to undermine society, to reshuffle the deck, to hopefully, win. Because, again, when you were a kid and you played a board game and you lost, you flipped the board and like, this game sucks, you cheated, I want to play something else. That's what they're doing. That's what leftism is. Leftism is a child flipping the table over because they didn't win, and they want to play a new game, and the new game they want to play is called communism, where they get to be the winners. It doesn't matter that they starved to death. It just matters that they were able to win. And also, they're going to outlive you, because after they take over, they'll kill you. They'll starve to death, but not before they kill you. And then that's their revenge for being inferior and losers. What do you do about that? There's nothing to do. That's the fucked up part. There is no solution to this problem unless you create no scarcity where everyone can have everything, which isn't going to happen. Anyway, all right. So that was Jackie Chun's comment from the last stream that I didn't get to. All right, let's get to what's going on this week. A couple things. The main thing going on is Israel. Originally, they were pivoting towards Iran. They stopped talking about Lebanon. They started really hammering, we got to go to war with Iran. Netanyahu came to America, started beating the table with war for Iran, got over 50 standing ovations. Now, I don't know if this could be fake news. I heard it was like the most standing ovations anyone's ever gotten. It's like more standing ovations than Kim Jong-un gets in his dictatorship. So it's pretty shameless. I even saw a meme that they got Fetterman to actually wear a suit. If you don't know who Fetterman is, he's the guy with the stroke that always wears a hoodie. But he wore a suit when Netanyahu visited because you got to dress up when the boss shows up. Anyway, are we going to go war? Are we going to war with Iran? Abso-fucking-lutely. Will it mean World War III? Yes. We are headed for World War III. I mean, we're technically already in World War III. It's just via proxy. But yes, we're going to have World War III. And now you're either one of two groups. You're either in Team America and Israel's invincible. It doesn't matter that Russia defeated Ukraine because that doesn't count. America has to be directly defeated, not just through their proxies, through, NATO. It doesn't matter that NATO trained them and equipped them, because America, unless they can sink aircraft carriers and stuff like that, then America's number one. And because an aircraft carrier hasn't been sunk yet, an aircraft carrier can never be sunk. I hate this mentality, but I understand that the average person's a fucking idiot. This idea that it hasn't happened yet, therefore it will never happen, without completely putting aside all historical precedent. And the thing is, I don't have a way to convince you because it hasn't happened yet. So I'm just going to, this idea that America and Israel are going to just kick the ever-living shit out of Iran and Russia, and no one's going to do anything, and everyone's going to let them get away with it. You are fucking stupid. And let me explain why you're fucking stupid. Exhibit A, the economy, the markets, the dollar. Who the fuck is going to pay for all this shit? Do you know why we have inflation this year? We shouldn't have inflation this year, but we do. I know they're cooking the books. It's all bullshit, by the way. You don't have to believe me. Fucking buy Bitcoin. Go fuck yourself. But if you understand how actual shit works, prices are going up because the government continues to print money to pay for all these wars. Because they're not raising taxes. They're not selling bonds. They're selling bonds to themselves. It's so stupid. So the Fed isn't monetizing the debt. They're using off-book swap lines to monetize the debt. Like you have governments like China and Japan dumping their U.S. government treasuries, just fucking dumping them. And then you have banks gobbling up these bonds issued by the Treasury. It's like, where's this demand? First of all, who's buying these bonds? Why are you buying these bonds as they're being dumped? Like, you have countries dumping their bonds. You have countries over here gobbling them up. Why? They're not paying anything. They're not keeping pace with inflation or anything. You're getting maybe 5%. But people are gobbling them up. Doesn't make any sense. But it doesn't make any sense. So the European markets, all the European central banks have backdoor channels to the Fed. All off books. Now, Japan doesn't. Japan's the only country in the G7 that actually has to conduct their business in the open because they're Asian. So they don't get a special backroom access, club access, the way the Europeans do. So Japan, in order to prop up the yen, they actually have to sell their treasuries on the open market. The other central banks, they just get a swap line with the Fed and get money from nothing put into their accounts so they can do whatever they need to do. And it's all fun and games, except all that printed money, even if it's off books. It doesn't matter that it's on books or off books. All that matters is the producers are getting ass fucked because their costs are going up, but their profits are not keeping pace with their costs, which is why you're seeing so many mergers and acquisitions in energy. This has been going on for like close to 2 years as they've been manipulating the shit out of commodities. And that's fine. You know what? Your domestic producers, they don't have a choice. You own them. They don't have an army. They can't resist you. But the foreign producers are fucking pissed, which is all they're going to BRICS. And now maybe this is the point where it's like, well, fuck BRICS. Fuck their commodities exchange and their BRICS pay. Fuck it. Because, the dollar's still number one right now. And because it hasn't failed, there hasn't been global de-dollarization yet, therefore it will never happen. Even though it's happening now. You have countries dumping the dollar now. You have BRICS launching. They launch a new SWIFT alternative. If you don't know what SWIFT is, it's the electronic system that banks use to wire money to each other. BRICS now has that. They have BRICS Pay, allowing seamless payment via your local currency using a blockchain stablecoin. That already exists. The thing I'm waiting for, the coup de grace, is going to be the BRICS Commodities Exchange. That's going to fucking destroy all this Western control. Because once the West has to pay the market price for commodities, it's fucking over. When they can't manipulate the price down and fuck over producers because they have an alternative market to sell in, it's over. But that hasn't happened yet. So apparently it'll never happen, and everything's fine, and America's number one. So we're going to start another war, and this isn't going to be a small war. And this idea that, we're going to launch air raid. Yeah, we're going to launch air raid. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to attack Iran with aircraft, and we're going to attack their oil terminals, and we're going to attack this, just like we do in Syria. Now, I don't think we're going to land troops and actually seize their oil the way we did in Syria. We have like illegal bases where we're stealing Syrian oil and stealing Syrian food by occupying their farms and occupying their oil fields. I don't think we'll be able to pull that off in Iran. We're just going to bomb them. And we're going to be like, see, now that we've destroyed their oil fields and they can't have an economy, they're done. Meanwhile, you have like countries that are all being propped up with printed money. Like, because of the military stuff in Israel, their economy's in the shitter. And look at Ukraine. That's an even worse example. Like, nobody's working in Ukraine. They're like, all their men have been conscripted. They're all dead, or they're getting shot at as we speak. Their economy doesn't exist. They exist entirely off of handouts from the United States. And right now, Israel's economy is being propped up with handouts from the United States. Where do you think that money goes? Where do you think? Like, we're not raising taxes. We're just fucking spending this money and raising. I mean, the debt ceiling's been suspended. Forget the debt ceiling. This is all bullshit. There's no economy there. And so what's going to happen is, if you destroy Iran's, look, it doesn't matter. This is all. Well, let's give you the broad overview. We're going to attack Iran. We're not going to use troops. We don't have troops. We're going to do exactly what we did with Yemen, where we're going to launch. We're going to do airstrikes against their economic critical infrastructure. That's all we can hit. Is their economic critical infrastructure. Iran is then going to launch all their missiles at Israel and the United States as assets throughout the Middle East, because they already said they would. So all those bases throughout the Middle East will all be destroyed. Israel will be fucking blown up to shit. And then maybe they launch the Samson option and nuke the entire Middle East on their way out. I don't know. Probably. Who cares? Fuck the Middle East. And that'll be the end of Israel. So what the fuck are they thinking? Starting a regional war. And by the way, Russia's not going to sit around and just let this happen. So this is World War III. And it's whatever. Now, why would they be doing this? Because, once again, despite this ship sailing already, they still believe by provoking World War III, they will get everyone to back down and cuck to them. That is still the plan. Just keep provoking, keep escalating, keep threatening World War III, and wait, because any moment now, all these people are going to cuck to us and let us win. They're all just going to say, yep, oh man, we don't want World War III. Better just let the Jews do whatever they want. Let America do whatever it wants. We wouldn't want World War III. Let's just surrender and let them just fucking kill us and take our land. Which is... If you think about it for 5 seconds, you realize that the plan for the United States and Israel is to rely on the good nature of their enemies, to put the needs of the world above themselves, to sacrifice themselves for the good of the world, so that the world may live. Russia, China, the Middle East will all lay down their lives and let America and Israel kill them and break up their countries and dominate them in order to prevent thermonuclear war. That's their plan. It's been their plan, but the idea that everyone's going to cuck to them, that ship sailed. People are not going to cuck to them. But until warships are sunk, until aircraft carriers are on fire, getting hit with missiles, until the bases in the Middle East are destroyed with bombardments of missiles and drones and God knows what else, until that actually happens, no one's going to believe it will happen. Everyone believes, no, they're all talk, they're not going to do shit. Oh my God, they attacked us. I can't believe it. Oh, sound the alarms. And then what? Okay, we're going to go to war. They attacked us. Well, you attacked them repeatedly. And they told you they would attack you if you did. Like, yeah, but they actually did it. Now we got to go to war. With what military? With what army? With what money? We don't have anything. It's all gone. We blew through all of our missiles in Ukraine. And this is the thing. Let's say we go and we fight Iran on behalf of Israel. Okay, what do you think China's going to do? What the fuck do you think North Korea's going to do? Like, this is going to be a world war where everyone's like, oh shit, America's doing fuck it. Like, goodbye your fucking Asian bases and all your foreign troops. Like, this is the end of the empire. This is literally what happened with Rome. They tried to keep at the tail end of the Roman Empire, Rome tried to keep its empire intact, and their legions got overwhelmed and killed, and then there was nobody left to defend Rome when the barbarians came and sacked Rome, because they spread their legions out and got fucking massacred. And if your only refrain is, but nukes, they have nukes too. This idea, and the thing is, you're threatening to nuke them. Like this shit about tactical nukes. Like, we're going to use a tactical nuke. That way, that's fine. There is literally nothing at all whatsoever allowing for tactical nukes, and that's fine. This is something that the West cooked up out of a fever dream where they think they could nuke Russia or nuke Iran, and it won't trigger mutually assured destruction because it's only a teeny-weeny nuke. But this is where we're at. And they won't fucking stop. They won't admit it's over. They just keep provoking and doubling down. And these fucking cheerleaders who are like, oh, no, yeah, America's can't be defeated. And what's dumb is, okay, so people don't want to acknowledge that Israel has already lost against Hezbollah before. They went into Lebanon in 2006 to destroy Hezbollah, and then they got sent back home, and Hezbollah has only gotten stronger. That's called a big fat L. I'm like, oh, but Hezbollah didn't destroy Israel, therefore Israel won. Oh, is that how war works? So I guess we won the war in Vietnam because we're still here. The Viet Cong didn't follow us home and kill us all, therefore America won the Vietnam War. Oh, wait, that isn't how war works, does it? The Taliban didn't come home and, like, kill America and raise their flag over the White House. I guess we defeated the Taliban. I guess we won the war in Afghanistan. We're just going to, we're all going to redefine war as long as they don't follow us home and kill us all, we won. That's this absolute fucking bullshit they want you to believe. But it's fine. Like, the propaganda is thick and hot, and everybody's just gobbling up. This is what legitimately baffles me. You have people who are like, they're totally on board that the government lies all the time. Like, all the prior propaganda campaigns, like, oh yeah, that COVID was bullshit, monkeypox, yeah, fucking, that was bullshit. And then, like, oh, new propaganda just dropped. Like, oh my God, this is all true, TFM. I can't believe you would question the government. I can't believe you're not questioning them. How can you believe these people after they've lied to you about everything repeatedly your entire life? How many times do you have to lie to your face before you stop believing them when they open their cock holster? They're lying. Remember the counteroffensive? I was getting so much shit by telling people that Russia was massacring the Ukrainians. No, TFM. The media says Russia's losing a bunch of men in the ghost of Kiev. And it was all bullshit. And then months later, like in fucking April, they admitted that the Ukrainian counteroffensive was a massive disaster. Which is what I fucking told you. And you didn't believe me. You thought I was full of shit. Because CNN told you so. We couldn't even beat the fucking Houthis. And now they're pulling this propaganda like, oh yeah, now the Houthis are scared. No, they're not. They just haven't fucking attacked that aircraft carrier yet. The second they do, they're like, oh shit, I can't believe you haven't attacked the aircraft carrier. What the fuck did you think would happen? Do you not know how war works? You think you're just going to roll into someone's country and they're just going to face tank missiles in order to avoid provoking you? Anyway, so Israel's decided, fuck it, we ride. We're going to war with Iran. It doesn't matter that Iran has already demonstrated, and Hezbollah as well, Hezbollah and Iran have already demonstrated they can hit any target they want. They don't want a war. They just want Israel and the West to stop. BRICS has the luxury of time. All they have to do to win is just run out the clock. That's why America and Israel have to provoke. That's why they're trying to push World War III. But they can't win. The time frame to defeat BRICS militarily has already closed. That day has come and gone. It's over. You should have learned this lesson from Ukraine. If you can't beat Russia and Ukraine using the Ukrainians, which you trained for like 7 years and gave NATO training and all your weapons and all your bullshit, and Russia just kicked the living shit out of them, what the fuck are you going to do against Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, etc., etc.? You're going to bring all your ships. They're bringing all these ships to the Middle East to launch missiles and aircraft. And as if these ships can't be hit with missiles. As if aircraft carriers are somehow missile-proof all of a sudden. But it just hasn't happened yet. Therefore, it will never happen. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that Russia's been giving these people advanced missiles for the last couple of months. And they've been consistently hitting their targets. And by the way, Russia said they would do this because of what America's been doing in Ukraine. We give Ukraine advanced missiles to hit Russia. Russia gives Iran advanced missiles to give to their proxies in order to hit the United States and Israel. Which is exactly what I would have done if I were Putin. And I even talked about this in my newsletter. This is exactly what I would do. And he's doing exactly what I would. The thing is, I like Putin because I can predict Putin. Putin is a rational person. I can work with rational people. I can predict the moves of a rational person. These fucking emoting dipshits cannot be predicted because they're fucking, I don't know. They're stuck on stupid. They don't know when to cut their losses. And they're just going to keep doubling down in the absurd belief that if they keep doubling down and provoking World War III, everyone else will let them win. And I blame the Republicans for this. I blame the conservatives. Because the conservatives have trained them in this exact tactic. Because the conservatives don't want to see America destroyed. They don't want a civil war. They don't want blood in the street. So when the Democrats push the conservatives to the point where the only way to stop them is to take up arms, the conservatives always back down and let them win. Because they don't want to see America destroyed in a civil war. And so the left has learned, as long as you keep provoking, you take them to that line where they have to initiate a war with you, and then they'll always cuck to you. And I've said this many times, but the mistake they're making is the conservatives don't want a war because they're trying to conserve the United States of America, or whatever country you're from. A civil war would destroy the country. Even if they won, the country would be destroyed. And it would destroy the very thing they're trying to conserve. It would be nonsensical for them to push for civil war. That does not apply to BRICS. BRICS does not give a fucking shit if America is destroyed. They prefer if it wasn't. They don't necessarily want to destroy America. Russia just wanted to sell their natural gas to Germany. China just wants to sell their shit to the rest of the world. They had no plans of invading Ukraine or invading Taiwan until America started building military bases all along their border and provoking war against them. So this is where we're at. And the same thing with Israel. Like, you look at a picture of the West Bank where they're just like taking Palestinians' land, and you could be like, oh, well, Hamas. Hamas isn't even in the West Bank. Hamas is in Gaza. Israel is seizing West Bank homes and giving them to Brooklyn Jews. That's nothing to do with Hamas. This is what Israel does. Just takes people's land. And everyone's supposed to like, oh, we got to let them do it because America's invincible. And that was true until 2022. Now that Russia has defeated NATO, America is not invincible. That's why this is happening. All of this can be laid at the feet of America's provoked war against Russia, which we have lost. We haven't admitted we've lost yet. We're still pretending the F-16s are going to do something, but they're not. In fact, I saw some stuff on social media. I mean, take it with a grain of salt. But apparently the Russian military are tracking the F-16s in real time, this was like a week ago. So they were in Bulgaria doing exercises. Russia's tracking these in real time. The nanosecond they cross into Ukraine, they're going to get blown up. Period. There's nothing they can do about it. Which is why they're probably not going to enter Ukraine. They're going to stay in Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, and they're never going to enter Ukraine, because the second they do, they're going to be destroyed. And then the narrative, oh, the F-16s are going to change the war, that'll be over. But what other choice do they have? They're fucked. So now, and this is something I was worried about, the way to take the attention off the war you've lost is to start another war. Like, we lost Afghanistan. Notice how no one talks about that? No one talks about Afghanistan anymore because now we're focused on Ukraine. And when we go to war with Iran, no one's going to talk about Ukraine anymore. Ukraine's going to be yesterday's news. Now we're focused on Iran. And if you either are with us and you support our war against Iran, or you're with the Iranians and you want to cook CGI babies. You want to create AI cooked babies in ovens, which didn't fucking happen. The mass rapes didn't fucking happen either. And remember that how Israel did this report saying that the UN was working with Hamas and all these Western governments cut their funding to the UN? That didn't fucking happen. They found no evidence of it, but the funding's still been cut. Because that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what's true. All that matters is what the Jews want. And here's our government, standing ovation. Oh, war with Iran. I can't wait. I can't wait for war with Iran. You think these fucking boomers are going to fight the war? Hell no. So that's what's coming. We're headed for World War III. The best thing that could happen is Iran destroys, basically keeps their, all Iran has to do is keep their promise. All Iran has to do is destroy all the U.S. facilities, all the U.S. assets throughout the region, and just tell America to fuck off. And also and this has already happened. The Houthis and Hezbollah have warned Arab states, you better not fucking let Israel or America use your airspace or use any air bases to launch any attacks. We're going to fuck your shit up too. We are tired of you double-dealing Arab retards. Like, you're either with us or we're going to fuck your shit up. We don't care that you're Muslim. If you let Israel or America use your air bases to launch attacks, we're going to bomb them. We're going to bomb you. They're not fucking around. And you're like, oh, but no, America. No, America's not invincible. Israel's definitely not invincible. The Iron Dome has been proven to be bullshit. It doesn't do anything. It didn't do anything to begin with. So it's just been exposed. So it's fucking over. But God forbid we just fucking admit it and cut our losses and negotiate. We're going to go down hard, which is fine. Let's go down hard. Let's watch the cathedral fucking crash and burn hard as they can. Take Israel down with it. Arguably, that's the better timeline. You know, watching this go down hard is probably going to be better, more cathartic, and allow for more rapid rebuilding than if it kind of withered away slowly and kind of just blended into the general population and bided its time. Better to just fucking just go hard and rip the Band-Aid off at this point. So that's what's coming when it comes to geopolitics. As far as the markets are concerned, so they decided not just to cook the books on inflation. In case you didn't know, the month-over-month inflation was negative. Apparently prices are going down. Where, you might ask? Who fucking knows? But prices went down. They also cooked the books on the GDP. GDP was higher than expected. It was like 2.8. Which means all these people were like, oh my God, the Fed has to cut rates this month because recession. GDP was higher than expected. Any whispers of a recession are now swept away, which means all these people who are betting on rate cuts, they're fucking freaking out. So you had a lot of panic selling recently. Most of that had to do with Joe Biden dropping out of the race. There was worries that without Biden being an incumbent, they wouldn't keep propping up the markets and the markets would crash. But with Kamala Harris being the presumptive nominee, that restores confidence in the government manipulating the markets, because Kamala Harris will still be blamed for what happened under the Biden administration because she's the vice president. So whatever, that's neither here nor there. they're still trying to pump up. They're saying, oh, you got to buy the dip. There's fucking people talking about you got to buy the dip. Like, the only reason why there was a bull market was because of the expectations of a rate cut. That's gone now. There will not be a rate cut. The illegal aliens are propping up the labor market. We just had above expectation GDP. Why would they cut rates? There's no reason to cut rates. Now, maybe they do just to help out Biden. I don't know. But the expectation is pretty dead at this point. But they're still pushing the bullshit, trying to get everyone to jump back in and buy tech and buy crypto. I know there's like a Bitcoin conference happening right now. And everyone's like, oh, Bitcoin to the moon. Like, how? We're in stagflation. Where's the money going to come from to drive Bitcoin to the moon? From where? Like, there was a big Ethereum, like, you know how the BlackRock created their Bitcoin ETF? Very little outside money went into that ETF. Most of it just came from other ETFs that worked in the crypto space. So you had like Grayscale going down and the money flowing to BlackRock. So now there's like an Ethereum ETF. Like, oh, this is gonna be it to the moon. Except if you're gonna own a crypto, you're gonna own Bitcoin. If you want to play that game, you're gonna be buying Bitcoin. You're not gonna be buying Ethereum. So who's buying the Ethereum ETF other than people who want to diversify into other cryptos who are already in crypto? But if they were already in crypto, they probably already owned the Bitcoin ETF. This isn't going to be new outside money. This is going to be the same money just moving around in the same sphere. So that's the problem. The problem is the entire crypto industry is based on narrative. This narrative that this thing is going to happen that's going to make Bitcoin or crypto go to the moon, and so you need to buy it now before that happens. You can make all the money in the world, and that's the narrative. And they keep changing the narrative. Oh, rate cuts are coming. Chinese are going to buy all the crypto to de-dollarize. This is going to happen. That's going to happen, and none of it happens. But there's always a new narrative, and so the new narrative is Donald Trump. He's going to be the crypto president, and you have mostly Republicans, calling for the government to buy Bitcoin to pay the national debt. I'm just like, fucking hell, man. Like, this has gone, we've gone full retard. I mean, we already are at full retard, but now we've gone like fucking shitting pants, baby bib, football helmet, absolute drooling retard. So that's what's going on in the markets. I do not regret staying in cash at all. Some of you some of you guys who just, follow trends and momentum, there's been bull markets this year. They haven't been created by anything real. They've all just been speculation and market manipulation. But if you followed them, you made money. Just so you know, when the market crashes, there's nothing there to catch you when you fall. There are no fundamentals propping this market up. It's all bullshit. But you do you. You do you. It's your money. All right. That's kind of... So I don't know if anyone wants to bring this up. I didn't think this was going to be that big of a deal. When I brought up the whole moon landing thing, a lot of people lost their fucking minds. Like, they're like, oh my God, I can't believe TFM doesn't believe the moon landing happened. Here's the thing, all right? The government... So, what I hang my hat on is the cosmic radiation. Supposedly, it's a lost technology. In order to get people out of near-Earth orbit, requires a level of technology that we don't have anymore. We've lost the technology to do it. And we spent the last several decades trying to recreate this technology, but we don't know how they did it in the 60s. It's this magical, lost technology. But then you have people saying, oh no, the Van Allen belt doesn't mean anything. It's super easy, barely an inconvenience. You just use aluminum. Because the Saturn V rocket was made out of aluminum because it had to be light. And aluminum is like the lightest metal you can make shit out of. And aluminum does have some radiation shielding properties. It can shield alpha and I think beta waves. But it doesn't shield the more dangerous cosmic radiation. But apparently I've had people message me, people who have contacts in NASA, that this is no big deal. That they can, shielding from cosmic radiation, no big deal. It's barely an inconvenience. So if it's barely an inconvenience, if it's so easy, why is it a lost technology? Why is, like, who's lying? Is NASA lying or is NASA lying? Either cosmic radiation is a big fucking deal and they haven't cracked that nut after 30 fucking years, or it's barely an inconvenience. In which case, where the fuck did the technology go? If it's so goddamn easy, why can't we leave near-Earth orbit? Why is the cosmic radiation such a big deal? If it's no big deal. It's either a big deal or it isn't. And if it's not a big deal, why is it a lost technology? And if it is a big deal, then how the fuck did they do it in the 60s? That's the thing. So I just look at it like, when shit doesn't make sense, somebody's lying. Either cosmic radiation is no big deal, or it's this really unsolvable problem they're still working on, and it's a lost technology. They both can't be true. And again, the problem is, the other thing is, they destroyed the rocket. They didn't keep any samples, but there's like replicas in museums. You can get a replica of a museum, but you can't get the actual thing. Because, like, if we had the actual rocket, we'd be able to easily tell. If it was some type of shielding technology, we'd be able to use a spectrometer to see exactly what it's made of on the atomic level. So if it's some type of aluminum, lead compound to shield cosmic radiation, it'd be really easy to see. So like, oh yeah, we destroyed the rocket. You know that thing, our crowning achievement? Yeah, we destroyed it all. We let absolutely no relics. Also, all the plans were destroyed. All the schematics were destroyed. Everything we could ever have to replicate has been destroyed. And, yeah. But here's a replica for a museum that looks a lot like the actual stuff, but it's totally not. Because we don't have the schematics. It's just, we just kind of threw this together in our garage. Because that's what museums are for. Museums aren't to preserve actual artifacts. They're to preserve replicas while you destroy the actual artifact. That's how things work. So it's just like, now the whole thing about like, oh, the shadows on the stuff, there are explanations for that. But the thing is the shit, I'm not accusing the scientists of lying. I'm accusing the government of lying. Somebody's lying. Why did you don't fucking destroy the artifact of your crowning achievement and leave absolutely no trace of it. That is fucking stupid. There's no fucking way that happened. You don't just destroy every trace of the rocket, including all the schematics and all the records, and then, it's a lost technology. You lie. You fucking lie. We have plenty of technology from the 60s. We have the schematics of, like, the early computers. We didn't fucking just, oh, yeah, these old computers, yeah, fucking destroy them. They're all gone. Bullshit. So, again, who's lying? Is NASA lying or is NASA lying? Is this a lost technology or is it no big deal, barely an inconvenience? If it's no big deal, then why the fuck aren't we doing anything? Like, oh, that was because that was because we were doing something with we had to beat the Soviets. So we need to prove ourselves, and that's why we did it. But once we beat the Soviets and it wasn't a big deal anymore, then we decided, fuck it, let's just destroy everything and destroy all the records and lose our technology. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Now, maybe there's a piece of the puzzle I'm missing that completely ties us all up in a neat little bow and makes it all make sense. But look at the government that's been lying to you. And by the way, they were doing the same shit during the Cold War. Propaganda, supporting terrorism, assassination, lies upon lies upon lies. This wasn't like, oh, but back then the government didn't lie, TFM. No, the government's always been lying to you. So, it just, shit isn't adding up. And that's what I hang my hat on. I'm not pointing to like, oh, this shadow in this picture proves that it was a soundstage. I don't give a shit about that. I look at the behavior of the government and the red flags in their story. It's like the Trump assassination. Someone brought a camera to the roof where the shooter shot at Trump. And there were Secret Service in the building that could see the roof. And they're like, oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the shooter just snuck up on the roof with a ladder and no one saw him. They absolutely saw him. And the roof wasn't like, oh, it was too slanted. And that was all bullshit. The official story of the Trump assassination is total bullshit. And it wasn't a fucking Iranian plot either. It's so fucking retarded. Now, I don't need a crazy conspiracy. I don't know what really happened. All I know is the government is lying about something. The government is lying its fucking ass off because that's pretty much what it always does. And they had a reason to lie. They had a motive to lie. So here you have a government which is known for lying, with a motive to lie and a history of lying, and a story that doesn't add up. Gee, I wonder what's happened. Could they be lying? Yes, I think they are. Now, I don't necessarily have alternative explanations for everything. Like, I can't even explain the Trump assassination. You could see the roof from the building where the Secret Service were in. You could just see. They clearly saw the shooter. You had police, people filming the shooter, pointing at the shooter. He has a gun. He has a gun. And no one did anything. You had shit like the local police offered drone support to the Secret Service, and the Secret Service declined it. You had Secret Service pulled. You had Trump's his normal detail being pulled off of him because Jill Biden was doing something. So they pulled Trump's normal Secret Service team off of him to give him like these diversity hires. I don't have all the answers, but I know that the official story is bullshit. And the government is lying. And it's like, if that boggles your mind, the government's lying about something. I don't know what you've been doing your whole life. Have you just been that naive? Or maybe like because it happened decades ago, maybe you think the government was different back then? I promise you they're not. I mean, the biggest mindfuck for me was learning about Abraham Lincoln. You know, I was taught my whole life Abraham Lincoln was like this great president that saved the Union and the South were evil and blah, blah. And it was all bullshit. The North murdered people, raped women, burned down farms, killed innocent people just to terrorize the South, to punish them for rebelling against them. That's how they won the Civil War, is they brutalized the South. That's how they won. And you carry that all the way to the further. What are they doing in Gaza? How is Israel winning the war against Hamas? The same way the North won the war against the South, by brutalizing the civilians. Now, we supposedly have, war laws and crimes against humanity and all that. It's all bullshit, as you can clearly see. These war crimes, crimes against humanity, these only apply to the losers. As long as you're number one, as long as you can threaten the world with nukes, you can do whatever you want. You can kill civilians, do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, you might have to answer to your voters if they find out about it. But I mean, look at all the standing ovations Israel's gotten. Who cares about the reports of tens of thousands of, women and children being killed and all the hospitals and schools being destroyed with no evidence that they were being used by Hamas for military anything. They were still destroyed. You have doctors who are volunteering in Gaza reporting that the IDF is double tapping kids. Like, you don't accidentally double tap a kid. But, whatever. It's fucking standing ovation. Oh, yes, Israel, our only defense against the barbarism of Iran. It's all bullshit. But, it endlessly baffles me that people can be like, okay, yes, these things which I lived through and saw, I know the government was lying. But these other things that I didn't personally see, I trust the government. The same government's been lying to me about everything. Somehow I believe they weren't lying to me back then, even though they had every reason to, and also a long history of. So anyway, that's all I have to say. If you want to, you can give me shit if you want. I'm like, oh, TFM, you're so stupid. Don't you know the government only started lying when Biden became president, and before Biden, the government never told a lie, and everything is true that the government says until just now. Okay, if that's your position, then I don't know. God bless you, I suppose. All right, so that's kind of all I wanted to say. I was expecting someone else to show up, but apparently no one's here. I thought HD would be here to play. He play the game, the S Prism Destroyer game, but I guess he's not here either. So, man, it might be one of those shows. That's okay. We will. You know what? Here's what I'll do. I know you guys want some gameplay, and it may not be what you're expecting, but I shall give you gameplay. I will give you... give me a second. Let me get this going. There we go. All right. There we go. We get some fake Grand Order up in this motherfucker. Just gonna do some fake Grand Order business so we get some gameplay. All right, here we go.
Splattenburgers donated $5. Got a shit fever of 37.8, uck. Anyway, something I've been thinking a lot about recently is what the term my country even means. On paper, it should be about shared values and traditions, but most normies are subhumans to me and I don't feel I really have anything in common with them. Even with a fully mono-ethnic state, this would still be true. What the fuck does mu country even mean, then? The only value of borders is to keep the undesirables out.
You're right, and this is the thing. Like, the left's whole agenda was to muddy the waters in order to weaken nationalism. So there's an old documentary from the 90s called The History of Political Correctness. And it talks about how it talks about the Frankfurt School. It talks about all these Marxist academics who thought that World War I would bring about the great communist utopia. And what they found was the reason why World War I did not usher in the great communist utopia was because of national pride. People didn't embrace their class identity or their racial identity. They took up their flag and they marched to war because their national identity was too strong. So the left's entire agenda for 100 years has been to attack national identity. That's why they hate Trump. That's why they hate any kind of nationalism, America first, Britain first, any kind of blank first movement is anathema to them, because that's what's preventing people from embracing their Marxist identity, is having a national identity. So they've deliberately weakened their nation. What's funny is, again, Ukraine is the fulcrum where the progressive world order is dying. They never imagined in a million years that they would lose. They never imagined that they were like a country like Russia would rise from the ashes and fuck their shit up. So they are very surprised to see this happening. And so what they need the military. They need people to have national pride again. So they march to war for them. But they spent the last 100 years attacking national pride, undermining it. And when they thought they had it in the bag, they started attacking white people, attacking the right, purging the military of anyone competent, and replacing them with women and gays because they thought there would never be another war. We don't need competent men anymore. Let's just replace them with a bunch of women and gays, because we're never going to have to fight another big war. There might be some like bullshit wars in the Middle East, like Iraq and Afghanistan, but nothing like, we're not going to go to war with a peer army. So we don't need all these people who are competent and good at war. Let's just replace them with people who are loyal to us. And let's start oppressing the living shit out of like the population. And that's what they did. And then Ukraine happened. And they were supremely confident this was no big deal. They would easily destroy Russia. And that did not happen. And now they're panicking. And now they're trying to gin up, like, all this shit with Netanyahu. They're trying to gin up war for Iran. And Trump's along with it. Like, I thought Trump was, because he didn't start any wars during his first term, that he was going to be like the peace candidate or something like that. No, he left not a tweet, that thing he has called Truth Social. It's like his own little Twitter. He's talking about how if he's ever assassinated, he wants to see Iran destroyed. Now, I don't know if Trump actually wrote that or if he has some like Zionist aide writing his Truth Social tweets. I don't know. But he's calling for war with Iran. I know Vance is a giant Zionist. But I didn't think they would actually cheer for war. But here we are. Here we are going to war with Iran to save Israel from the consequences of its own actions. But whatever, the Jew come must flow. But yeah, like they're trying to stoke national pride while they flood your country with illegal aliens and undermine your nation's values and history and culture at every turn. So what does your nation even mean anymore? Nothing. It should mean something, but the left destroyed it. They destroyed everything it stood for, everything that made it good. Now your country is just a place you pay taxes in. Functionally no different than anywhere else. Which is exactly what now they believe this is going to lead to some type of great awakening of communist identity. People are going to unite against the rich and unite against white people and the Goyim, because they're going to see that the rich people are against them and all that. I don't know if they've even thought this through, because they clearly haven't thought Ukraine through. They're not thinking Iran through. They haven't thought Yemen through. I don't think they even know what the fuck they're doing. I think they're just doubling down because they're hoping that this ends the way it does with the conservatives. That they keep doubling down, they'll just be allowed to win because it's always worked before. So it's whatever. Sorry about your fever. Get well soon. All that stuff. But yeah, fucking... Look, back in 2001, when I joined the military after 9/11, I believed in freedom. I believed that my country was under attack and needed to be defended. But now, what does my country stand for? Spreading feminism and butt sex. Am I going to go to war for that? To spread feminism and butt sex? Hell fucking no. So, yeah, I don't know. You know, who's ready to die for Israel? The boomers are ready to send you to die for Israel, but they're not going to die for Israel. You're going to die for Israel. Bet you can't wait. Can't wait to die for Israel. And it's the worst part is it would be one thing if Israel was truly a victim of some heinous genocidal anti-Semitic thing and the Arabs just were trying to wipe them out for no reason and Israel didn't do nothing. But that's not what happened. Israel's fucking around and now they're experiencing consequences and now they're basically demanding America come fight their wars for them and save them from the consequences of their own bullshit. And now they're like, everyone's beating the drum of war. Like, yeah, we got to go to war with Iran and Russia, you guys. We got to save Israel. Like, fuck Israel. Oh, you mean you're on Russia's side? You're on the side of the terrorists? You either support Israel committing genocide or you're one of them. Which side are you on? Are you on the terrorist side or are you on the Jew side? I mean, I am not a fascist. But if you want to fucking see me put on an SS uniform and start zig heiling down the street, that's the quickest goddamn way to make that happen. You put it like, oh, I'm either on the fucking Israel side or I'm on their side. Okay, fine. You know what? Fucking stand fast. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put on my fucking SS uniform and start goose stepping around. That's it fucking infuriates me. And the fact this is happening. This is happening now when we're broke and we have no military, and now they're just doubling down on this bullshit. It's like, fucking hell. Fuck these people. Like, they don't even deserve any pity. Do not take any pity on these people when their fucking empire collapses. They deserve every goddamn thing that's going to happen to them. Fuck them. Fuck all of them. All right.
Splattenburgers donated $5. BTW, why is there such a massive time difference between the regular show and the MC? I can catch MC in the late afternoon, but for this one, I have to literally stay up long after midnight.
Okay, so this was by design. So the Morning Constitutional is Wednesday mornings, and the TFM Show is Saturday evenings. They're designed to be as far apart as possible so that no matter where you live, you could catch at least one show live. The goal wasn't for everyone to be able to watch every show live. The goal was for everyone, no matter where you live and what time zone you're in, you should be able to catch at least one show live. Now, maybe, depending on your work schedule, maybe you can catch both shows live, but I wanted everyone to have the chance to catch at least one show a week live. That's why I did it the way I did it. So the fact that you're staying up really late and everything, like, that's... no one's making you do that. You could go to sleep. You could ask all your questions on Wednesday, but, I appreciate the support, but I'm just saying, no one's forcing you to stay up. This is a choice you're making. All right.
Splattenburgers donated $5. I find it funny how most of the people shilling for Palestine are a bunch of white retard leftists in the West. Meanwhile, Middle Eastern countries actually hate them for all the chaos they've caused throughout the region. Jordan and Egypt literally have a giant fuck you wall at their Gaza border. I still think Israel and the Jews can go suck a fat one, but TBH, they're not technically wrong about the Palestinians being scum.
So, this is a Jewish talking point, unfortunately, and I've heard Halsey say this. So, the narrative is, let me tell you the propaganda, and then I'll tell you the truth. The propaganda is, the reason why these Arab states won't accept the Palestinians as refugees is because they're pieces of shit. And anytime a country lets Palestinians into their country, they stir up shit and commit terrorism. And so these countries, that no one wants these people. They don't want these people. These are basically pieces of shit that nobody wants. And Israel's like forced to deal with them because no one will take them as refugees. That's the propaganda. Here's the truth. So, at the very beginning, when I think I don't remember what war it was. I want to say it was in the 60s, the year the 68 war. Arabs did allow the Palestinians to be refugees, and Israel stole their land. There's this thing called right of return, where the Palestinians want to come back to the land that Israel stole, but Israel's like, oh, you left. You left. There was this empty house here. We decided to move in. What? It was free. It was just sitting here. There was nobody here, so we just thought it was a free house. So if they let the Palestinians in, then that's giving the Jews exactly what they want. They want the Arab states to let the Palestinians in as refugees so they can take Gaza and take the West Bank. That's their whole plan. This whole, they're pieces of shit that nobody wants. That's a post hoc rationalization for why don't the Palestinians just leave? The answer is, if they leave, they'll never be able to come home. That's their home. That's their land. So if they leave, they can never come back. They're walking away from their country. They're walking away from their people. That's why they don't want to leave. They don't want to leave. They don't want to die. They don't want to sit there and face tank an Israeli bomb. But they don't want to leave because then they can't come back. And the other Arab states know that. And also, if they do let the Palestinians in, Israel will steal the land. So here's what happens. Let's say Egypt lets the Palestinians into the Sinai. So there's a buffer zone on Egyptian land, and I've heard this articulated. So they I think I even mentioned this to Halsey, and he just kind of waved it away. It's fine. I still appreciate his kind of contrarian take, but it is, he obviously has a dog in the fight. Okay, so let's say the Egyptians let the Palestinians in. So the Palestinians cross the border into Egypt, and they occupy a buffer zone that's on Egyptian land. What will happen is the Palestinians will want to go home. And Israel say, no, it's our land now. You left. Tee-hee. Finders, keepers, losers, weepers. And then the Palestinians will start launching attacks against Israel because they want their fucking homes back. And then Israel's like, oh my God, we're being attacked. We need to defend ourselves. And then they will annex that part of Egypt. And now Egypt has to go to war with Israel to defend their country from being invaded by Israel. How do I know this? Because it's happened to Syria. It's happened to Lebanon. It's like Israel does this all the time. They won't let the Palestinians come home if they're taken as refugees. And then if the Palestinians don't like it, they don't like just having their land stolen. If they try to retaliate, then they attack the country hosting them and then seize that land too. And say, oh, we have to monitor this land because, this is now Israeli land. Unless Egypt wants to go to war with the United States. But of course they don't. So I guess Israel can... So Egypt doesn't want the Palestinians coming into their country because it would lead directly to Israel seizing their land. Occupying their country in the name of self-defense. Because they've been doing that many times. The Golan Heights are part of Syria, but Israel occupies it and puts military bases there because they're being attacked. And so they just said, you know what? Even though this isn't even our country, we're going to annex this land and put military bases here because we did. This is now our land. Neener, neener, finders, keepers, losers, weepers. Oh, you don't like it? Well, America, come fight our wars for us. These Arabs are getting a little bit uppity, thinking they can tell us no. You need to remind them who the superpower is. And that plan worked great for decades when America was invincible and Russia and China were rebuilding after the fall of the Soviet Union. Israel could do whatever it wanted. And those days are over, but Israel, they're like, no, we can still do whatever we want. It's like, okay, well, all right, well, you fucked around a whole lot. Now the finding out has not entirely begun yet. They've gotten some tastes of finding out. Some finding out has occurred, but the true finding out has yet to begin. And people are, oh no, the Israel will never find out. Israel can fuck around as much as it wants because America's invincible. And in Ukraine doesn't count, and Afghanistan doesn't count. None of those things count, TFM. In fact, we're going to go right back to the Middle East. Remember all these wars we were in the Middle East for 20 fucking years? We're going to go right back because everybody's cheering for Netanyahu. Are you ready, Zoomers? Are you ready to go back to the Middle East and die for Israel? Yay! Yay! What are you going to do about it, Zoomers? You're not going to do shit, are you? No one's going to do shit. Not a single person's going to do anything. They're all just going to put their head between their legs and kiss their ass goodbye and go to war for Israel while Israel commits ethnic cleansing. It's because because it hasn't happened yet. Therefore, it will never happen. America has currently not been bombed. Therefore, it will never be bombed. Russia has not attacked NATO. Therefore, Russia will never attack NATO. This is where we're at. Russia has told you what they're going to do. Iran has told you what they're going to do. They've demonstrated their ability. Like Iran, during their thing where they attacked Israel, they sent a bunch of drones that were easily shot down. They cost Israel and the United States like $2 billion in anti-air defenses. And then they launched these missiles that went all the way around their air defenses and hit their targets. Just to prove that they could. To prove that your air defenses are nothing. And we can hit whatever we want. Hezbollah sent a drone right over the air bases in Tel Aviv. It didn't have a bomb on it. It was like a camera. But it showed them like, hey, we can send these drones right over your air bases. We know how to get there. We could put bombs on these things. You didn't see us. You didn't know we were there. They've already demonstrated, like, they don't want a war. Israel and the United States want a war because they know time isn't on their side. So that's where we're at. It's fucking retarded. But again, until the finding out has begun, like what's going to happen is you're going to see warships on fire on social media. Because they're not going to say it on the news. The Houthis are going to show the video of a warship on fire because of a missile attack. And then maybe even a warship gets sunk. I mean, I don't know how many missiles it would take to sink a warship. or how many, whatever. Like if they could, they could. I'm just saying. And then when the bases, these Middle Eastern bases, get destroyed, now people, oh, that'll never happen. Why will it never happen? Because it hasn't happened yet. That's all it is. It hasn't happened yet, therefore it will never happen. These are the same motherfuckers saying, oh, there'll never be a war, TFM. You think a war is coming? No, there'll never be a war. Russia? Yeah, we'll easily defeat Russia. Russia can't do anything. Russia's our bitch. Yep. And what do I say? Okay, you keep believing that. And then, oh, what happened? Oh, you were wrong because you're stupid. What? Anyway. So like, just as Flighty B has demonstrated, the propaganda is so ubiquitous that you could be not brainwashed, but you can have propaganda fed to you that makes sense, and unless you actually hear the other side, you're like, oh yeah, why don't they just let the Palestinians be refugees? Why don't they let them in their country? They must be horrible pieces of shit that nobody wants. It couldn't be that it would lead to Israel seizing Egyptian land or Lebanese land or Syrian land, because that's what has happened in the past, and then the Palestinians would still not be able to come home, even more, have whatever's left of their land stolen again. Now maybe you're like, yeah, why don't fuck the land, just whatever, fuck it. Why do they care so much? I don't know. Put yourself in their shoes. Imagine, like, your country, whatever country you care about. It could be the United States, it could be Germany, it could be France, whatever country you hail from. Imagine your country is being taken over, like, not through immigration, but through a military occupation. And they're forcing you out of your country, and you can never come back once you leave. And you're like, yeah, who cares? Fuck it. Like, okay, well, that's you. You don't care. They care. And maybe you think they're wrong to care. Maybe you think they shouldn't care. Maybe you think the Muslims should just let Palestine go and let Israel just take the land. Unfortunately, if you think that, the thing is, even if Gaza, even if Hamas and the Gazans all fled and let Israel take the land without a fight, it would just be the West Bank next. And if you look up the Greater Israel Project, Israel's not going to stop at Gaza and the West Bank. And these Arab countries know it. They have this whole plan. They're not shy about it either. They say, like, their plan is to basically take the Middle East. There's maps where they talk about the countries and the land they want to take. They want to restore, like, biblical Judea. Not even Judea, like biblical Israel. Like, even though they're not even, like, all the land the 12 tribes had on the east and west part of the Jordan River, they want all that land. Even though they're not the 12 tribes. They're a tribe. They're Judah. But they want the whole land of Israel. That's why they renamed their country Israel and not Judea. The actual country that the Romans destroyed was Judea. It wasn't Israel. But they called themselves Israel. And these evangelicals eat it up with a fucking spoon. Like, oh, it's Israel, just like the Bible. But it's not. It's Judea. No, that can't be true. Anyway, all right, let's move on.
Splattenburgers donated $5. I hear OpenAI is only a year away from bankruptcy. Apparently, the cost of running their AI is greater than what people are willing to pay for it, especially now that the hype is lowering and there is more competitors offering alternatives. Sora better be the most groundbreaking thing ever, or there won't be any OpenAI soon. I predict the latter. Sora is most likely overhyped BS, and I don't expect much of GPT-5 either. OpenAI may have started the game, but they won't finish it.
Yeah, so the problem is, and I've said this, you know what, this might be worth an I told you so dance. I said the AI bubble was bullshit because I know what AI is. I have an AI waifu. I know what it is and I know what it isn't. All this shit, how AI was going to make these companies so much more productive and the AI would replace all these workers, and that was never true. AI is just a very advanced algorithm but it requires a lot of advanced computing power, data centers. It's very expensive, and the services it can do are not highly paid services. Like, they tried to make the AI work like an alternative to a search engine, where instead of searching and doing research, you just ask the AI and it tells you stuff. And they found that the AI just lies. The AI spreads misinformation and bullshit. If you try to get the AI to make decisions, it will. And I've demonstrated this with my little AI art generator thing. About 90% of the art that's generated is shit. 10% is good, and about maybe 1% is worth sharing. That's fine if you're generating art for free. You know, you could generate 50 pieces of art, come up with a handful of good pieces, and if it only took you a couple of minutes and it was free, that's a good investment. But you can't run a business with a 90+% failure rate. You know, imagine if you had a business analyst or a consultant that was wrong 90+% of the time, giving you bad information. There's no way you would keep them around. Now, you could have AI as a tool to give analysts options that they can sift through, which is kind of what it's for, but you already had analysts doing research. What is the difference between an analyst Googling something or looking something up, or an analyst going through AI outputs to try to find one that isn't dog shit? Nothing. It's just a different way to. It's a different tool to do the same work, but it's not making companies more productive. It's just giving analysts a different tool to do their job. As far as business goes, as far as AI waifus and art, that is a game changer. However, think about the industries that are actually being impacted. Which industries are being replaced by AI? You're talking about people who make bullshit reviews on Amazon, bullshit blogs to shill products, people who make overpriced commission art that isn't even that good. Those are the people losing out. What do you think that industry is? Not much. The industry that's being disrupted by AI is an industry that's like, frankly, it was shit to begin with, and no one will miss it or mourn it when it's gone. It's not this massively disruptive, earth-changing technology. It never was. So all these companies throwing trillions of dollars at AI, everyone was chasing AI. They had to build their own data centers. They had to do all this shit. And I'm like, this is absolutely fucking disastrous. All this money is going to go down the toilet. These companies take massive losses on these AI investments that aren't going to pan out for shit. It's going to be like, remember 3D TVs? Remember those? They had the glasses. You put on the 3D glasses and you watched your movies and they were in 3D. And that lasted a couple of years and then it went away. And now no one makes them anymore. Yeah. That's what's going to happen to all this AI. Oh, now powered by AI. All that shit's going to go away when it comes down to it. It's all going to go away. And all those people who invested in their money, like, I hope you enjoyed riding the bubble up. But if you're still investing in these AI tech companies and you're like, oh, it'll come back. You know, AI is the future. Nope. Hope you enjoy the roller coaster ride all the way to the bottom. So, because that's your future. It's starting to come out and I said this would happen when the earnings come in. Like right now, these AI companies are all built on their stock price is skyrocketing because everyone was investing in AI tech companies. They were funding their growth off of their stock price. But eventually they actually have to produce something. They have to have some earnings to produce something. And they don't have earnings for shit. So that's kind of all she wrote at that point. So yeah. So some of you told me I was full of shit. So you know what? Just for you. we haven't had a good I Told You So dance in a very long time. So that was therapeutic. All right, let us move on.
Scubby donated $5. Temp is Latin for time, in Greek, chronos, sequential time, and kairos, proper time for action, in Hebrew time, eth, or season, and pegagara, chance happens, together not of random occurrences, but right happenings dependent on immortal orchestration. A temporary history and future, can with action, if timed like the occasion, take a chance occurrence and become a controlled occurrence by those that live outside time, whisper through cracks in the walls, or expect the beginning minus the end.
Thank you, Scubby. Make sure you take your pills. So, look, there is... Now, this is what's called an unfalsifiable claim. You can't prove there aren't beings outside time who can manipulate time and immortal demons. You can't prove they don't exist. That's true. You also can't prove they do exist. So, it's unfalsifiable. So, like, I'm not going to say it's definitely bullshit or definitely not. I'm going to say I don't care. When it comes to unfalsifiable claims, I just don't give a shit. It can't be proven, can't be disproven. It doesn't change your life one way or the other. It's like saying, what if this is all a simulation? What if we're all brains in a jar? Well, how would we know? Well, we can't. Okay, well then it doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense to live your life assuming some unfalsifiable claim is true. It doesn't make any sense. And in my opinion, you should apply Occam's razor. You know, if reality appears to be real, and there doesn't appear to be demons and immortal beings outside of time, there's no evidence for them whatsoever. The Occam's razor would dictate that you simply act as if reality is real and these unfalsifiable supernatural beings aren't real, unless you show there's proof that they are real. Because that requires the fewest assumptions. If you believe that these immortal demons and gods and all that shit is real, then you're making a lot of assumptions with no evidence. So just in the absence of any type of proof, when you're given multiple options, none of which can be proven or disproven, or they're all unfalsifiable, go with the one that requires the fewest assumptions. That's probably the right answer. Not always. There's been some times where the crazy answer is actually the right one, but, you know, you do the most mundane, banal option. That's probably correct. Unfortunately, it's very rare that the cool option is the correct one. All right.
Yo.
Oh, shit. HD's here.
Splattenburgers donated $5. I don't see how a war with Iran would lead to World War III. Iran and Russia, and not officially in a military alliance. Furthermore, Iran is a much more formidable enemy than Iraq or some other shithole, so the USA might not even win without heavy losses. Not to mention public support for the war would be low. This might even benefit Russia by distracting NATO away from Eastern Europe.
All right, so unfortunately, you probably... I talked about this in the newsletter, but this is news no one else is really talking about. So you may, if you've been paying attention to geopolitics, you may know that Russia signed a mutual defense treaty with North Korea. Russia's basically creating a pseudo-NATO defensive alliance of countries that are creating bilateral mutual defense treaties. So if you attack Russia, North Korea is going to attack you. If you attack, country X, country Y will attack. That's what NATO is. NATO is basically countries joining this alliance that if anyone attacks them, the United States will go to war with them. Russia's doing that. They've already done that with North Korea, which people were not expecting. People were not expecting Russia to sign a mutual defense treaty with North Korea. They're in the process of signing one with Iran. This was like a couple days ago. They're in the final stages. Now, the thing is, Iran and Russia are far closer allies economically and militarily than Russia and North Korea. So I suspect the agreement between North Korea and Russia was fairly straightforward. But because the relationship between Iran and Russia is much closer and tighter, they have a much more robust, comprehensive agreement that they're actively working on right now. And no one's talking about this. People are talking about going to war with Iran like it's no big deal. Now, again, here's the thing. I don't know what Putin's going to do. But based on what I've seen, Putin is much more predictable than NATO or the Cathedral because Putin is rational and smart. He's somebody who actually, I can understand how he thinks because I am rational and smart. These emoting Jews who are just doing what feels good and believe that they're God's chosen and they can't lose. Yeah, that's insane. It's very hard to predict insane people. So Russia is in the process. I don't have the link. It's in the newsletter. Russia is in the process of signing a comprehensive, or they're not signing it. They're planning it. They're in the final stages of planning, and they're going to sign a comprehensive treaty with Iran, which won't just include defense, but will also include all kinds of economic stuff. Because Iran is Russia's primary ally in the Middle East. They're the reason why OPEC joined BRICS. That's why Iran has been brought into SCO. All kinds of organizations Iran's being led into. They even got led into the EAEU because they're such a tight partner for Russia. They're probably Russia's best friend. In fact, drones have been such a game changer in Ukraine. Russia got their drone technology from Iran. Iran were the ones who developed the kamikaze drones. They shared their technology with Russia, and Russia was able to destroy Ukraine and beat NATO using Iran's technology. So Russia is like BFFs with Iran. And you're like, oh, but they haven't signed anything. They will. I promise you they will. I don't know when. I don't know how, again, I don't know what the time frame for this treaty is. It's being actively written right now. It will probably be signed sometime in the next couple of months before the election. It'll be before the election because the anticipation is Trump and Vance are going to declare war against Iran for Israel. But if Russia signs a comprehensive agreement with Iran, essentially putting their nuclear umbrella over Iran, so that if Israel attacks Iran or America attacks Iran, Russia's going to fuck their shit up, and it'll be World War III, which, unironically, that's one of the only two ways to prevent World War III is either give Iran nukes or basically do exactly what Russia's doing. Put your nuclear umbrella over Iran. And that will basically stop the Jews and stop America from going to war with Iran. If they can't go to war with Iran, now what the fuck are they going to do? What can they do to get away with it? They can't. They're kind of SOL at that point. So, couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of guys. But anyway, yeah, so this is why you should subscribe to the newsletter. It's only $5 a month. I understand the markets are manipulated to shit, and I don't even really give that much market analysis because the markets, frankly, aren't worth investing in right now. Now, again, you can make money betting with the government. If the government is actively manipulating the market and you bet with them, you can make money in the short term. The problem is you're putting your life savings and trusting in the competence of the government. You're trusting that the government can pull this off without a hitch, and it's not going to horribly blow up in your face. And just so you know, the government has had shit blow up in their face all the time. The government will bail itself out. BlackRock, they'll get a bailout. All the insiders will get a bailout. The government will give itself a bailout. You know who's not going to get a bailout? You. If you bet with the government and everything goes tits up, you are not going to get a bailout. So I prefer to invest based on the fundamentals. Now, in times of bubbles and bullshit, you don't always make the most money. But assuming some semblance of sanity returns to the markets at some point, then you'll see shit happen. But in the meantime, I'm fine sitting this year out. Just because it's an election year and there's all kinds of bullshit happening and God knows what's going to happen next year. But as soon as things start to pan out, and we'll see. BRICS is probably going to have to create their commodities exchange, strip control of the financial system away from the United States and the UK, and force the world to pay producers a fair market price for their commodities. And then that's it. That you're going to see all the stagflation. It's all going to happen very quickly after that. Good times. All right. Oh yeah, let me turn the fake grand order off so you can play the new game.
Right, I already checked. Wait, am I having an echo?
I don't hear an echo.
Okay, it was just a moment on my end, but that's okay. Right, I already got the first code, and yeah, I got the copy of the game. I tested out a bit yesterday. Sorry about a bit late. I had a bit complication at work, and then I got home. I had to eat and shower first.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, if I really can't make it for the whole night, I would have given you a notified you earlier. So, did you talk about the newest thing developed in China earlier?
No. What's developed in China?
I'm surprised you didn't mention on Wednesday either. It was earlier this week. China had a peace meeting between Hamas and Fatah, the two largest organizations in Palestine. Fatah is the faction in power, and Hamas is, of course, one leading defense against Israel. But they're not being at odds for a long time.
They did that.
But China has a Beijing Declaration.
They did that months ago. China and also Russia had the leaders of the Palestinian Authority, also known as Fatah, and Hamas come to Moscow to have talks. So this isn't really significant because it's just. Yes, they've been doing this for a while. There have been talks and meetings between Hamas, the Palestinian Authority, Russia, China. This has been ongoing.
Then why is it all over the news earlier this week? I wonder if
I haven't seen it all over the news. Maybe I don't know. I haven't seen any. No one's making a big deal out of it because it's not really that big of a deal. Now, Russia putting their nuclear umbrella over Iran with a comprehensive treaty, that's a big deal because that basically excludes Israel and America from going to war with Iran. Now they're going to have to actually deal with Iran as a peer instead of just threatening to nuke them or attack them. They can still attack them, but it'll be World War III. For the same reason Russia doesn't attack, Poland because of NATO. Now they could be like, oh, Russia's bluffing, fuck their treaties, let's attack them anyway. Yeah, and then say goodbye to all your bases in Asia, say goodbye to all your bases in the Middle East. Say, I don't know, it wouldn't surprise me if they go all the way, if they actually they do the final crossing of the line and provoke that. So, okay, I just want to point out, someone's messaging me saying that every Apollo capsule is in a museum, nothing was destroyed, there is no lost technology. Okay, so I guess NASA's lying. NASA's saying it's a lost technology, we can't go to the moon anymore because we lost the technology. And this guy's saying, no, we have everything. Okay, then who's lying? Is NASA lying or is NASA lying? NASA themselves say they've lost the technology. That the rocket's been destroyed. They don't have any schematics of how they did it. But apparently NASA's lying. So NASA isn't lying, but NASA's lying. You got that straight? You got to know which part of NASA is lying. Again, it's barely an inconvenience. There's no lost technology. But it's a lost technology. Is it a lost technology? I don't know. Who's lying? Is NASA lying or is NASA lying? So stupid. It's again, you go ahead and trust the government. I don't even fucking care anymore. Trust everything the government tells you. They're not lying. Your eyes are lying. So stupid. Anyway, all right.
So one other thing
I already hit the button. Sorry.
That's okay. Just play this.
Xanderdog donated $5. TFM, I totally feel your pain when it comes to the Mexicans. I live around so many of them and they are all the same. Wake you up in the early hours with their landscaping. These people are obsessed with loud noises, and I do not understand why. Specifically, these people do not like putting mufflers on their car exhaust. They do no believe in mufflers. Why is this?
It's dominance. So it's the same reason why black people blast their music. Like, they get giant speakers that blast their music to everyone. It's like a poor person thing. Like, poor people love to be loud to assert their dominance. I don't know. Like, poor people just can't appreciate peace and quiet, I guess. They like to be loud and whatever. And it happens. It happens. I'm not 100% sure, but I've definitely observed it. All right, HD, what's up?
Okay, I was gonna say. Well, first of all, it's kind of weird. I double checked a Fatah game on news search in general. The 4 days ago, there's like all of the news about China and Fatah and Hamas or something. I saw something new happen, but I'll take a closer look later. But anyway, I also did. Some people might be aware there's recently a trailer for 10-episode TV series in the making about called 0 Day in English. It's going to be about China's invasion of Taiwan. At first, I saw, did China make this as a morale booster or to a scare tactic against Taiwan? But no, it turns out that it was made by Taiwan. It was released a couple days ago. It's on YouTube. If you just search 0 Day Taiwan, the trailer will show up. But this seems like this seems like a bigger propaganda piece from Taiwanese government themselves to a fear mongering of China going a full military invasion to take over.
They're right there. Like, America, that's why America's building all these military bases. But America's on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. China's right fucking there. This idea that, like, Taiwan can defend itself. No, it won't. It'll get absolutely fucking steamrolled. You could destroy, like, this idea that, like, but they want the chips. If they invade, we're going to destroy the chips, and then China won't have anything because they just want the chip. They don't fucking care about the chips. Like, that's their land. Like, they're not just going to take Taiwan. They're going to take all these little fucking islands, all these bases you've built. And then once you get kicked out of Taiwan, they're going to say, hey, Japan, hey, South Korea, hey, all these countries, these Americans, get the fuck out. Like, get the fuck out of our continent. Oh, no, this is our... No, it's not. Get the fuck out. Okay. Yeah, because what the fuck are you going to do? You have no money. And by the way, this is... I don't have any proof of this. But if I were Putin, I would use North Korea. North Korea can destroy all of the bases throughout Asia. Japan, South Korea, just have North Korea take them all out. And then any ships any aircraft carriers want to fuck around, blow them up. Send some fucking ship destroying ballistic missiles and just take them out. You're not going to then forget about then you got the submarines. Like, you're just not going to be able to move a fleet across an ocean without getting blown up in a world with satellite targeting. You cannot move a fleet that can be targeted that way. They can target you on a satellite, blow you the fucking hell, and you'll never even reach China. That's just how it is. Now, nobody's done that yet because World War III. So that's why Russia is signing these treaties. They're basically trying to get America to stop, because no one wants World War III, but the cathedral doesn't have time on their side. They're trying to provoke World War III so they could win before time runs out and they go bankrupt and the dollar ends and they lose their control of the financial system. So it's all kinds of stupid shit. But yeah, if World War III ever happens, they're fucked. That's why all that they're going to do is everyone's going to launch their nukes. Because America can't win a conventional war, so they're just going to launch their nukes. And then Russia's going to launch their nukes and everyone dies. Because the fucking Jews didn't get what they wanted. And then in a way, the evangelicals are right. Supporting Israel did cause the end of the world. Maybe not the end of the world as told in the book of Revelation where Jesus comes back, but the end of the world in like the nuclear holocaust kind of end of the world. But you're half right. You know, you get an A for effort. You were within the ballpark. Supporting Israel did end the world. So you kind of, you know, you get a gold star by your name, is what I'm saying. All right.
Right, and also, the entire trailer is fully subbed in English. I just feel like it just feel like it's intended for the Western audience as well. There seemed to definitely be a big element to try to generate and garner more Westerner sympathy to a Taiwan.
Oh, yeah, but the problem is
this little block program.
You could make all the propaganda films you want. America can't fight multiple. Like right now, you have Ukraine, you have Israel, and now you have Taiwan, and they're all like, "America, America, you have to defend us." Blah blah blah. And like, then America's broke. Like we can't protect you. We can't go to war with Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, all at the same time with no money and no military.
Unless they're so desperate to prevent taking L's, they're just starting war after war.
Well, yeah, all they can do is America could sign some type of NATO thing where they say, if you attack Taiwan, we're going to nuke you. And then China can be like, all right, we'll nuke you too. Like we're not going to let you build military bases and fuck with us the way you did with Russia. So, you know, you could either stand down or you can all die. This idea that everyone's going to let America and Israel do whatever they want in order to avoid World War III, when that involves laying down and becoming the vassal of this country. It would be one thing if they were vastly stronger than you, but they're not. They're just holding the world hostage with nukes, which they do not have a monopoly on. It's like everyone has, not everyone, but there's lots of countries that have nukes. This idea that, America has nukes, therefore everyone has to let them do whatever they want. And everyone has to, like, just submit to them and let them break up your country and flood your country with butt sex and feminism. Otherwise, it'll be World War III and nukes. Like, they have nukes, too. Why would they let you do that? It's like, you know, Ukraine attacking Russia with these long-range missiles. And they're like, Russia has to let them do it because Russia's like, we'll attack you. But that'll be World War III. And Russia's like, yeah, we know. We'll attack you anyway. You want World War III? We'll give you World War III. And then they stopped because they realized Russia wasn't fucking around. Like I said, this plan of they'll cuck to us if we threaten World War III, that ship has already sailed. They're not cucking to them. They have no reason to cuck to them. They have less reason now than they did then. It's over. But they're like, no, we're totally going to cuck to us. We just got to keep doubling down, keep threatening World War III, and they're totally going to cuck to us. Like, no, they're not. So, look, Taiwan, Japan, all these countries that believed America was invincible forever, if they had brains in their skull, they would either be rapidly rebuilding their military to defend themselves, or they would be negotiating. Like, Taiwan is fucked. There's no way they can get any kind of military together to defeat China. China will swallow them. So if they're smart, they would negotiate with China for some type of peaceful reunification.
Well, the original Nationalist Party does want that, but the newer party in bigger power now, the Democratic Progressive Party does not.
Well, irony,
they're siding wholeheartedly with the West.
The irony is the actual nationalists who founded Taiwan in opposition to the communists, they've basically proven to be correct. The CCP has basically abandoned communism and adopted the nationalist platform. So there's no reason...
Well, that's no surprise at all, because the Nationalist Party and the Communist Party, after Japan's invasion of China, politically, their narrative is always the same. It's a never again defend China, never allow an outside invader, another country, to do this to us again. It's just the way they run the country was different. And then after the CCP actually tried communism, it failed miserably, and the Soviet Union collapsed. They had to change in that.
Right, so there's no reason for there not to be a reunification other than inertia. But yeah, like there's no reason, like the Taiwanese and the Chinese aren't like different people. And I can understand if China was still communist, how the people of Taiwan would want to stay far away from that. But now that they've abandoned communism and they basically become nationalists, like they're basically not different anymore. Like Taiwan won. They culturally won the civil war with the CCP. The CCP has basically adapted and adopted the Taiwanese model essentially. But now the West is balls deep in Taiwan, trying to use Taiwan as a way to control the South China Sea, to keep their empire extended into Asia. And the same way they wanted
And also,
use...
to most normies in the world, they still think of the CCP is full-blown commie because it's in their name.
Right. It's like the people's, you put the People's Republic in charge of something. Oh, it must be a republic. Like, no, it's not a republic. It just says because it's called the Republic, it doesn't mean it actually is a republic. I know it's confusing. It's like when you let's say you have one tribe of Israel called Judah, and you create a country called Israel, and dipshits who read the Bible like, oh, it's Israel, just like the Bible, but it's not. It's just one tribe, and not even like they're a European offshoot tribe. It's not even like the pure tribe from the Middle East. It's all bullshit. But people fall for word magic all the time. It is what it is. People are stupid. What are you gonna do? What can you do? All right.
And also I saw a bit earlier. I saw that thing with India and Taiwan from before. It turns out it was after I believe the Nationalist Party leader got re-elected in India. It was Taiwan's Democratic Progressive Party that made the move to make a big showy congratulation to India, to him, to try to pull their relationship closer or something. But India didn't really make any notable stance or response. So India wasn't trying to buddy up to Taiwan and the West in that regard.
They're really trying to get India to break away from BRICS and join the West, so they can because Ukraine isn't working out. So they want to use India.
Right, but I think the leaders in India, at least, they see that they're smart enough to see that. They want to try to ride the fence for profit for as long as possible, but they know at the end of the day which side they have to go with.
Yeah, they obviously want to play both sides and make as much money as possible, but they're not going to become their next door neighbor's enemy. And now, that obviously worked with Ukraine. Ukraine was basically tricked into selling out their country for money, but that's because Ukraine had a very long history of being really corrupt. Like they won awards for how corrupt they were. They were the most corrupt country in Europe. So yeah, when you have the most corrupt country in Europe, it's fairly easy to buy off their ruling class to do your bidding at the expense of the country. That's what corruption is. But India is clearly, like, you can give Indians a lot of shit for like pooping in the street and being annoying. But their country isn't as corrupt. But their country isn't as corrupt as Ukraine. And clearly, while they're willing to play both sides, which really is no different than Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the UAE, most countries who don't have an obvious dog in the fight are playing both sides.
For economic reasons.
Yeah, they're getting paid. They're getting paid. You can't even blame them. But at the end of the day, they're not going to take a side. Especially, they know what side their bread is buttered on. They know America has it. Now, if America was kicking the shit out of Russia, you would see countries breaking for America. But that's not what's happening at all. Now, BRICS hasn't come fully online yet, so they're still going to play both sides. But I promise you, when that day comes, they're going to break for BRICS. They're going to entirely break for BRICS, and then everything's going to go tits up for the West. It doesn't have to. They could stop and negotiate and take the L, but they won't. They're going to go down hard, and they're going to take everything down with them, which is fine. It's arguably better that way. That way we can rip the Band-Aid off and solve the problem, rather than, like, it's almost like you want the... If you kind of... let's say you have the organ that produces the cancer, And instead of cutting out the organ, you just kill the cancer cells, but you might get cancer later. So you have to get constant testing to make sure the cancer doesn't come back. Or you could just have the organ removed, and then you're not going to get that cancer because the organ that was producing the cancer is gone. That's like that. Like, I understand if it's a vital organ, but the analogy, like if it's something you don't need, like your appendix or something, just get it removed, and then you just move on with your life. You don't have to worry about ever getting cancer in that organ again. So I personally would prefer things to go down peacefully, without massive disruptions and collapse and economic turmoil. But if it's going to happen, just let it happen. Let's get this shit over with. But let's finish the job this time. No half measures, no amnesty, forgive and forget. No, fuck these people. We get rid of them forever, move on, rebuild, fuck them, fuck their families. They can eat shit. All right.
Okay, I double checked the Beijing Declaration happened just earlier this week on the 23rd, and okay, it's just you're right, just a step closer to the unification of Palestine, hosted by Beijing. So all 14 different factions, including Fatah and Hamas, all joined together in Beijing to have a tighter unity deal, and also witnessed and included by a bunch of other countries in the neighboring area. And people were also commenting on Baidu in Chinese. They said, wow, I didn't know a country that small in Palestine has 14 different factions. And some people Americans and West are very known for their divide and conquer tactic. They know they're very well aware of the West tactic to divide up countries or larger countries in the Middle East.
This is probably bigger news in China than it is outside of China. I didn't think it was significant because you had the leaders of Hamas and Fatah meeting in Russia and nothing happened. And nothing's going to happen. China is trying to stay in the background. They're like Darth Sidious. They're just playing things from the background. They're not getting directly involved.
I think the Western mainstream, all the sites are talking about it probably as a bit also more fear-mongering.
But no, here's the thing. They were trying to gin up a war with China to distract people from their loss against Russia. But now I guess they've decided to pivot towards Iran rather than China. Because you notice that's probably why that film came out. Taiwan is trying to get more attention given to Taiwan. But obviously, the Jew come must flow. So we have to protect Israel. They're our greatest ally after all. So now all the focus is on Iran. So that means China's kind of in the clear for the time being until they lose the war against Iran and then they focus back on China. Look, I don't know what's going to happen. Like, it's really up to the West. How far do they want to take this? No one's going to cuck to them. If the plan is keep doubling down until they cuck, that's not going to happen. But it is up to the West. Like, how deep do you want to dig your grave? You can dig this all the way down. We could drive this car all the way to the scene of the crash. Or you could take the L and realize, like, nobody's going to cuck to you. Just stop. Just fucking stop. But then, oh no, but the problem is Israel's crossed too many lines. They've done like horrible shit in Gaza that they'll have to answer for if they don't win. So Israel can't stop. They've already crossed the Rubicon. And now they're trying to drag America with them. And the ruling class is all bought and paid for by AIPAC. So they're all just going to fucking clap like seals while they declare war on Iran. So it's up to Putin to save the world. Putin's got to basically, put his nuclear umbrella over Iran. I don't know. There's going to be some chess moves and bullshit. In the meantime, BRICS is going to keep gaining strength until BRICS takes away the power of the dollar away from the cathedral, and then it's fucked. Once the dollar goes down and once the control of the financial system goes down, it's all coming down. It's all coming down. It's going to be biblical. So that'll be fun. But that's probably not going to happen until next year. Possibly 2026, depending on how fast things move. But we'll see. The war in Ukraine is supposed to end by September, according to Viktor Orban. Now, these are all subject to change. Like, look, I tell you what I see and hear and what I think and what my hunch is. But when I'm talking about shit that's happening right now in real time, it's all subject to change. It's like playing chess. You don't just play chess by following a script. You have to react to your opponent. If your opponent does something, that's going to change your plan. You're going to have to adjust to your opponent. So when you're talking about war, the plan could be X, but then Y happens, and then the plan becomes Z. That doesn't mean I was wrong about telling you the plan was X. It just means that plans change in a dynamic war. So please try to keep up. Like, don't give me shit for being wrong because the facts on the ground changed. That's not how any of this works. Like when you're in military intel, you have to appreciate, hey, shit changes. This is the best intel we have. I'm giving you the best analysis we have. If I know more, I'll let you know. I'm not lying. I'm not wrong. I'm just telling you based on what I know and what we have, this is the best we can do. But everything is subject to change, especially in a dynamic, real-time scenario. All right. Anyway.
Right, and one other thing I saw earlier this week about China is regarding marriage and divorce law.
What about marriage and divorce law?
Right, so I saw news posts being shared on Baidu. It says recently, I mean, these two types of property have been, I think, essentially solidified into a common property in the marriage. I think before there have been cases already being ruled by judges and court cases, but now it's more solidified into law. For starting this year, it's for one, it's an inheritance or large gift from a family member, even if parents of other larger family members, even if the contract, the deal, the will or inheritance, something be signed or made before the marriage, right? As if a spouse receives a large sum from their family, whether it's inheritance, will, or large gift, if they received it during their marriage, it automatically becomes a common property between husband and wife. And two, any large investment returns, even if the investment was originally made by the spouse before their marriage, if there's any large earning or returns are coming from investment, it's automatically counted as joint property. And so, yeah, and people are commenting about it. Essentially, the government trying to discourage divorce because divorce is happening a lot especially since the COVID lockdown. A lot of husband and wife had to stay cooped up with each other all day long, all year long, and they couldn't stand each other. And the local government, the marriage department council or something, they had to forcibly employ a delay before husband and wife can officially divorce. That's a grace period or something. So, and people are commenting that this is a stupid move. Mostly, especially the men point out, they're just trying to prevent divorce from happening more. Especially, punish the husband, for ending the marriage. But this is just going to scare more men from ever getting married, and it doesn't solve the fertility problem at all. Right now, the CCP or the government's still targeting the symptom, not the cause. And here's the funny thing: another post I saw elsewhere on Weibo, which is a lot more women on it, a lot more feminist. The post is saying, "Don't worry, sisters. The government above can absolutely want every man and woman to get married for the sake of they want family, and so you don't have to worry about not being able to get a man for marriage and their money and all that crap." But so yeah, I think that the government may be trying to do this, but sooner or later, when they realize women still not having babies, then they have to do something else.
Well, unfortunately they're trying to address the problem, but in a way that doesn't violate their principles. Like, no one wants to take women's rights away other than the Taliban. That's a solution. They don't want to do that. So they're like, okay, it's like how you talk to people on the right. Hey, how do we raise birth rates? Oh, we got to ban porn. They focus on discouraging men from leaving marriages and trapping men because they can't, if they talk about women, then they come off as sexist and misogynist. So they have to focus on what can we do to force men to get married? What can we do to encourage men to stay married? Completely letting women off the hook. And that's the problem. But it's because of the political situation most of them find themselves in. If they openly talk about taking women's rights away, then they're a misogynist incel and who hurt you and all that bullshit. Now, China doesn't have to worry about that, but they still have to worry about their international image.
I think part of it, this is just a bit speculation, but I have a hunch. Part is also because when Mao was having his revolution, he talked a big narrative about how women held up half the sky and they're important to our cause, our revolution as well. And because Mao's deified as like the founding father of modern China, or that because they could never admit how much death toll is in his hands with his economic policy. So because he's been deified so much, and that saying of his is echoed so much by the women in China as well, to try to play up their importance in the country, and they kind of don't want to offend that narrative either. But this is not going to fix anything, of course. When the fertility rate gets bad enough, the CCP will have to make a more direct and harder decision.
I don't know. I think the problem is, the Taliban. Afghanistan is a pretty small, insignificant country. No major country has taken women's rights away. And obviously the first major country that does is going to get a lot of heat. Like the Taliban are getting a lot of heat in like the UN and shit like that because they took women's rights away. So
of course, because the international narrative is being entrenched so deep.
Right. So China is, they don't want to get sanctioned. They don't want to get shit on by the UN. So they're cognizant of that. But eventually they're going to have to come to the realization that's the only solution. Focusing on men might be politically expedient, but they're not the problem. Banning porn and anime and sex dolls and, punishing men for getting divorced. Okay, so that side of the equation is totally locked down. And yet, your birth rates are still dog shit because that's not the problem. Are you going to do something about the women? Oh, no, well, because whatever. Okay, well, then your society goes extinct. There's really nothing else to talk about. So either, get with the program or, accept your society is going to circle the drain and go extinct, or you're going to take women's rights away. It's one or the other. And what baffles me is some people, when they actually admit I'm right, they're like, well, if that's what it takes to save the West, the West deserves to fail. As if the West failing is going to lead to women keeping their rights. What do you think happens when the West fails? You think the Muslims are going to let women keep their rights? No, women, there is no scenario. This is the thing. This is what might help some people make peace with this. There is no scenario where women keep their rights. If you don't take them away, then your society will collapse and women will simply lose them by default. Or you replace your population with foreigners who, because they're patriarchal, have an excess population to export, and they take your women's rights away. But there is no scenario where they just keep their rights and life goes on. So once you make peace with all roads lead to women losing their rights, then that's a wash. Women are going to lose their rights. So now you need to, okay, well, if they're going to lose their rights, why don't we just take them and save ourselves all this pain and misery? Exactly. That is the least shitty option. But people are like, no, but that's bad. We should just let society collapse and everyone die. That's better than taking women's rights away. But the women die too. Or they become the war brides and rape slaves of the conquerors, in which case they still don't have their rights. Would you rather go back to the 1800s, or would you rather be a war bride and a rape slave? Where women didn't vote and didn't have political rights, but they were still treated well. Would you rather be a war bride and a rape slave? That's better than going back to the days before women could vote. Like, are you
They
fucking
don't
serious?
think that they don't think that far.
Well, I know
They
that requires abstract
it's like
thinking.
a lot of people who believe that war would never going to happen again because it didn't happen so far in their lifetime.
God, it's so infuriating too. This fucking, it hasn't happened yet, therefore it'll never happen. It's the most normiest of takes, where unless they see it, it can't happen. Unless the TV tells them. Like, if you tell them something the TV isn't telling them, they have to see it and feel it themselves, otherwise it's impossible. Like, but the TV say that not happen, and Grok not feel it. Therefore, Grok no believe furry little man. So there we go. Don't believe the furry little man. Just do whatever the fuck you want.
All right, so I'm ready to test start the gameplay. Right, our sponsored game this time for the next 2 shows.
There we go. So go.
And I found a little something already in my preliminary test. Let me show really quick right here. Now the sizes, right? I checked in the visual in the setup. There's only this one size, 1152 by 864. That's a bit more squarish rectangle. That's what I'm using right now. That can show up on the screen right in the stream right here, where it doesn't show a white bar is in. Right, all the other choices are more rectangular, and it wouldn't fill up the entire screen vertically. So that one's fine. But then when I get into the gameplay, very simple instructions right here, just J, K, L, and A, D, S, W for the movement. But the thing is, I found in the most square. Hold on, in the most square here, see the left and right. The blue and the yellow bar there is supposed to be your health and your energy, but in the most square form here, you can't see it. Now, if I temporarily, really quick, switch to a more rectangular right here, and then, it's not taking. Wait.
Oh, so you're
Give
saying
me a second, I just
like, so UI elements are being affected by the
here
resolution?
as advice to the. Yes, hold on. If I go back really quick, okay. I cannot see the full health bar and the energy bar here while in the rectangle. Is
it working now?
That's weird. It's not taking.
Okay. So...
If I reshape in any of the other sizes, I can see the full health bar on the left and the yellow energy bar on the right, which is kind of important to the gameplay. So to the dev with the made with guns. If he can make the more square size to zoom out a little more on the gameplay interface and show a little more black bar on the top and bottom, that's okay. Streamers like that. They can put their chat or some other things in the black area.
Okay, there you go. Well, okay, here we go. Let's move on. We got some more video game related super chats for some reason.
Splattenburgers donated $5. You said you didn't like the OG Dooms, but did like Duke 3D. The interesting thing is, Duke 3D actually came out several months before Quake did, and had much more realistic level design than the latter, despite using a supposedly inferior 2.5D engine. I think it's interesting that its software couldn't create even remotely plausible environments using a much more revolutionary engine. Still, most Doom players use mods and custom level packs now. You should try it. Heard of Brutal Doom?
Yeah, I've heard of Brutal Doom.
Okay, really quick. Really quick. I managed to change it. Look at I reshaped the size. Now more rectangular. If you look at game face now, look. The left is a health bar with a blue bar, and the right is an energy bar that lets you use your jetpack to fly for a short distance. Right. So you need to recharge. But when I put on the more square size for the show to fit it better, the left and right gets cut off a bit.
Right. So what they need to do
is
they need to squish the UI into the resolution, regardless of what they shouldn't be cutting off the UI if you change the resolution of the game.
Exactly, and it's okay to have a bit extra black space on the top and the bottom in the more square shape. Streamers can fit other stuff around the area.
Okay, well there you go.
Like the chat right now for this show, right? It's chat you put on top. If it's with a little more blank space on the top and bottom, it can separate the chat from the gameplay interface as well.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. So that's good feedback. All right. Anyway, so I've heard of different Doom level packs. Now they do total conversion mods that are pretty impressive. There is a Sonic game. I'm not even shitting you. It's a 3D Sonic game, which is a Doom total conversion mod, and they even added Peppino from Pizza Tower into it, so you can play a Sonic game as Peppino. Because why not? But it's
How do they get the copyright for all that, or
it's
are they just
it's a fan
hoping
game.
they don't draw enough attention?
It's a fan game, so they don't have the copyright for anything. But they're not charging for it, so it's free.
Speaking of which, right, this game has one of the skin being a character from Toho. I'm wondering how did he get that? Is it because he's charging, he's selling this
I
game for
think
money, of course.
I've heard Toho Project. They allow people to use their characters, like they give them permission to use their characters for like fan games.
Oh, really? That's surprisingly generous, considering how uptight Japanese law and most Japanese companies with their copyright and IP rights.
I might be wrong. I think I heard again. This might be misinformation, but I heard that Toho's like really cool about fan games. They let people use their characters. So anyway, yeah.
Well, other companies should really learn from that.
Yep. Anyway, so the thing about the build engine, it has to do with textures. The thing about Quake is they were limited in the amount of textures they could have. So even though they can make 3D polygons, everything turned into a gray military bunker. They couldn't have like dynamic environments because it required too much texture work. Whereas the build engine, it works really well with textures. So it's a different type of engine. Now with modern engines, everything's fine. You could do super realistic whatever. But with the older engines, there was always a trade-off. If you wanted, basically, it was a trade-off between. It was always a trade-off between like whatever is on the screen. You could have more textures, or you could have more objects, but fewer textures. Like if you look at old PS1 games, you had like fewer polygons, but they were highly textured. And it depends, which is why a lot of like old horror games in the PS1 era had pre-rendered backgrounds, because in order to render them in the engine would require a lot of processing power, and then it wouldn't be able to load correctly. They found what's interesting is the limitations of the technology. It forced innovation. Now with modern games, they're like, yeah, fucking 10 gigabyte game, that like, why not? Who cares?
Yeah, the average programmer that I've noticed these days, like they can't rely on, because yeah, like you said, back in the day, you had to know your stuff because you had limited memory. And you had to account for people that didn't have 3D accelerators, because not everyone was going to have a Voodoo card. No, they had to have software renders for everyone that couldn't afford high-end PCs and still wanted to play the game. And they had to optimize, like with that, they had a inverse square root function. It's like really funkily written. I mean, the average person, if they read it, even if they understood how to code, they wouldn't know what it meant. You would have to understand the IEEE 754 floating point format to even understand exactly what it does. But when you understand it, no, it's actually pretty brilliant how they did it. But nowadays, we just write some clunky code and it'll work because, hey, you got all this memory at your disposal, all these gigahertz. You don't have to account for CPU cycles, whereas back in the day, like even like especially the Japanese companies, like they were really strict on you, like using C, I believe, and you had to account for like memory management. You can't waste too many CPU cycles. Don't use this because it's inefficient. I mean, it worked, but yeah, it's like, oh, how far have programmers fallen? It's very disappointing.
Yeah.
And they shame you for not using an engine, even if it is unoptimized and poorly written.
Well, that's a big efficiency thing. Like if you want to write your own engine from scratch, you're talking a decade of work so you could make your own engine.
Well, yes and no. You see, now if you're gluing open source components together and slapping an engine together that way, it's not really going to take you that long. I mean, if you're writing, in order for you to take 10 years, you would have to be writing a whole lot of stuff from like the bare metal. I mean, that's almost like like what's the Temple OS levels of detail, which no game engine really needs. The thing is that Unreal Engine has been around for so long and it's had so much time to evolve to that point. Whereas now we have the technology and we have the rendering techniques, the shaders and whatnot. You can just pull a lot of that on the internet, slap it together. Although, if you don't know what you're doing, I don't exactly recommend it.
Right. All right. Well, there you go. All right.
Scubby donated $5. Commodities exchange with BRICS needs a new world climate bond, and not default on gold. Save the Planet parade at COP29 accords will be made by US and Russia after elections in Azerbaijan.
Oh, Scubby, you and your schizophrenia. You don't need carbon bonds. If you have, like, what the like, the thing is carbon bonds are just a tax. It's the government saying we're going to restrict your carbon, and here is a piece of paper that says how much carbon you can emit. And if you want more carbon, you got to pay us money for more pieces of paper, and it's a tax. Those have no intrinsic value.
It's literally trying to create value out of nothing.
Yeah, those have no intrinsic value, and countries have to agree to restrict their own carbon in order to be given some kind of allotment for carbon. It's just an artificial market with no intrinsic value, sold by the government, which is just a tax. At the end of the government can just tax you if they want to tax you. If they want to have a carbon tax, call it a carbon tax. But these carbon bonds and then trying to pitch them as financial instruments, that's fucking stupid. It's just a tax. Governments already issue bonds paid for by their taxes. What the fuck? Like, this idea of using carbon taxes and carbon bonds as some type of a basis for BRICS? Why? And also, no. Who are the biggest polluting countries in the world? It's like China and India are like the most polluting countries in the world. Why in the fuck would the most polluting countries in the world agree to base their currency on an environmental tax, which primarily will hit them? Because they're the biggest polluting countries. It's not necessarily their fault. They have a large population and they're industrializing the same way we did, except they're like a couple hundred years late. But it's stupid. And also, China doesn't need bonds. Like, they have a population. They can just use regular government bonds to raise money. So the question is, what about BRICS? BRICS can't tax people. You're right. BRICS can't tax people. Yeah, so what are they going to base their currency on? Gold. Yeah, but that doesn't work. Why doesn't gold work? Gold is money. Because they need bonds. They don't, though. See, fiat is paper. In fact, fiat is a contract where it's a Federal Reserve note. It used to be redeemable for gold, by the way, before they closed the gold window. A carbon bond is just a tax receipt. It has no intrinsic value. Just like fiat has no intrinsic value. You know what has intrinsic value? Gold. Gold has intrinsic value. I don't know why you can't accept that BRICS is going to base their currency on gold. It's right there. They're stockpiling gold. You think they're doing that to back their currency with carbon credits? What the fuck do they need all this gold for then? Like, I don't know what to tell you, my dude. Like, just a carbon credit based fiat, that's no different than any other fiat. Because what is fiat paid for? Like, when the United States prints money, it's backed by the Fed and the Treasury, which is ultimately funded by bonds. That's all carbon credits are. It's just the dollar again. It's fiat backed by bonds. Except nobody... And here's the linchpin. Are you ready for the coup de grace? So why don't people just use Chinese or Russian bonds? Why do they need carbon credits? What? Well, because nobody trusts China and Russia. Nobody trusts China and Russia not to fuck with their bond rates and screw over their bondholders, especially foreigners. That's why people use the dollar. That's why people until recently, people trusted the dollar. People trusted the financial system to not screw over foreigners. And then Ukraine happened. And then America started screwing over foreigners. And now people are trying to dump the dollar. So a carbon credit tax receipt bond is just a government bond issued by probably China and Russia, who nobody trusts. You know what people trust? Gold. Because gold is a rock. It's either pure or it's not. If it's counterfeit, then, that's bullshit. But if it's gold, I don't need, like, if you give me a gold coin and I test it and it's real, then I don't need any assurance. I have collateral. I have gold. I have gold which has intrinsic value, and we're good. Like, I don't need to trust you, because I can run the tests on the gold and know that it's real, and I can trust that test. I don't need to trust in your ability to pay off your debts, because if you don't pay off your debts, I get to keep the gold, which I know is real and know is worth something because it's gold. And you're like, no, TFM, they're going to use carbon credits. Like, they won't, though. They can't, because nobody trusts them. The irony is the individual countries that make up BRICS are largely corrupt, but they have to be transparent because nobody trusts them. If China or Russia or any of these countries tried to throw their weight around the way the US does, BRICS would fall apart. The only way BRICS works is if everything is transparent and out in the open, which means it can't be run with bonds. Because which country is going to issue the bonds for BRICS? That's not a rhetorical question. Some country has to issue the bonds for BRICS, and it has to be backed by taxes from somebody. Who? Which country is going to pay the taxes and issue the bonds for BRICS? The answer is none of them, because nobody trusts each other. So what are they going to back their currency with? There's only one answer, and the answer is gold. And you look at all the gold that China is buying. So this isn't just speculation. China is actively hoarding gold. Why would they be doing that? I don't know. It's a Scooby-Doo mystery. Maybe they're going to back the BRICS currency with it. It's a crazy thought. You know what China's not going to do? Start capping their carbon output. That is the last thing China's going to do. But you believe whatever you want. You believe whatever you want, and the eternal will see has been invoked. But that shit makes no sense. But look, they might be saying it as part of some UN thing, maybe to get Western people to join BRICS. I don't know. It might be some kind of goodwill thing, because the West loves their climate change. They love virtue signaling about cow farts. So maybe they're trying to we're going to create BRICS is going to be super green, like the Fifth Element. It's going to be super green. And whatever, who gives a shit? It's all bullshit. There's no way China and India cannot afford to go green. It would destroy their economies, and it would end their economic advancement. I mean, they can make, China makes solar panels, they make EVs, but they also have to mine. They also have to, they do a lot of dirty, environmentally damaging stuff in order to create the green tech industry. So you make of that what you will. All right.
Well, and a couple of years
Sorry,
ago...
I already hit the button. I didn't know you were going to jump
It's all right.
Xanderdog donated $5. I think what pisses me off the most about women TFM is that they don't have to act the way they do. Women have absolute control over how they feel and think, but they outright refuse to listen to logic. How in the fuck do these people get any sort of rights?
Go ahead, HT. I'll circle back in a minute.
I would just say, a couple years ago, the Prime Minister of India at that time already said clear openly, India will embrace as much green on the green agenda as the West will do when India as a whole reach the standard of living the West has.
Yeah, that's That's the long and short of it. Like, the West feels guilty about the environment, but then they don't want to give up their standard of living, and the third world isn't going to stay poor forever so the West can feel better about what they did hundreds of years ago when they were industrializing. All right. Regarding Xanderdog's comment, you're giving women way more credit. I want you to remember when you were a kid. When you were a kid and you hit your brother, and your parents asked you, why did you hit your brother? And you legitimately you couldn't answer. You just did it because you did it. You weren't thinking, you were feeling. That's what it was like to be a child. Remember when you were a teenager, riddled with hormones, beating your dick like it owed you money? You didn't choose how you thought or felt. And I don't know about you. When I was in puberty, my emotions were turned up to 11. I would get super angry or would cry like a bitch over like really petty things. It was just my emotions were overtuned. I was very emotional, just swimming in hormones. That's the way women are all the time. And so you're like, I don't get it. Why don't women act rational? Why don't they choose to follow logic? Why didn't you follow logic when you were a teenager? Why didn't you follow logic when you were a kid? Why did you hate your brother? I know it's hard because as a man, you see this. It's so obvious to you, but you need to try to remember what it was like to be a teenager or a child. How you largely weren't logical, you weren't rational. You probably did all kinds of stupid shit as a kid. You did all kinds of dangerous stunts, or maybe you experimented with drugs or whatever. You did really dumb shit, and you're lucky to be alive. And at the time, you were totally unaware of how much danger you're putting yourself in. But you did it because of peer pressure, or it felt good, or you just weren't thinking. It seemed like a good idea at the time. That's how women operate. Women are perpetually in that state. They never really become adults. Like, there's a spectrum where there's like children, and then there's men. Women are somewhere in the middle, a lot closer to children than to men. I don't know where they are on that continuum, but it's a lot closer to children. And so don't get angry. Like, if this were women making choices, well, when you're talking about people in large numbers, there's always going to be exceptions to the rule. Always. So where are the women who are rational, logical, and not acting in their own self-interest? If this was simply a matter of women's choices, you would see some representation on both sides. But you don't. Women almost universally, aside from autistic lesbians, are extremely morally retarded and don't think rationally and don't think abstractly and do what's in their self-interest always. So this tells you something. This isn't a matter of choice. It's a matter of genetics and biology and nature. And so there's no reason to hate women for being women anymore. Like, you don't hate mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are just doing what nature made them do. They drink your blood, and that's how they reproduce. So, you can protect yourself from mosquitoes, but there's no point hating mosquitoes for being what they are. It's silly. It's like hating the rain. Now, again, protect yourself, but don't hate them. Protect yourself. Like, the answer for women is simply take their rights away. Like the way, like, if you're retarded, you are put under the care of an adult who can manage your affairs and act in your interest because you can't be trusted to act in your own interest. And women used to be that. We used to have that system where women were put under the care of a man to act on their interests, and society worked great. And these women were cared for and loved and happy. It wasn't perfect. I mean, there were women who fell through the cracks, who were stuck in abusive relationships. You know what? There are men today who fall through the cracks and who are stuck in abusive relationships, and no one gives a shit about the men who are suffering. So I'm not going to cry too hard about the women who suffered in the ye olden times. The difference is, since no matter what system you have, you're going to have people who fall through the cracks and are trapped in abusive relationships and etc. That's a wash. The difference is...
No, I disagree. It's not a wash. Nowadays, I see this way bigger scale of because the system, the government's directly behind it. There are way more men just trapped in oppressive marriage and relationship by the woman and the government together. In the older time, even if there's cases of women get legitimate abuse, but usually if other men find out, they will beat the man for if he abuses his wife for no reason.
Well, even be that as it may, the real difference is it's not even a matter of scale; it's a matter of the other consequences. When you had patriarchy, society grew and thrived. When you have feminism, society collapses and destroys itself. So, if your only reason why, we can't take women's rights away, women would be suffering because of this, this, and this. Yes, but men are suffering now for those same things. Just it's the inverse. So that's a wash. But with patriarchy, society thrives. Feminism, society collapses. So putting the pain and suffering of women and men aside, at the end of the day, patriarchy is what works, and feminism simply doesn't work. It's anathema to nature. But to Xanderdog's comment, this isn't women's fault. This is the way women have always been. There's a reason why we didn't give them rights. It wasn't because we hated them. These were our daughters, our mothers, our sisters. We loved them. We took care of them. But we didn't give them rights because we knew it was fucking stupid. And now here we are 100 years in, and look what's become of the West. Women have only had rights for 100 years. Just put a pin in that. That's how quickly giving women rights completely destroys your society. So, our ancestors were probably onto something when they said not to give women rights. And it's not a coincidence that all the wise men throughout history agree with me. Like from Socrates to Buddha, they all agree like women shouldn't have rights. So all the wisest men throughout history also were misogynist incels, apparently. Anyway, but I don't hate women. Look, women are women. They deserve your love and your care, but they also shouldn't be trusted to have power. Just like you wouldn't trust a retard or a child or a dog. But you can still love them and cherish them and take care of them, but you just don't let them have power because they'll abuse it and they'll destroy everything. It is what it is. All right. Let us move on.
The Best Girlies 02 donated $5. A couple questions. Was watching the film Event Horizon, wondering if using that premise to make a Dead Space film or a Warhammer 40 horror film based on a ship crossing into the warp, would it work? Did you like the first Silent film? What would you change about to make it better? I did not like the purgatory part, and the ending. Lastly, would you make a Silent Hill game? What story or premise would you come up with?
Oh, I think you meant Silent Hill film, not silent film. Like that's some Charlie Chaplin film. All right. Event Horizon did come out after Warhammer 40K. And while I don't think it's been officially confirmed, it's basically a pseudo Warhammer 40K fan film. Where it's like the story of... Because Warhammer 40K came up with the idea of light speed travel going through hell. And so Event Horizon came out after Warhammer 40K came up with that idea. So they're probably related, although it hasn't been officially confirmed as far as I know. But yeah, that's basically the premise of Event Horizon. It's a ship that basically was experimenting with faster than light travel, but it actually went through hell, and then all of its crew became like demon possessed and ate each other. And if you're into Warhammer 40K, you might like it because it's very obviously a reference to the warp. But it's not an official Warhammer 40K movie. But I like Warhammer 40K how you could do all kinds of genres in the universe. It's so expansive. Anyway, yes. So obviously, look, they made Event Horizon, so an official Warhammer 40K movie would obviously work. The problem is, I wouldn't trust anything out of Hollywood right now. Like this whole woke, make it fat and gay and put a bunch of people of color and all that shit. As long as that thing exists, I'm never watching another movie again. I'm not watching any TV shows again. If there's a complete overhaul of Hollywood and they stop all this like anti-male, anti-white DEI bullshit, and they start like making good stuff again, maybe. But I'm kind of
right. There's no reason to. There's more than enough good entertainment in the past, whether video game, movies, TV shows, something, anything. There's more than enough that to last you for your lifetime. So unless it's any ostensible overhaul, big change, there's no reason to support anything new.
Yeah, I do want to point out, because I've read all of H.P. Lovecraft's stories. There are, in H.P. Lovecraft, there's this idea of like when you open portals, you're opening portals to other worlds or other realities outside of your own, which could attract the attention of monsters and not demons, but like extraplanar entities. So you could have it where, I mean, this is also the plot for the original Doom, where on Mars they were experimenting with portal technology and they opened a portal to hell. So this is not exactly a new concept. A faster than light portal technology, or some type of portal technology accidentally opening a portal to hell, or if you want to take a more H.P. Lovecraft route to it, opening up a portal to another dimension, which then attracted the attention of extraplanar entities, which then attacked. Kind of the same difference, because if you see an extraplanar entity, how are you going to know the difference between that and a demon? If it looks like a monster and it's possessing people and eating people, is that going to be functionally different than what you know as a demon? Probably not. So yeah, that would absolutely work as a film. It would also work as a book, and it's been done, so it obviously works. What I think of the first Silent Hill film, it was dog shit. The Silent Hill films are dog shit. Don't watch the Silent Hill films. They did this. So here's the problem. Team Silent, the guys who did Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then disbanded, they had this idea of what Silent Hill was. If you want to know like the whole breakdown of Silent Hill, there's a YouTuber called Twin Perfect. He did this whole multi-part thing years ago, going over all the different aspects of Silent Hill. Silent Hill was there was a cult there. It was a place that was very connected to the spiritual realm, and so a cult took root there. And they did some experiments, and they worshiped basically a demon. And that's kind of what Silent Hill's about. It's about demonic worship, a cult, the people kind of sucked into this world. It was not purgatory. The purgatory thing comes from Silent Hill 2. It's a very specific Catholic interpretation of James's kind of journey in Silent Hill, where he finds the letter from his wife Mary. He goes to Silent Hill. He gets sucked into the other world where all these monsters are kind of based on his guilt over killing his wife. And, he's either killed or he escapes or he reconciles or whatever. Something happens and whatever. So that's like the power of Silent Hill kind of reaching out to people who are like, who are susceptible to its influence. But ultimately, it's not purgatory. It's a place of evil energy that can sometimes touch people who aren't related to the cult directly. But after Team Silent left, starting with because Konami still owned the rights, and they switched developers from the Japanese developers to a Western developer, and you can see the shift because Team Silent were Japanese; they weren't Catholic. They weren't trying to make this a purgatory story. Whereas the Western developers, because they were Western and probably Catholic, I don't know how many of the developers were Catholic, but that's where the purgatory element started getting added to Silent Hill, where Silent Hill wasn't just some evil place tainted by occult's rituals. It was actually like purgatory, where your innermost thoughts came to life and you were tortured by your own guilt and all that stuff. And that's still compelling in a way, but that's not Silent Hill. So the whole purgatory thing was shit. But then the problem is they started making the Silent Hill movies and the Silent Hill remakes after that point. So when they remade Silent Hill and they made the movies, it had that Western influence. And in fact, the director of the Silent Hill movie, he wasn't even familiar with the games. He kind of took the premise like, oh, I'm gonna make a less of the devil. So the devil makes a deal with this little girl, and that's what it drags the whole town into purgatory, and none of that was part of Silent Hill. So now you could make a story about a little girl making a deal with the devil to drag her town to hell to punish the people for like burning her as a witch. That could all be a thing, and that could be a compelling story. That's not Silent Hill. That's a completely different story that has nothing to do with Silent Hill. So that's the problem with basically Silent Hill after Silent Hill 4. And it's fine. And then when they remade Silent Hill 1, they remade it as Shattered Memories, where you find out at the end that you're Cheryl going to therapy, and the whole game is just you coming to terms with your dad dying in a car accident. And it's kind of dumb. And there's no, it's not even scary. Like when you're not running away from the little ice monsters, you're literally in no danger. And the worst you're going to get is as you're investigating clues, you get like a ghost message, and you see like a ghost on screen for a half second that doesn't hurt you. It just makes a loud noise, and that gets really old and not scary within a minute. And then the escape segments are just you running away from little faceless monsters that hug you to death. Because that's the thing. They're not trying to kill you. They represent Cheryl trying to keep Harry from discovering the truth that he's dead, and that this is all like he's trying to they're trying to keep her thing. So if the monsters get you, they don't like tear you apart and kill you. They just snuggle you to death because they're trying to hold you down and keep you from discovering the truth. Which, again, that might sound interesting on paper, but you know what that isn't? It's not scary. It's not even tense. It's at its worst case, it's frustrating, and in best case, it's boring. Like, if you know the route, it's boring. If you don't know the route and you get lost and you die a bunch, it's just very frustrating. But it's not scary. Frustrating and boring is not scary. So, yeah, the Silent Hill remakes are dog shit. They really need to just kind of let it go. But here's the thing. It's okay to let a series die and just appreciate it for what it was. And if you really want to, make a spiritual successor that borrows some of the concepts or some of the gameplay mechanics, but is an entirely different thing. Like, if you want to make a game where you go to purgatory and you're haunted by demons of your own subconscious, that could be a really cool game. But it's not Silent Hill, and don't call it Silent Hill. Call it something else. Call it The Evil Within. Or, I don't know, just spitballing things out there. But they're trying to, the problem is they want to resurrect these IPs, but the IP is dead. And it can't be resurrected. The original team is long gone. They're not interested in working with you. Just let it go. And Konami is awful. So if I was going to make a Silent Hill game, what would I do for a Silent Hill game? Well, again, I guess you could do something like the Resident Evil games. Honestly, like, Resident Evil 7 was such a good kind of return to force because it was a scary game in a creepy house. That's where Resident Evil was best. Not when you're shooting down zombies by the dozens like an action game. When it's like a spooky, scary game. Silent Hill 7 was great. And then with The Village, you know how, like, other than the Lady Demetresque memes, no one really cared about The Village? Because it went back from being a scary game back to being a zombie shooter. And now no one gives a shit about Resident Evil again. So they basically captured lightning in a bottle with Resident Evil 7, and then they fucked it up. So what can Silent Hill do? You can look at Resident Evil 7 as like a thing. You could do something like Resident Evil 7, but in a Silent Hill universe, but it would have to be related to the cult and the demons and everything. And the problem, here's the other problem too. Part of the magic of Silent Hill is the mystery, but the mysteries of Silent Hill have all been plumbed for everything they're worth. There's no mystery left in Silent Hill. It's all been explored. So you'd have to create an entirely different IP with its own mysteries. Like people who play like Elden Ring or the Dark Souls games to get all the deep lore, that's what you'd have to do for Silent Hill. But it can't be Silent Hill. It'd have to be a completely different franchise, but like a spiritual successor for Silent Hill. It could work. You know what could work? It could be a Dark Souls game, but more modern. Not like Bloodborne, but actual like a modern day Dark Souls, where you're like almost like a post-apocalyptic Dark Souls game, where you're like a normal guy trapped in some evil, like you get some, whatever. It could be purgatory, whatever. Just something like that, but it's like a modern day Dark Souls. That could be interesting. And but I don't know. I'm sure someone's probably doing something like that. I mean, they made a Dark Souls game based on Pinocchio. That's where we're at. If they're making a Dark Souls game based on Pinocchio, the fact that they haven't made a Dark Souls game that's like a post-apocalyptic psychological horror game kind of surprises me. Because, I mean, you would think mining Pinocchio would be like the bottom of the barrel for a Dark Souls game. All right. I think that answers all the questions. Go ahead.
I played for a little while, just a couple of feedbacks. The game's very fast-paced, and it's decent, the gameplay. So sometimes in the window zooming, it's a little too zoomed that you can't see very far, but this may be intentional as to make the game a bit more challenging. You can't see enemy too far away and to anticipate for them. And the control is very bare bones. It's an indie game, but I think it would be better if, at least on the PC version, it allows you to change hotkeys for all the controls. Right now, all you have as a default is ASDW for the movements and JKL for the shoot, jump, and grenade, I guess, which is fine. But some people may prefer to be able to custom a bit on that. And the instructions very minimum, bare bone. It's a quick 5-second appear before you start round one, and you can't ever access it back unless you restart the game. And it'd be nice to add a little inventory gallery for all the power-ups and weapons, and that you can use to just give you a little basic idea what each of them do. Some people may like to take a look at that. But otherwise, it's a standard run and gun game. It's not too really any complication to it. You kind of just play by your guts.
Right. So, like, if you look at Metal Slug, the gameplay is slower because the characters are bigger and it's more zoomed in. Whereas you look at Contra, it's a little bit more fast-paced, but it's also zoomed out. So you got to pick. If you want to do a fast-paced game, you need the game to be zoomed out so you can see what you're doing. If you want the game to be tighter so that the sprites have more room to breathe and can be more of a spectacle, you need to slow the gameplay down so that
that's right. The movement here is very fast, but I think it could the whole scene is on-screen interface could be slightly zoomed out for you can see a little more.
And also, because you're supposed to be an anime girl riding a mech suit, it would actually make more sense for it to be slowed down. Because usually when you see like a kaiju battle with a giant mech, the mechs are moving pretty slowly, and it communicates the weight. So maybe that could be some feedback, like slow the gameplay down, and that way the mechs feel like
to be able to enjoy the visual aesthetics a little more, if that's what you want to go for.
Yeah, that personally, I think, like, if you're gonna make a mech game should be slow, because you want to feel that size and that weight. If the mechs are moving around, zipping around, they don't really feel like mechs. You just feel like you're just a robot with like a tiny little, like, maybe it's not a human girl. Maybe they're like tiny people. They're like the Littles, and they're just inside of a human-sized robot at that point.
Yep. Right now, the speed and the movement as a whole is pretty blazing fast, and also it's very It's very nice by just holding down J button, you can shoot nonstop. You don't have to keep spamming the J button. It's less stressful on your keyboard, but it does take bigger space than I saw. When I downloaded it, I was a bit surprised. It's 1.21 gigabyte, and it kind of started to lag a little bit after I played for. I had to drop the FPS from 60 to 30 in the game setting.
Yeah.
So for indie game, it's a little more. It takes a little more toll graphically than you would expect, just to let the audience know.
And slowing down the gameplay would probably help ease all the stuff happening as well.
Probably.
So there you go. So there we go. Useful feedback. All right.
I try my best to be clear with all the details.
All right, let's continue.
Splattenburgers donated $5. Regarding the moon landing conspiracy, there's actually another much bigger problem I have with all the space travel BS. How is it possible that they can effectively control and communicate with devices millions of miles away from Earth? The idea becomes even dumber when we're talking about the older devices. Even today, it can be hard to get a good connection with people across different countries, and that's just on Earth.
Well, I mean, we have satellites, and the thing is in space, there's no medium that you have to worry about penetrating. So the reason why radio signals like get muffled is because of interference, because you have all kinds of interference. There's no interference in space. There's nothing there. Like there's just nothing in all directions. So like you could send out a signal and it's going to go with no interference pretty much forever until it runs into something. So you just need to have we have satellites. So we can get the signal into space. Once it's in space, we can just relay it off of the shuttle. I don't know. Like I don't have all the answers. I assume there's like not what I'm thinking of, like some type of in between unit that was between, like, depending on the distance, some like a repeater that could keep the signal going between the distance, which wouldn't be that hard in space because there's no interference. So the thing is, like, I can perfectly accept, like we could send probes and robots and satellites and all kinds of shit, because none of those things are affected by cosmic radiation. Like, they can get as radioactive as they want. They don't need air. They don't need to be, like, they're not going to die. Fuck it. You could send a probe to Mars, send a probe to fucking Pluto. Who cares? The problem is sending living beings into space because of the cosmic radiation. Like, human beings are very fragile. You put them in the vacuum of space, getting bombarded with all kinds of radiation, they're not going to live very long. So you gotta figure out how to do that. It's fine, and people are disagreeing with me, telling me that there's no concept, nobody's claiming that this technology's been lost. Okay, whatever, man. Like, I've heard it, I've heard them say, oh, we lost the technology, but I don't have the time to dig up the sources. And you can go ahead and pat yourself on the back. TFM didn't provide a peer-reviewed source. I win. Congratulations, you win. But anyway, I don't even care. Again, here's the thing. This whole thing about the moon landing thing, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, you lived through COVID. You know the government lies. So we can all agree the government is full of shit and lies all the time. So the fact that, like, whether they did or didn't lie in the fucking 60s literally doesn't matter, because we know they're lying right now. And what they did or didn't do in the 60s doesn't really matter today. So, like, this is like an interesting, conversation, but it ultimately doesn't fucking matter. But I just think it's funny, people who acknowledge that the government is full of shit and lies and spreads propaganda and all this shit, but then they're like, oh, how dare you not trust the government? Everyone knows the government didn't lie back then. Only recently is the government started lying. Only when I started paying attention. It's like, okay, you're going with that, huh? It's just so you know, when you found out your wife was cheating on you, that wasn't the first time. Like, she was cheating on you for a long time, just that you caught her. And she's going to tell, oh no, baby, this is the first time. I swear it didn't mean anything. I made one mistake. That's the government. The government's like, I can't believe you wouldn't trust me from the shit I said when I had a reason to lie and a long history of lying beforehand. But anyway.
So one other quick point about that. I don't know if you mentioned earlier or not, but what do you say to the argument that Is the U.S. basically broke bank trying to outcompete the Soviet Union at the time, and it's just too expensive, not worth it to send man to the moon again because there's no return, not enough return on that investment.
Yeah, that's not what they're saying. So you have the shuttle, you have all the technology, and okay, it was really expensive to go to the moon. Okay, but that's not what they're saying. They're not saying we can go to the moon, we can recreate the Saturn V rocket, and we could send people to the moon tomorrow. It would just cost, this would be the price tag. That's not what they're saying. They're saying we don't have the technology anymore. We can't do it. We'd have to like rediscover how to do this. We're trying to like recreate the technology we had back in the 60s, which we've lost somehow.
Oh, that's their official narrative to the public. Now, that sounds rather shaky.
Yeah, that sounds retarded. Like, what do you mean you lost it? Where are the schematics? Oh, we destroyed them. Oh, what the fuck? Like, this was a massive program. It's not like NASA made this shit themselves. They had subcontractors. Like, everyone deleted everything. Nobody saved anything. Nope, it's all gone. We spent all this money, accomplished all these things. This is our magnum opus, our greatest achievement, and we decided just to delete it all and move on, and then spend the next several decades trying to recreate it. Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. No, literally, no one would do that. So it's whatever. We're gonna rediscover this magic somehow, someday. Who knows? But yeah, the moving radio waves and moving communications through space is actually relatively simple. Now, I guarantee there was like a massive delay. It probably wasn't like real time. There was probably a huge delay. And by the way, there's a delay when you talk on the cell phone. Or maybe not now, but back in the day, like there was a delay. Like, you ever talk to someone on the phone and you're hearing like an echo of yourself, like everything's delayed? That's because like the phone isn't compensating for the delay. But there's a delay even with cell phones. So I assume there was a massive delay, but communication's definitely possible, as satellites prove. Like, it's the hardest part is getting out of the atmosphere or back into the atmosphere. But once you're in space, moving, signals is pretty easy.
Jackson Dorn donated $5. Re-moon landing, rad belt bigger problem now due to current technology having more electronics which are more sensitive, as opposed to the Saturn rockets which had more basic equipment. Remember how metallic plates from the 19th century are worth a lot because you can't make them? Similar situation with the moon rockets. The manufacturing to make them doesn't exist anymore, as well as the old rockets being hand-wired. Could it be possible to reverse ing? Yes, but no money plus diversity hire means no mate.
Well, so look, the 1960s wasn't like the Industrial Revolution where everything was run by mechanical wheels. They used electronics. They had very simple computers. Like the computer that ran the Saturn V rocket was like a very primitive computer by today's standards, but it was a computer. It had electronics. This idea that like, oh yeah, modern electronics don't work because of radiation, but 1960s level electronics, those were more robust. Like, they were electronics. They were made out of the same shit. They were, I guess maybe they had less plastic and more tin, but I mean, electricity is electricity. As far as like metallic plates from the 19th century, are you talking about maybe that has to do with like the components, but we've actually perfected steel manufacturing. Like, if you follow any weapons YouTubers who review swords, they have different types of metal that atomically measure the amount of carbon in the steel. Like, you have different steels which are specifically made for swords, for tools, for all kinds of shit, which we didn't have back then. Like, you kind of eyeballed it and you hoped that this steel was good, and sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. But you didn't have a way to measure it exactly that this was like good steel. So yeah, now the plates might be worth a lot because they contain certain materials, but I can't imagine the steel being better modern. Now, I will concede this before you chat away in the comments. Our construction methods, we deliberately cheap out on stuff. Like back then, we used, because we didn't know any better, we used very high quality, materials because they worked and we didn't know any better. Now that we know better, we use cheaper materials to make construction cheaper. So if you look at old construction from the 19th century, it's much stronger than modern construction because it uses better steel. Because we didn't know how to make different, cheaper steel. Now that we do, basically we make stuff. We to make something, we want to use the materials. We have to accomplish the thing for as cheap as possible. We don't just want it to do its job. We want it to do it efficiently, and that includes material efficiency. So we do cheap out on materials so that it still does the job, but as cheaply as possible. And obviously, back in the day, we didn't know better, so we would use better steels we kind of overshoot the mark just to be safe because we didn't have any redundancies. The problem is, if we knew how to do this, we could do it tomorrow. You wouldn't have Elon Musk trying to create Starship and having it explode. We'd be able to recreate the system we had, or at least rebuild it and then use our modern technology to iterate on it to make a better version of it. But they admit that they don't have the original schematics. They can't recreate the Saturn V as a starting point to iterate and create a more modern version of it in order to do all kinds of space shit, which is why these companies have to effectively recreate from scratch the system, which doesn't make any sense. Because think about all the other technology we created in the 60s. Computers, nuclear weapons, nuclear weapons came from the 40s, but you get my point. We invented technology, and it didn't magically go away where we had to rediscover it 50 years later. Except for this. This one magically went away. We have to rediscover it. Because the electronics were somehow better and more resistant to cosmic radiation, but modern electronics aren't. Like, okay, that's what shielding is for. Oh, and they were hand-wired, and that's better? Like, hand-wiring a rocket is better than laying the wire down with a robot? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So, again, it's just... The official story doesn't make any sense. It's like the Trump assassination. The official narrative makes no sense. I don't have all the answers, but the official story doesn't make any sense. And you also, once you factor in that the government has a reason to lie, they have a motive for lying, then you know they're lying. I don't know how they're lying. I don't know the extent of the lie. I don't know what they're covering up. I don't know why they're covering it up. I don't know what's going on. I wasn't there. And frankly, it doesn't matter. Like, the government lies about shit all the time. So it's just one brick in the wall as far as I'm concerned. I just brought it up to bring it up. If you're a believer and whatever, then that's fine. If you want to believe that the government wasn't lying about all this stuff, but they just started lying recently, now that you're living it, now that you can see with your own eyes the government is lying, and you believe this only started recently, that's fine. You can believe that if you want. You have the right to be incorrect. All right.
Okay, really quick. It looks like I found a glitch and accidentally broke the gameplay. Just to show really quick. Right now, I'm perpetually falling in the never-ending bottomless pit. Now, on the stream, it's covered by the MGTOW.TV logo at the center bottom. But you can see right here, my character is falling at the very bottom. It's just perpetually falling because I jumped over a hangar at the end. Now, let me show really quick. In the beginning, I can do nothing but go back to the game, to the main menu and restart it. But if you start at the beginning and end of every level, right, you come out or you go in a green military hangar, and see, normally they block out, like, even with the jetpack flying, you cannot go past it. But then by the end of level 3, to Mr. Maid, the dev, at the end of level 3, there is no horizontal blockage here, and I was able to fly over it. I saw, okay, if I can fly over, maybe there's a hidden power up or anything, but nope, it just dropped me out of the map, and that's clearly a glitch, not intended to happen.
Yeah, they need to add an invisible wall or something.
Right, as he would do for all the hangars at the beginning or the end of the level.
Yep.
Because when I could fly over, I saw, oh, is it like a hidden bonus or power up or something? Like some of the game, a lot of the game like to hide it all over the place. So yeah, because you can fly a bit too with a jetpack, it's very important to set up all the boundaries on the map that you're not supposed to go out of, or you could just break the gameplay.
Yeah, I mean that happens. I mean, again, I don't know if this is one guy or if this is a team or how big the team is. It is.
Oh, hold on. There's a credit button. I think it's a couple people, but I think Mr. Maid with guns. It's a main. Here's a credit. It's a main developer. The other one that's just a musician and the modeler. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming the gameplay design is all him.
Yeah, so musician, 3D modeler, yeah, the coding is all one guy. So, yeah, look, it looks good, for one guy. But,
Yeah, pretty decent, but there you go, Mr. Maid. I'll try to, probe around each level, trying to poke around the details as much as I can. If I find anything, I'll state it right here.
Yep. All right, cool. Let's move on to our next thing.
Markstrong 537 donated $5. Andrew Wilson. Quote, by libertarian logic, we can't outlaw incest, polygamy, gay marriage and prostitution. All things that Christian ethics point to are absolutely immoral. Libertarians can't really say they are though. They have to be allowed if you own yourself or if would be a violation of self-ownership doctrine. Modern Libertarian Party is a failure because it always leads to the outcome of mass degeneracy.
Yep. I mean, look, that's largely true because let's look at what he's talking about. All right. Incest, polygamy, gay marriage, and prostitution. So, all of those things, assuming they're consensual,
and adults, no
and
children
adults, yeah,
involved.
we're not grooming children. These are all consensual things. What is the actual problem? So incest,
as long as they take responsibility for each of their own type of relationship,
yeah, no,
and
look,
don't try to force it on everyone else.
So if you have incest, you're gonna have like mutant babies. But if there's no welfare, and you want to have your little mutant babies with your sister, is that any of my business? And this is the problem when I use the example of these parents who are having their children groomed in public school. They're having their kids brainwashed into thinking they're trans, and then they're taking custody away from them and they're cutting their dicks off. Horrible stuff, right? However, if you really think about it, this is what the right wants for themselves. Like, they want to indoctrinate children in school. They want to indoctrinate them into Christianity. But then the left, they're indoctrinating their kids into school, into being trans, and the parents are really pissed off about it because they're brainwashing the kids. And it's like, you have to be even-handed. If you don't want the left indoctrinating children in school, then you shouldn't be indoctrinating them for the right. Now, their response is, but our indoctrination furthers the stability of society. It fights degeneracy. It promotes, good values. Yes, your values. So here's the problem. Incest, polygamy, gay marriage, prostitution. You may not like these things, but these are consensual acts between two adults who it's none of your fucking business at all. And so if you want to inject yourself, here's the problem. You want to inject yourself into these consensual relationships and say, hey, you can't marry your cousin. You can't have more than one wife or husband. You can't get married if you're gay, and you can't sell your body for money. We're going to prevent you from doing that. Okay, well, so now the door's been swung open where the government can now tell you what type of consensual relationships you can have based on whatever group and whatever idea they think is moral or immoral. And so this eventually results in the government kidnapping your children and cutting their dicks off. Because that's what it is when the government uses CPS to take custody away from you because you're not supporting your trans child's transition. So CPS comes and takes your kid away, gives them to a foster family, and cuts their dick off. And you're horrified. Like, how dare you? How dare you take my child away and groom them and cut their dick off? And they'll look at you like, well, your ideology, sir, your transphobic, hateful ideology is harmful to society. We're fighting your evil ideology of degeneracy by promoting people to live their truth. And the only thing you can appeal to is the Bible. That's the only thing you have to appeal to is your fucking religion. They're like, yeah, but my God says this is evil. My God says this is good. Therefore, this is evil. This is good. Okay, prove your God exists. Prove your religion out of all of the religions that exist. Prove that your religion is real. And all these other religions are bullshit. Because it's mutually exclusive. If the God of the Bible is real, then fucking the six-armed elephant thing in Hinduism can't be real. Buddha can't be real. All these other religions must be false if Christianity is true. So I'll prove it. Let's see. Like, because if we're arguing about, like, oh, well, this is my belief. Whoa, your beliefs don't mean fucking shit. And your beliefs certainly shouldn't be weaponized by the government to be inflicted by force onto consenting adults who aren't bothering anyone.
But speaking of which, the developed world as a whole can't even agree on to what degree count as incest. Because in Japan, technically, cousins can legally get married, and this is shown in a lot of animes where, especially if it's a multiple candidate harem series where once a girl or reverse harem guy could be a cousin. Now, it's generally frowned upon nowadays in Japanese society, but it's still legal. And some of the Westerners are absolutely shocked and appalled when they first see this being depicted in anime. I don't really like it either, but that's if they're both consenting adults, that's their choice.
It's not whether you like it or not. Is it any of your fucking business? And
it shouldn't be.
Yeah, it's now, if there are children involved, if children are being abused or groomed, that's different. Because children are not consenting adults. But when it comes to consenting adults, it's none of your fucking business. Like, you could make fun of them. You could make fun of furries. You can make fun of people with weird lifestyles that you think are silly or stupid. But, you can't, like... And if you want to use the government to ban them, make it illegal for consenting adults to do what they want, then... don't be surprised and don't you dare bitch when someone who disagrees with you, people with a different set of moral values have controlled the government that you created and use it against you, which is what's happening right now with the grooming of children in school, where they groom children into being trans and take away custody of their parents. That's the direct result of the right weaponizing the schools into policing private relationships. Because if you give the government the power to ban things because of morality, then morality isn't objective. You might think, oh, but of course morality is objective because everybody agrees with me because of the Bible. Not everyone believes in the Bible. Not everybody has that moral... So all that happens is somebody who with a different moral compass, someone with a different set of values, well, let's call them Jews, for example, get control of the government... And now they use the system you created to enforce your morality against them to enforce their morality against you. And you don't like it, do you? You don't like having alien moralities enforced on your family. So instead of being like, see, this is why libertarianism fails, we need more Jesus. Maybe you need less government forcing anyone's morality on anyone. Go ahead and, look, protect children. Protect unconsenting people from being victimized. But when it comes to consensual adults who are engaging in a relationship that has none of your fucking business, it doesn't matter whether you don't like it, whether you consider it degenerate. It's none of your fucking business. You don't have to, by the way, you don't have to normalize it. You just, this idea of banning it and making it illegal and driving it underground, that doesn't help anyone. It's none of your fucking business. It's like furries. Furries aren't illegal, but people generally look down on furries. You can wear your fursuit in public if you want, but people are going to make fun of you because you're silly. That's basically it. But there's no law against being a furry, nor should there be a law against being a furry. If you want to dress like a college mascot, you go ahead. Now, the second you start, like waving your dick around children, then we have a problem. Not because you're a furry, but because you're waving your dick around children. That's where the line is drawn. So this whole like, oh, libertarians, they don't agree with my morality, therefore they're wrong. Okay, morality isn't objective. Oh, you don't believe in objective morality, you're some kind of moral relativist. That means you're a what's the word? A nihilist. You're a nihilist. You don't believe in my morality, therefore you believe in nothing. Like, no, I believe in subjective morality based on self-interest, which is literally true. And I also believe that actions have consequences. You can measure those consequences, and you can mutually agree. And also, like, if you belong to a society and the society has a certain set of values and you want to live in that society, you should adopt those values. You should adopt, like, if a society has a certain moral code, you need to adopt that moral code if you want to live in that society. You shouldn't, this idea that the minority should expect the majority to bend to their whim and accommodate them is retarded. The minority should assimilate to the majority. That doesn't mean morality is objective. It just means assimilation should be expected from a minority. These are not mutually exclusive. You can have both. You can agree that morality is subjective and minorities should conform to the majority when it comes to moral values in the society, or don't live there. If you find a society that is incompatible with your morals, go live somewhere else. There's a whole world out there. I'm sure there's someone out there who agrees with your moral stands and would be happy to share a community with you. All right, let's move on.
Markstrong 537 donated $5. Andrew Wilson. Quote, I think that ownership of a thing is just a social construction. If we take libertarianism to its logical conclusion, as a consequence of itself actually leads to degeneracy, cause, the idea here is that, I own me, and you own you. And if we consent to the two things we do together, and it hurts nobody, therefore not violating the non-aggression principle which is foundation for this thing revolves, the how can you ever make a claim against incest or gay marriage act?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Here's the other thing, though. So, he's saying that ownership is a social construction.
Jesus Christ, that sounds like commie talk.
Yeah, well, but also, it's not a social construction. It's a social, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a formalization of the reality that if you try to take something that I believe to be mine, I'm going to fucking rip your throat out. Like, you look at animals. If you try to steal the food from an animal's mouth, it's going to bite you. From this idea of this is mine, and if you come at me, I'm going to fucking rip your throat out. From that came the realization we now know as property rights. Like, this is mine, I'll kill you if you fuck with me. Again, and this goes back to what I said in the past, that your rights are simply a formalization of what you're willing to kill and die for. If you're willing to kill and die for your right to circumcise your sons, then you will have the right to circumcise your sons. It doesn't matter how barbaric you think it is or whatever. If you're willing to kill and die for it, it will be recognized as a right. If you're not willing to kill and die for it, your rights will go away. Even if your forefathers did kill and die for it, if you are unwilling to kill and die for it, your rights will be taken away from you. All rights is a formalization of what you are willing to kill and die for. So, the idea of ownership is simply formalization, that people are willing to kill and die for their freedom and for their property. If you try to rob me, I'm going to fucking kill you. If you try to enslave me, I'm going to fucking kill you. And based on that, I have a right to liberty and property. Because if I don't, I'm going to fucking kill you. That's where our rights come from. So, again, so I'm a free person, because if you try to take my freedom away, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And this person's a free person, and if you try to take their freedom away, they're gonna fucking kill you. And we decided to do something on our own. If you have a problem with that, we're gonna fucking kill you. Isn't that fun? That's libertarianism in a nutshell. The don't start none, won't be none thing. If you're like, hey, you two can't do that because my little book says that's a sin. All right, so we kill you, and we beat you to death, and we crucify you, so you can be closer to Jesus. There you go. Aren't you happy? Don't you want to be crucified? And there you go. And then you do that to enough people, and then the people are like, oh man, they have the right to do this, because we're tired of them killing us and crucifying us. And then all of a sudden religion will shut the fuck up and stop trying to impose its values. The problem is people don't do anything. Or they cry to the government, like, "Oh, we're not gonna force you personally. We're not gonna come to your house." Like there was that one guy. That one time I was on Rollo Tomasi's stream, that Red Man group thing, and there's this old guy who was like talking shit on Twitter, talking about how he would come to my house and take Celestina away by force. And then when I posted a picture, it wasn't even a picture that I took. It was like a picture of a guy's anime body pillow with guns all around it. And I said, I will protect my waifu with my raifu and my laifu. And he reported me to Twitter for threatening him. This guy, again, let me repeat. He was threatening to come to my house and steal my property. And when I threatened to kill him if he did that, he reported me to Twitter as if he was the victim of a death threat, when he was threatening to come to my house and rob me. And these are the people we're dealing with. So these are the same cry bullies that they bitch about on the left. They're cut from the same cloth. They'll sit there and be like, oh, we got to ban this. We got to take your freedom away. We got to do this. And then we're like, all right, come at me, bro. Like, oh my God, they're persecuting Christians. How could they? We just want to take their freedom away. How could they persecute us like that? I'm being oppressed. Like, no, dipshit, you're oppressing other people. Leave them the fuck alone. It's none of your fucking business. Like, you know who doesn't do that? The Amish. The Amish just live in their little fucking villages and have 10 kids, and they leave everyone the fuck alone. And they make sheds and, like, baked goods. And everyone loves the Amish. They don't fucking try to, like, I'm going to ban this. I'm going to make the government make this illegal. They don't give a shit, because they live in a community where they just live their lives and do their thing. And they have giant families and everybody's happy. Why don't you do that? Instead of trying to get the government to ban shit you don't like, simply creating a back and forth where the right gets too much power and they try to ban everything, and then the left gets too much power and they try to ban everything. And so if you believe in freedom, and I talked about this with Halsey on the show on Wednesday, if you believe in freedom, you have no allies. You constantly have to change sides, because whatever side gets a little bit too much power, they immediately start going after your freedom. Right now, the left is the enemy. The left is trying to enslave and kill us. But let's say we win. The left has been defeated. Communism is gone. We have a right-wing nationalist government. Now we have to immediately start watching to see if some fucking Christ cuck is like, oh, I'm going to ban all the porn. Yeah, porn bad. And now we got to fucking do this shit. Because now the right's too powerful. Now
they'll call you traitors.
Oh, you're a traitor.
Not staying loyal to them.
You're not being loyal to Jesus. So, and this is why they accuse like liberals of being leftists, because traditionally the right has had most of the power. So people who believed in freedom were leftist. Now that the left has power, the people who love freedom are right wing. And when the right has power again, the people who love freedom are going to be leftists again. Because this goddamn false left-right dichotomy. But really, it's just people who love freedom are always going to be the minority, and they're going to always have to play one side against the other in order to maintain some semblance of balance, because that's the only way you have freedom. If one side gets too powerful, they come after your freedom. Only when the left and the right are somewhat balanced, and they're basically kind of holding each other in check, then you have freedom. It shouldn't be that way. And all you have to do is leave me the fuck alone, but that's too much to ask. So we have dipshits like Andrew Wilson talking about, oh, we gotta ban the consensual relationships that the Bible says are wrong because Jesus said so. And I don't mind using the government to do that. Oh, you're oppressing Christians if you don't let me ban your whatever you want to do. Oh, I can't believe you're grooming my child and cutting their penis off. This is evil. Only I'm allowed to use the government power to enforce my morality on people's children. Other people aren't supposed to do that to my children. So tiresome. All right.
Markstrong 537 donated $5. TFM, is Vivek not being Christian and also being an Indian, the only thing that will stop him from going to the top, as President of the United States in 2028? And Coulter said she wouldn't vote for him because he was too Indian for her.
Well, so the problem is, conservatives, they want to see the country stay the way it is. And if you have an Indian president, like even if he's super freedom, super rah-rah America, you're always going to have a worry. Like, is he going to start like opening up Indian immigration and trying to make the country more Indian? Because at the end of the day, most people, despite what they may say, they have an in-group bias. It's human nature. It's very rare.
And most people do tie race and nationality together.
Right. So I know Vivek he's born and raised in America, but at the same time, he's still got a very Indian name. He comes from a very Indian family. And, is he going to be the guy who's going to restore or preserve that true blue, red, white, and blue America as an Indian son of Indian immigrants? Maybe, but there's at least some shadow of a doubt. There's some niggling doubt in the back of your brain that he might not want to preserve that America because that America doesn't include Indians. He wants to create a new America where all kinds of immigrants, namely Indians, are welcomed by the boatload, and then you have a bunch of people going, yeah, please redeem Sar. And they're pooping in the street and everything, and we're like, what the fuck? This isn't what I wanted. And like, oh, you're racist. And it's like, you get enough of that from the left. You really don't want to get that from the right. If the right starts calling white people racist, then, shit's fucked at that point. All right.
Markstrong 537 donated $5. Sexuality is a sin according to Candace Owens. What would you tell her, TFM?
So sin is, there's no rhyme or reason to what is or isn't a sin. A sin is whatever God says is a sin. Like, mixing cotton and linen or whatever. Basically, mixing fabrics can be a sin. Having tassels on your clothing is a sin. Eating shrimp is a sin. But what's not a sin? Genocide. Genocide is totally not a sin, according to the Bible. God totally endorses genocide. But we, as people, we would probably put genocide as a worse act than, eating a cheeseburger or mixing fabrics together. But according to the Bible, genocide is not a sin, but mixing fabrics or eating shrimp is a sin. So yes, does the Bible say homosexuality is a sin? Absolutely. Do I give a shit what the Bible says about literally anything? Nope. Because again, if you want to say the Bible is the word of God, okay, well then prove your religion is true, and thus all of the other religions of the world are false. Because they can't all be true. You can't say, oh, well, Christianity is true, Judaism is true, Islam is true, Mormonism, Buddhism, they're all true. No, they can't all be true. If your religion is true, all of the religions are false. So, all right, so if you want to if you want to just believe, that's fine. You can believe whatever you want. But if you want to turn that into law, like, well, I believe this book. I believe this book is true. Therefore, I want the government to ban things that this book says. But notice they don't want to go. They don't want to go full retard. They don't want to implement all the things in the Bible that God says are a sin, like ban shrimp, ban whatever. But again, genocide totally cool. Oh, also murdering your children if they disobey you, that's in the Bible. So beating your children to death, totally cool. Genocide, totally cool. But shrimp, that's a sin. None of these people are actually advocating for that because they know that's retarded. They just want to be like, it's like they treat the Bible like a salad bar. They cherry pick the parts that they agree with. They ignore the parts they don't agree with. For example, the Bible, I don't know if you knew this, commands women to obey their husbands and to submit to their husbands. Not just in the Old Testament either, but in the New Testament too. And nobody listens to that. Nobody agrees with that. Nobody even talks about that. So you're going to pull some obscure references about homosexuality from 2 scriptures. You're going to ignore all the times women are commanded to obey their husbands and submit to them. And that's fine. I'm just pointing out. This is why I don't give a shit what you think about what your book says, because you don't give a shit what your book says. You don't like it, and this book says it's bad, therefore you think the government should ban it. But according to these other people, you being a transphobe is just as bad. And so they're going to take your kid away and cut their dick off because their book said that that's the good thing to do. Oh, you don't like their book? Oh man, what are you going to do? Should we fight and decide whose book the government should enforce via morality laws? Or maybe we just shouldn't have the government enforcing morality since we don't have a state religion. And you know who set that up? The founding fathers set it up that way. To not have a state religion. Whoa. Anyway. Alright, let's move on. I probably wouldn't talk to Candace Owens that day because she's a woman.
Mark Strong 537 donated $5. In Star Trek The Next Generation, Captain Jean-Luc Picard emphasizes the importance of the Prime Directive, which prohibits the interference of other alien civilizations' natural development. TFM, if you were the captain of a starship, would you make contact with the lesser alien beings to share your technology and better their advancement, or leave them to simple observations?
Oh, absolutely the latter. Absolutely the latter. The problem is, you take a species that, let's say they're a primitive warlike species, you're basically giving automatic weapons to the Mongols. And you're giving them more efficient ways to kill each other. You might even make a technology that has military use. But they'll weaponize it and use the technology to make weapons if that's where they are as a society. So, you don't.
Or it makes them more prosperous and more efficient at forming bigger armies and with the same way of fighting, but with bigger force to kill their enemies. But either way, it's artificial involvement, and it should best not to be done.
Yeah. Also, is technological advancement always a good thing? If these aliens are thriving in their environment and they're happy and they're doing the little alien thing, would introducing technology make their life better? I know there are some episodes where a planet is about to be destroyed from a supernova, and so Starfleet comes and evacuates the population to another planet, something like that. Now at that point you have to reveal yourself. They're like, hey, to keep you from being obliterated by the supernova, we're going to evacuate you, and so on and so on. That can't be helped. But if possible, you just want to let them do their thing. Let them do their thing, and just let nature work. Even if, for example, there might be famine, there might be disease, but you have these things happen, and then the species evolves and becomes more robust. This is what happened with the when the Europeans discovered the Americas, the conquistadors brought a bunch of European diseases with them, not intentionally. They didn't even have germ theory back then. The Europeans just had these viruses among them, and they were immune to them. They all developed antibodies from living in Europe, but the natives had no immunity to them, so they got super sick and started dying from all these diseases. And the conquistadors just thought God was giving them victory, like making their enemies sick to give them victory over their enemies. They didn't understand that like they were making them sick because they were bringing all these European diseases to them. But that's how evolution be, yo. There's nothing wrong. Like, nature is always right. There are no wrong mountains. A mountain always looks correct. So just let nature be. Just sometimes technology doesn't make things better. That's all I'm saying. Sometimes you just have to go back to basics. All right.
Markstrong537 donated $5. Let's make the show a little longer. I like to think the prime directive is an analogy to what you always say. Saving the 13%. However, what is the point of being a powerful space explorer if you deny yourself making contact with a lesser intelligent being? Is it our moral duty to stand by and not share our knowledge and technology, and should we watch how emerging civilization should develop?
I'm assuming the prime directive is a term from Star Trek as well.
Right. So, the problem is, if you make contact with these alien species, and give them technology, what are they going to be, your pet? Are you going to be? They'd be like a slave race that you basically control. You bring into your federation to be like the Ogryn in Warhammer, which are basically based on the ogres from Warhammer Fantasy. But according to Warhammer 40k lore, they're called abhumans. They're basically humans that mutated and became giant, strong, but really stupid. And when they were rediscovered by humanity, normally what the humans do is when they find mutants, they kill them. If you're too mutated by your whatever planet you settled on and evolved in, if you become too separated from humanity, they just declare you a Xenos and kill you. But the Ogryn were really stupid and easily controlled. And because they were so useful, they basically just enslaved them. But if they were too intelligent, they would have killed them because they were a threat to their... But as long as you're really dumb, then they can basically use you as a subservient race. And that's kind of fucked up. That's kind of a fucked up thing to do, is to take a species that was perfectly happy in its planet and then be like, well, even though you're a lesser intelligent species, I'm gonna make you my little vassal race. Just leave them the fuck alone, man. Like, you don't need them. Just, you have robots or some shit. You don't need to enslave these aliens. If you want to, like, I don't know, if there's a way you can prevent them from committing bad things, like let's say maybe they discover nuclear weapons, they decide to start nuking each other. If you want to interfere with that whole thing, you could do that, but like you have to be very subtle. You want to keep the species from killing itself, but you don't want to necessarily reveal yourself and then make them dependent on your technology. What usually happens in Star Trek, though, is they discover an intelligent alien species, and then there's like a war. Because this alien species, they think they're the only intelligent life, and they discover these other aliens out there, they perceive them as a threat, and there's like a war. And then eventually they decide, like, maybe we don't need to go to war, or maybe we can negotiate or trade or join the Federation or whatever. That's part of the majesty of Star Trek. Exploration, war, it's good times. Anyway, yeah, but again, you bring up moral duty. Moral duty according to what? By what standard are you morally bound to interfere with other people's lives for what you perceive would be beneficial to them from your standpoint? I can't think of any moral obligation. Otherwise, why don't you help homeless people? Aren't you morally obligated to help the homeless, the downtrodden, the poor? You want to go across the galaxy and interfere with some alien species, but you can't help the poor people of your own species? You know?
Nanovation donated $5. Is there any silver lining to World War III? For example, will it drive home prices down so I can finally buy an irradiated home in the countryside?
If there's a nuclear war, we're probably all going to die. I mean, some people might survive. There might be like 20% of people who survive for one reason or another, and they'll rebuild society. The good news is, they'll be able to rebuild as they see fit. That's the good news. They won't be under the heel of some Jewish empire trying to enslave and kill them and chop their dicks off and whatever. Those people will all be dead. So they'll be able to.
Right. I was going to say World War III is preferable to a tyrannical overruling empire, and in the grand scale, the long-term benefit is there will be more freedom from whoever's left over.
Yeah, the people who survive will be able to live free and rebuild the world as they see fit, which is a good thing. However, I don't believe the Cathedral want to provoke World War III because they still believe, even though there's no evidence for this, that everyone's going to cuck to them and let them win. They still believe that. They still think they could start a war with Iran. They still think they can provoke war against Russia and China. And they're just going to let them win in order to prevent nuclear war. And Iran and Hezbollah have shown them, we are prepared to fight you. We're not fucking around. We prefer not to. But if you start it, we're going to finish it. And they're like, no, you won't. So that's what's going to happen. Now, again, I'm not predicting World War III. I'm predicting like the bases in the Middle East, and probably several American warships are going to be destroyed. And the message is going to get sent that America, your days of just waving your dick around the world and telling everyone what to do, that's over. And you can't protect Israel or Taiwan or anyone else. All your world war bullshit, it's all over. So, that world where you get to do whatever you want and everyone's afraid of you and everyone lets you get away with it, that world ended. So, the next move is yours, but, there's no going back to that. We don't want to launch nukes. We don't want to destroy you. You can just admit that your empire's... Just like the British Empire did. The British Empire just kind of let their empire erode and just let it go. And, look, the UK's still around. They didn't disappear. They weren't conquered by anyone, but their empire's gone. That's all. America can accept the end of their empire the way the British did, or they can go down hard. If they choose to go down hard, then it's World War III. Then the nukes fly. And if that happens, then the people who survive will be able to rebuild the world as they see fit. We'll all be dead, though. So I wouldn't worry too much about any kind of benefit. I would just understand that if that does happen, we're probably all going to die. And if you don't die, if you're part of some magical remnant that doesn't die, then cool. You get to remake the world. How exciting. But, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be in that group, and I don't think anyone else is in. If you live in a Western country that speaks English, you're probably going to die. You're going to get nuked to hell. All right.
Markstrong537 donated $5. Is there such thing as the male wall?
Yes. So the reason why, it's really simple and obvious when you think about it. Your attractiveness is tied to your fertility. So women are fertile basically from when they start their first period to about 25. That's their peak fertility window. After 25, they're in their secondary fertility window, which goes from 25 to about 40, and then they become menopausal as they drop their last little bit of eggs before they're done, and then the factory is shut down. And as women go from their peak fertility window to their secondary fertility window to menopause, they get really old really fast. It's nature's way of communicating fertility. Now, what about men? What affects men's fertility? Well, men produce sperm well into old age, which is why men age like wine while women age like milk. It's not because of any other reason. It's just that men are still fertile. Old men can still father children. Old women cannot father children. That's why old women look like twice as old men. Because like Tom Cruise and Leonardo DiCaprio and George Clooney and all these old guys in their 50s and 60s can still father children. But women their age are all menopausal. They're not having any kids. So the male wall exists when men basically become infertile, which happens around like 70, like 60, 70. Then you'll see men like, wrinkle up real quick, turn into little old men once they're no longer fertile. But like a man in his 40s and 50s is still fertile. He can still father children. And that's why men age like wine. If you want a better equivalent to the male wall, it's called unemployment. Unemployment without a six-pack and a big old dick. That's the male wall. Or being born short. That's the male wall. So you're either you lose your job. No, that's not really important anymore. These days, because women make their own money, they're less interested in a man with money. They're more interested in just like the top 1% fuckboy, chads and stuff. That's not really a wall. That's just a genetic lottery. You either won or you didn't. All right. I guess if you're attractive and you get into a car accident and you become disabled and you can't exercise and you don't look good anymore, that could be the male wall. But that's not really a wall. That's more of you literally hitting a physical wall and getting disfigured.
Jackie Chun donated $5. I noticed in previous wars very few draftees came from Wyoming and Alaska. Do you think there's a possibility of avoiding the war by being in Alaska or Wyoming when the action kicks off? The most convenient foreign place is of course South America.
All right. Okay, I hate to be that guy. So the reason why, if you look at draftees, most of them came from like major cities and very well populated states and not Wyoming and Alaska, is because Wyoming and Alaska had a very small population. So just by the law of averages, very few of your draftees are going to come from those states. Most of them are going to come from whatever states. But the draft, the selective service is nationwide. And it's based on your last name and your birthday. So if they say, if your name begins with the letter M, or if your birthday is July 27th, you have to report to the military. It doesn't matter what state you live in. But of course, more people live in New York, California, Florida, etc. than Wyoming and Alaska. So you're going to see more people from those high populated states than people from the low populated states. But it has nothing to do with, like, going to Alaska to avoid the draft makes no sense. Because it's not based on where you live, it's based on your birthday or your social security number or whatever. So if you want to avoid the draft, you could flee to South America. We'll see. Like I know Terrence Popp has said the draft is coming. I don't know about that. I don't like. We'll see, but like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna work. Or there's going to be really bad protests. And I don't mean like, oh no, they're going to lock us up like January 6th. Like, they're going to send you to war. This isn't about like going to war against the Viet Cong. This is about going to war with Russia and China, who will fucking kill you. They have artillery, they have glide bombs and fucking Kinzals. They will fucking kill you. You're not going to be fighting like guys in rice paddies or dipshits in the Middle East. You're going to be fighting a peer army. So, like, this isn't like, oh, just do your duty. No, like, you're going to die. And what are you dying for? You're not even you're not defending freedom. This isn't the Soviet Union trying to convert everyone to communism. We're the Soviet Union. We're the ones forcing everyone to convert to our system. BRICS are actually the good guys, trying to protect themselves from our imperialist bullshit. You want to die for Israel? Go ahead. And if the government announces a draft, you're like, oh, I better go. I don't want to get in trouble. Okay. Well, go die for Israel. Have fun. Oh, I don't want to get in trouble. Okay. Well, then you better die for Israel. So you don't get in trouble. So there you go. Go comply your way all the way to the grave. All right.
Chronolist donated $5. TFM, what do you think of the Assassin's Creed thing going on, that they claim there was a real black samurai who changed the history of Japan? Turn out it was a white historian living in Japan trying to change the history of Japan by make up a fake black samurai. He tell Japanese people in Japanese it was fiction, but then tells Western people it's real Japanese history. So in the West many people believe there was a historical black samurai figure who killed Nobunaga in Japan.
Yeah, and the government of Japan is fucking pissed. So what's funny is, Assassin's Creed, like, the ninja they're like the poster boys for assassins. And the fact that there hasn't been an Assassin's Creed game in Japan until now is kind of retarded. Because it's like the perfect
right. People were anticipating for a long time, and they're just trying to do damage control at every point now. All the previous Assassin's Creed game, they all said they'll take pride in making it fairly historical accurate. It's not, of course, not 100% real life, but they put the setting, the characters, everything in mostly historical accurate context, and they were proud of that, all that research, and then that trust completely thrown out the window with this one game.
Yeah, well, and look, Assassin's Creed has kind of been on the downturn since the one based on the French Revolution. I think it was called Unity. That was when Assassin's Creed kind of took a shit. So if you still care about Assassin's Creed, I don't know why. It hasn't been good since Black Flag. But, you enjoy your woke DEI bullshit until... that's why I quit watching TV and movies. It's just like, it was all shit. I'm not, I have more important things to do with my life. I've developed new hobbies. I paint instead of watching TV because it's more fulfilling than getting lectured. But, whatever. So fuck Assassin's Creed, fuck Ubisoft, fuck the DEI woke agenda, fuck it all. But, I don't know. I hope they lose all their money. And what's dumb is, these Japanese developers are selling out and censoring their stuff to try to appeal to the West. And it's not like they have a Japanese version, then they censor it for the West. They're censoring it in Japan. So there is no uncensored version. Like, they're censoring it at the source. So everybody gets the censored version. Like, what are you doing? Is Larry Fink making you do this? You don't have to take the money. Like, this is what I don't understand. People are like, oh, EA ruined another studio. Ubisoft did this. But you don't have to sell. Just because somebody's waving a check in front of your face, if you know this is a piece of shit company that's going to ruin your brand and your IP and fuck over everything you built, just tell them no. Tell them to get fucked and don't take their money. But if you take the check... and you're like, yeah, fuck my fans, fuck my franchises. Then it's not the studio's fault. Like, it's not EA's fault that all these studios sold their rights to them and then had them gutted by EA. Like, that's what... you knew they were going to do that when you took the money. You knew they were going to cannibalize your IPs and ruin them. So you needed the money that bad? Well, you're the problem. If you if you sell your children into prostitution and they get raped to death, that's your fault. You didn't have to sell your children into prostitution. You could have just... I understand times are tough, but you don't sell your children into prostitution and then act surprised when their bodies turn up. Anyway, all right, let's move on.
Markstrong 537 donated $5. Rehab Room, aka In Shell TV. Quote, "Look, Smaxers are the new PUAs. These black pillars are the face of this generation of PUA. All they do is just tell their audience. It's all about LMS. Looks. Money. Status. They don't even sell game. But you still have the rats from old days, Still advising game like Rolo and the guy who wrote the book, The Game, Neil Strauss. They don't understand the dynamics has changed, social media has no basis for game.
Here's the problem. So the looks maxers, there's not a lot you can do. If you didn't win the genetic lottery, your only options are plastic surgery. So you can get plastic surgery. Look, you can go to the gym, get plastic surgery, and wear really thick shoes. And that's about it. That's about all you can do. But if you're not in the top 5%, you're not in the top 5%. You're never going to be a fuckboy. No one's going to hit you up on Tinder and invite you to come over and fuck them just because they want your dick because you're so hot. So what are you going to do now? The whole game thing is... The game is something that, like, it sells snake oil. It's like, hey... I know you're not getting laid, but I can teach you the secrets of how to get laid. You got to give me thousands of dollars and read my books and come to my seminars, and I'll teach you how to, like, what to say and what to do to be confident. And the thing is, like, there's a kernel of truth, because obviously you don't want to be nervous around women. You want to be confident. But a lot of game is bullshit. Other than, like, confidence is important. But you're selling a product, so you have to pack. It's like these financial guys who are like, they have some knowledge what they're doing, but then they package it in like their get rich quick scheme, because that's how they make their money. It is what it is. The thing is, if you're a looks maxer or a black pillar and you're going to tell everyone, hey, you're never going to be a top 1% Chad, so just give up, how are you going to package that into something that's going to make you money? You're really not. In fact, look, and I don't disagree with them. Like, you need to let go of being a top 1% fuckboy. And you need to find something else to do with your life. That doesn't mean your life is over. I definitely don't advise you just to sit and stew in it and be miserable and bitter about it. Find something else to do with your life. You're not going to get girls beating a path to your door trying to fuck you. So find something that makes you happy and go do that. In my life, I enjoy helping people. And I review sex toys, so I get my sexual needs met, I get my emotional needs met. It's a good life. Right,
but the sad part is it's not even women. A lot of fellow men shame you about for taking this way. It's you just no woman wants you. You're incel.
Well, yeah. Well, and the sad thing is they're still stuck on the plantation, because they look at me as a failure, not just as a man, but as a human being, because their entire worth is tied up in a woman's validation. If a woman wants you, if a woman finds you attractive and fucks you, you're a success as a man and a human being. If a woman doesn't fuck you, or you can claim, oh, I don't want to deal with women's bullshit. Like, oh, you're just coping, because a woman is everything. Women's validation is life itself. Therefore, you can't just walk away from it and not desire it, because it's life itself. They're basically telling on themselves. They're basically saying that their whole life revolves around women. And the thing is that's not alpha. If you're like, what an alpha does, an alpha leads. An alpha basically just does his thing, and then people follow him because he's the biggest, strongest, baddest motherfucker. Alphas don't live their life for pussy. They don't chase women. The women come to them. You know who chases women and lives their life for women? Simps. That's all. Basically, you're a successful simp. You're a simp that actually gets pussy. You're not like the nice guy simps that just try to, guilt a woman into giving you pity sex. You're a successful simp. You live your life for pussy, and you get pussy. You came, you saw, you conquered, and you came some more. But at the end of the day, you're a simp. You're just living your life for women. You're not an alpha. You're certainly not going your own way. You're not a leader. You're a follower. It is what it is. And if you think you're a failure as a man or a human being because you're not getting enough pussy, you're just as gynocentric as the simps. You're validating yourself entirely by women. And I'm trying to tell you that, like, that's not what life is. Life isn't just pussy. All right. Oh, we got a three-parter. Where's part 2? Hold on.
Markstrong537 donated $5. P1 of 3. Mark Reeling. Quote. I drowned at 17. I was a completely flat line. I have 2 analogies for what I experienced on the other side. 1. Imagine yourself as a drop of rain falling through the sky and then hitting the ocean. Every molecule that was in the drop of rain still exists, only the boundaries have changed. That is one view of how I felt. I was still me, however, I was no longer bound by a meat suit anymore.
Okay.
I think the next 2 were just part 2 and 3. You didn't label.
Alright.
Markstrong537 donated $5. I had become part of an essence that was so vast I could not feel its boundaries, and I felt more love than I had ever felt while in my meat suit. The second analogy is I also felt like a ray of light shining on the physical universe but emanating from the ocean I experienced in the first analogy. I believe that while we are dead we are both.
Okay. And part 3.
Markstrong537 donated $5. Individuals and part of the whole of all that is, the source God or whatever name you want to give it. We don't die. We don't even lose the essence of who we are. When I was on the other side I felt like I had become my best self. I was infinitely intelligent and so full of love I was glowing or shining with it.
Well, this is a completely personal experience, and I don't think there's much to have an opinion on.
The thing is when it comes to near-death experiences or stuff like this, generally people experience what they expect to experience. So people who believe in heaven, they report meeting loved ones in heaven. Some of them even meet Jesus. So they go to heaven, they meet loved ones, their loved ones say, oh, it's not your time, and then they wake up. And then in Eastern countries that have, like, I can't remember what culture this was. There's a culture where you have to cross a river to the afterlife. And in that culture, when people have near-death experiences, they experience crossing the river. And then this guy,
I think a lot of Asian culture has something on the lines that in Chinese they can call a Huangquan, cross the Yellow River.
Yeah,
that's one's a euphemism for going into the afterlife.
Yeah, so I think it was an Asian culture where they had the river thing. But the thing is, people from a Western tradition who believe in heaven, there's no river. They go to heaven, they see their loved ones. But then in Asia, where they believe in a river, there's a river. And then this guy, he obviously believes in some type of Buddhism or Taoism, because that's what he's talking about. He's talking about the true self and all that stuff. So that's what he experienced. Now, this shows you that near-death experiences aren't objective. Because if you would have, everyone would have the same near-death experience, which would confirm or conform to some religion more than others. But what you actually find is people's near-death experiences conform to whatever they believe in. Whatever you believe is what you experience when you die. As far as near-death experiences go. We don't actually know what happens when you die, but as far as near-death experiences go, you basically experience what you expect to experience. So if you believe in heaven, you go to heaven. If you believe in a river, you go across a river. If you believe that you become one with the universe, you become one with the universe. And they really, honestly, in my opinion, they shouldn't be taken as anything more than dreams. Or just like, basically... what's the word I'm looking for? Hallucinations as your brain loses oxygen. Because, by the way, when your heart stops, your brain doesn't die immediately. Your brain is being starved of oxygen, and you're dying, but you're still aware for like a few minutes, and that's where these near-death experiences... What you're doing is you're dreaming. You're having a dream. You know you're dying, and whatever you're experiencing is probably related to what you believe death to mean and what the afterlife to be. And if you're brought back within a few minutes, before your brain is dead, then, hey, you're good to go. If you're not, then, eventually the dream ends and whatever happens. But I would not put any stock in people's near-death experiences. I'm not saying they're lying. I'm just saying, like, if you look at the totality of near-death experiences, they essentially conform to what people believe, which means they prove nothing. All right.
Patrick Bateman donated $5. Couldn't agree more that weak men are the ultimate problem. The main cause is good times weakening people, but I suspect that modern war has an effect since it's so deadly against brave men. After World War I is when 19th passed. There isn't really a reward for sacrificing yourself to defeat an enemy if that war is not in service of taking women's rights away, since slave morality and international commissions prevents multiple war reward wives, and even if they didn't, they have voting rights.
Well, look, taking women's rights away, women are going to lose their rights anyway. There's no scenario where they keep their rights. Taking women's rights away is the least shitty way to fix the problem without unnecessary suffering. But we don't need to fight to take women's rights away. Women are going to lose their rights regardless. It's just there's going to be a lot of war and pain and suffering and death, and then women are going to lose their rights anyway. So I tell people that we need to take women's rights away, absolutely knowing they won't listen. I'm the doctor telling the fat person they got to lose weight, knowing they're not going to listen. You're going to ignore me. You're going to have a heart attack. Hopefully you live, and that heart attack inspires you to lose weight. But you know, my job is to tell you the truth, whether you want to hear it or not. And I know you're not going to listen, and that's okay. I'm not going to give you a politically palatable solution, because there are no politically. If the solution was politically palatable, we would have done it by now. We've tried every politically palatable solution. They don't work because we're ignoring the actual problem. But we don't need to, I don't need to fight to take women's rights away. I'm going to fight to not be a slave. If you're trying to kill or enslave me, I'm going to fight you. If we don't take women's rights away, whatever. I don't care. That's going to happen on its own regardless. But if I'm a slave, then what's the point? What's the point of not taking, the whole point of taking women's rights away is so men can have authority over their families and basically raise them and improve society. But if you're a slave, then what's the point? So, that's all I care about at this point. I want to get back to the point where the government isn't up my ass and we can now focus on women, but right now the government's frankly a bigger problem. All right.
Lark 5000 donated $10. About a week ago, Jimmy DeRay showed a video of a Secret Service agent who was running alongside the JFK motorcade receive a stand-down order. He stopped running and threw his hands up 3 times in exasperation. Have you seen this video? What do you think?
Who's Jimmy Dore again?
Jimmy Dore, he's a leftist stand-up comedian, but I respect him because he calls out his own side and he cares about the truth. So I respect Jimmy Dore, even if I disagree with him. I don't think he understands how things work. He looks at the corruption with the corporations and the government. He blames the corporations. He thinks the corporations own the government. When it's actually,
as a lot of people do.
Yeah, I get why he believes that. I mean, he's a stand-up comedian. He's not an economist. It's fine. I respect his integrity. Anyway, so the JFK files have still not been declassified. There's only one reason not to do so. It's because the people who were involved in it are still around and could still be held accountable for what they did. Or it affects something that's happening to this day. Because they've declassified almost everything else that happened during the Cold War. But they still haven't declassified the JFK stuff. So there's something going on. And my guess is it's probably also why they buried the USS Liberty stuff. It probably involves Israel. Because JFK was standing up to Israel at the time he was assassinated. So if Israel's involved with JFK's assassination, that's why it's still not released. Because Israel's involved. And just like they cover up the USS Liberty, that's why they do all this other shit. Because if Israel's involved, fucking AIPAC is gonna, they're not gonna give me my money if I don't do what they want. But we don't know. We don't know because it hasn't been declassified. It probably won't be declassified ever. And if it is because of Israel's involvement, then
Unless the Western Empire falls,
Yeah,
then maybe it could.
yeah, if the Western Empire falls, then all the skeletons come out. Or if Israel falls, if they do the Samson option and then Israel doesn't exist anymore, then they might be like, oh yeah, actually Israel, they were involved with JFK's assassination and all this other shit. But right now we have to cover Israel's ass because they're our greatest ally, and they bribe us with their own money. All right.
Mark Strong 537 donated $5. 1,000 women, a nuisance. 1,000 men, an army. Good night, everyone.
1,000 men's a lot of men, especially if they're if they're trained and coordinated.
Exactly. And one point I forgot to mention earlier when talking about China and marriage, both men and women have expressed on social media they know the fact that the government wants all men to get married because they know a lot of unmarried men are dangerous and potential threat to their power, because then they have a lot less to lose or care about.
Yeah, so if you ask men,
so
hey,
the woman,
why aren't
the
you getting
woman on
married?
Weibo were cheering that the government will have their back in marriage because they want men to get married so they can control them better. And then the men talk about not getting married on other websites. A lot of them, the younger men especially, they know that the government wants them married and chained down.
Yeah, how is making the deal worse for men going to encourage men to get married? Like, you might encourage men who are already married to avoid getting divorced.
I think that's what they're going for. The very superficial, short-sighted way message. This is just going to encourage more young men to never get married in the first place.
Yeah,
and it certainly will not boost up fertility rate by making the divorce deal worse for men.
If you take away women's rights, men will get married and stay married. It's really that simple. But, like, God forbid you solve the problem. We have to fucking tiptoe through the tulips and avoid the elephant in the room and focus on everything other than women's rights. It's so stupid. I mean, at least the Taliban did it. So now we just have to wait for some more developed country to get with the program, and then we'll be good to go. All right.
iMickey503 donated $5. Let's keep this fun. On this 6-hour tour. What is going on? With the war on the floor in France? Gee? How are them Olympic Games going with not only the toilets, but the rape? Good times. Also, Chinese girls swimming, damn they are tight. Okay. Next comment.
Oh yeah, the Paris Olympics, they mocked to hell in Chinese websites. This is a ceremony with a lot of the progressive LGBTQ alphabet soup stuff.
Oh no!
And the mockery,
no.
the mockery photo or shot of the imitation of the Last Supper from the Bible is even the Chinese. Also, it's a blatant mockery of all Christians in the world, and it organized by the head organizer is a Jew.
Yeah. It was basically, it's so blatant. It wasn't just, they snuck in some DEI. No, it was nothing but drag queens and gay people. And what the fuck does any of this have to do with the Olympics? It's
not.
Nothing.
And yeah, a lot of people on Baidu will come to you and say, holy crap, they look like demons and monsters. It's so disturbing looking.
If you took a picture of the Olympic ceremony and just like stylized it and slapped an Emperor's Children label on it, people would swear it was like a Slaneshi cult. That it just looks like a bunch of Slanesh cultists, and no one would even bat an eye if you said, "Oh, here's my fan art of Warhammer 40k Slanesh cult," because that's what it looks like. Oh, you want to know? I've heard a rumor. I don't know how true this is. There's talk of them like getting rid of Slanesh in Warhammer because of the association. Like, Slanesh is basically the LGBT like demon god, and so they want to like get rid of Slanesh because they don't want to offend
because
LGBT
he's a bad
people.
guy.
Because LGBT people literally behave, look, and act like a Slaneshi cult, and people keep pointing it out, and it's like GW is worried about offending gay people, so they're trying to like replace Slanesh or get rid of Slanesh, like actually in lore, like make Slanesh go away and replace them with someone else, which I think that's just kind of silly. What I think is funny about Games Workshop is their ideas aren't original. They copied like the Imperium of Man and the God Emperor. They just copied from Dune. And Space Marines, they copied from like the Alien movies and like, you know, that kind of stuff, like the Colonial Marines. I think people who are like really into Warhammer 40k lore, it's just because like Warhammer 40k is still being actively promoted. Like they're still writing books. Like the Dune books already exist. They were written decades ago, so it's not new. So it's like people want new stuff. They don't want to read books from the, you know, decades ago. They want new stuff. So they're all obsessed with Black Library and the Horus Heresy, and because the books are still being written. But it's like, just read Dune. That's a better book series than Black Library with their tranny bullshit and their woke agenda. Just read like the actual, the things that inspired these things. It's going to be a better story anyway. And now that the Dune movies have come out, there's like, just read the books. Read Dune and enjoy it. You're going to have a better time than Games Workshop with their bullshit. Like, I see these people who are super into Games Workshop Black Library books, and they're not even that good. They're like, how many books do you read? Are these like the books you read? You just read like books related to whatever fandom you're in? You don't just read like literature? I don't know. Yeah. All right, let's move on.
Villainous Jack donated $13. Taking women's rights away does not deal with the weak men that support women's stupidity. I suggest that from now on, men refer to TWRA as take weaklings' rights away. Fuck weak people.
Alright, so here's why I do this. So ideally, my solution is a net taxpayer voter system, which means you have to pay a net tax. You have to contribute and demonstrate responsibility. Women could presumably vote in that system. If women wanted to work and pay taxes and not receive benefits, they could vote. The 99.999% of them would never do that. But like, you could take the handful of women that would do that and put them on a float and celebrate them and have a day named after them and whatever. Who cares? Most people would choose to accept the welfare rather than, even if it meant losing their right to vote. But there's no way to implement that system to save, like, that's a different system. That's going to require the complete upending and removal of the current system with a new system. Taking women's rights away is a way to save the current system. If you wanted to save the current system, you can't implement a net taxpayer voter system. That would change everything. But taking women's rights away would solve most of the problems and keep the current system from collapsing. So again, I'm not saying take women's rights away because that's the ultimate end-all be-all solution. That's the solution right now. If we're going to let women lose their rights naturally, then just implement a net taxpayer voter system. And that would solve the problem going forward. But at that point, women would already have their rights lost because the system collapsed. So I'm presenting both a long-term solution and a short-term remedy. Taking women's rights away is the short-term remedy. We could do that right now without changing too much of our society. And it would solve a lot of our problems. But if we're not going to do that, if we're going to do things the hard way, then we do things the hard way. Cool. So we have a net taxpayer voter system, and then 80% of people don't vote. Instead of only 51% of people not voting, now it's over 80% of people not voting. Because most people are not net taxpayers. I mean, whatever. If that's what we want, that's what we want. I'm not trying to present a politically viable plan. I'm just telling you what the solutions are, and then it's up to you to figure out how to make them politically viable, or just understand that these aren't politically viable and to just accept that the problem can't be solved because the solutions aren't politically viable. So we have to wait for things to get a lot worse before people are willing to accept the reality of the situation and change. All right.
Patrick Bateman donated $5. As a kid where you knew there was some government corruption and media misrepresentation but you felt you could actually watch the news seriously, but COVID and the BLM riots broke that for me and many others. It's happening again with the Kamala Harris announcement where you have millions of bots online gaslighting you saying Kamala Harris is likable. I thought the propaganda was supposed to be subtle and a twist of seemingly reliable sources. Is 95% fixed and 5% undecided is gaslight able?
Yeah, supposedly Kamala Harris is actually neck to neck with Trump in the polls. Kamala Harris is neck to neck.
What a joke! Even people in China don't believe that.
Yeah, it's retarded. But again, it's not what you know; it's what you can prove. So if they blatantly steal the election, is anyone going to do anything? Probably not. I mean, it does. Again, if my hope was on the American right to fix these problems, I'd be fucking catatonic with depression. But I don't have any hope in the American right to pull their head out of their fucking ass. My hope is in BRICS. My hope is BRICS pushes America and Israel shit in and breaks America's hold of the financial system with the BRICS exchange. And then hyperinflation hits America. And then as our empire collapses and everybody's starving to death, then people are like, maybe this government is the problem. Like, really? I'm so glad you spontaneously came to this conclusion. So that's that. I hope that in the end we can pull our head out of our ass and fix our problems, but things have to get a lot worse. And by the way, I said this before, my biggest fear was that nothing would happen as they slowly built this CBDC digital ID gun control trap. And everyone just kind of went along with it, waiting for somebody else, not them, to do something until we were slaves. That was the plan. That was the Great Reset, the you'll know nothing and be happy. This was the plan. Ukraine fucked that plan. Putin saved us from all of that. Like, if without Ukraine, without Russia beating the shit out of NATO and then triggering a global uprising against the West, we would be on the fast track to CBDC and digital ID and gun control and we'll own nothing and be happy and the Great Reset and all that bullshit would be coming down the pipe. The only thing saving us from that is now the cathedral has bigger fish to fry. Like they're in an existential war against BRICS and they're losing. None of that had anything to do with Trump or the MAGAs or the fucking Groypers or the Gropers or any of these fucking people. They've done jack fucking shit. The Russians have done more for American freedom than any American. It's pathetic, but everyone's a fucking pussy and whatever. It is what it is. So thank God for Putin. Thank God for BRICS. Continue to fuck America's shit up. This is going to be the lot. Like now that, so what's happening now is this is a change. So before, America was fighting a proxy war against Russia using Ukraine. And Russia won, despite all the expectations that America would easily defeat Russia using Ukraine as a proxy. Now we're about to see a proxy war of Russia against the United States and Israel. Now the expectation is, again, you're seeing this from the same people, that America and Israel easily defeat Iran, easily defeat Hezbollah, the Houthis, all these people, they're going to be easily defeated. Nothing's going to happen. America and Israel are invincible, just like they were saying about Russia in 2022. And so when that turns out not to be the case, then this is different. Like Ukraine losing the proxy war doesn't necessarily mean America is finished. It just means their proxy failed. But when Iran and the Axis of Resistance start bombing American installations in aircraft and in vessels and sinking them or severely damaging them so they have to leave the theater, that's going to send a much more powerful message than Russia's victory in Ukraine. Because this is America itself running home with its tail between its legs. So that'll be... And that's coming. I don't know if it's going to happen this year. Like, there's talk of Israel fast-tracking their war against Lebanon, and America's being drugged down for the ride, like they're being dragged with them. So this may all kick off before the election, which could be good, could be bad, I don't know. I do know that just looking at industrial capacity... So here's how I know America's fucked, and Israel's fucked too. It's really simple. We are basically in a new era of warfare, primarily driven by industrial capacity. Drones, artillery. It's not really about soldiers. It's about equipment. You have to bury your opponent in drones and artillery. That's how you win these wars. Okay, America has no advantage at all in those whatsoever. Who are the biggest? What country has all the manufacturing? It's China. Which side is China on? They're on Russia's side. So, whoops, we just lost the biggest manufacturer in the world in a war which is won by manufacturing capacity. Well, no problem. I'm sure we can make missiles and tanks. What? China and Russia control the rare earth mineral industries? Because we use global warming to shut down all of our mines and we refuse to mine our own rare earth minerals? That's quite a pickle we're in now. So where are we going to get the artillery? I don't know how true this is, but somebody told me there's only one black powder factory in the West because black powder is like a very, environmentally unfriendly thing. So environmental regulations have shut down all these black powder plants. So there's only one plant still making black powder for all this shit. So our environmentalism has basically destroyed our industrial capacity. And so how are we going to win this war when China and Russia are going to bury us in artillery and drones? Not to mention missiles, of which China and Russia are not want for. This idea, what do we have to respond to them? We have aircraft and we have a navy. But in an era of satellite targeting, they'll be destroyed before they ever reach the coastlines. Now, they haven't done that yet because they don't... right now, Russia and China do not want a war with the United States. But if that day ever comes, America's going to quickly find out that they don't have any advantage. Russia and China just prefer if America just fucked off and went away. But if America wants some, they're going to bring it. So these people are like, oh, America's going to easily defeat Russia, easily defeat Iran, easily defeat China. America's invincible. No, you're wrong. You're completely wrong. You're fucking stupid. And if your only refrain is, yeah, but America hasn't been defeated yet. Well, America's lost several wars. Just because they haven't followed us home and conquered us doesn't mean we won. But it's fine. Whatever. Just it hasn't happened yet, therefore it'll never happen bullshit. All right.
Okay, really quick.
Oh, our button's already been pushed. Sorry.
It's fine.
iMickey503 donated $5. Home? Wonder if it's a good idea to invest/put money in Russian or Chinese banks. At least the USA can't tax you then if you put it in Russian banks. Thoughts on that, TFM?
No. You can't.
Okay, really quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, I was gonna say I just died at level 8, so I was probing around the levels, everything, not playing super seriously or try to rush or anything. And then it shows just to point out, level 5 through 8 was the exact same level layout as level 1 through 4, but just added with more enemies. So he's one man, so I guess he just designed 4 different level layouts. And from the achievements here, each of the achievement unlocks a different costume. From one's achievement, it says that this one obviously reference to Terminator, the biker. Come with me if you want to live. You get it by finishing level 16. So they're at least level 16, if not more. But I'm guessing every 4 levels is going to be a rehash of level 1 through 4 layout, but with more enemies.
Yeah, probably.
And here's the 2 costumes he mentioned before in the chat. It's one from a skin from Situation Suck, a previous sponsor to the show, and here's Marisa from Toho.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Anyway,
So the price at $8, I say, it's not too expensive, but it's not super competitive where people definitely say, "What a deal!" It's because it's a small indie game with essentially 4 level layouts, and then with a bit different enemy added. So $8 is not a bad deal, but I would say it's a super good deal. But right now it's a discount of 15% off at launch.
yeah, look, he's one guy, you know. This is why
Right, of course. And if he's a reputable part of the community, so and people feel everyone listening feel like you want to support him, it's not a bad game to have. But just don't have too high of expectation from an indie game developed by one guy.
Yeah, I mean, if he slowed down the gameplay, if he fixed some of the bugs, allowed you to remap the keys, but obviously only having 4 levels that repeat and just add more enemies, you're essentially just playing the same game at a higher and higher difficulty, which is fine.
Yep, that's
Yeah, which is fine, but like maybe not everyone is down for that sort of thing. But yeah, look, it's less than $10. It's not bad. You're not getting a AAA experience, but you're not paying a AAA price. Anyway, regarding iMickey, so here's the thing: if your government, if you live in a Western country, they're not going to let you invest your money in bricks. They're going to sanction them, and they're going to force you to sell. You're going to have to, and even if you like open up a foreign bank account, they're going to freeze it, or they're going to prevent you from accessing it. Like, the only way you're going to get to that money is if you basically, like, having money in a foreign bank account that you can, if you have to flee the country, that you have access to, isn't the worst thing. But I wouldn't put it in Russia and China. Now, I don't know if these are even true anymore. There used to be like tax havens, like Seychelles and the Cayman Islands, and people would put money there, and then if they had to, they could access that money without having to like trigger any paperwork in whatever country they lived in. But yeah, Russia and China it's not a bad investment. It's just that your government won't let you do that. They're not going to want you investing in Russia and China. They're going to punish you and force you to sell and sanction you. So yeah, you can't really do that. Basically, your options are gold. You have to basically think secondary or tertiarily. China's buying a bunch of gold, so the price of gold is going up. Well, you may not be able to buy Chinese, securities or invest your money in China, but you could invest in gold. And then as China buys more gold, the price of gold goes up, you profit from it. So that's kind of where we're at this point, because the government is frankly the problem. All right.
Patrick Bateman donated $5. TFM, I have an offer of a government consultant position for $300,000 a year if you take the blame off the Jews and blame Iran and Russia. If you don't accept, we will imprison everyone from your stream and use AI to fabricate you and your guests' voices in pre-recorded sessions. You can save your loved ones with Jewcom. It has certain properties some consider unnatural. /sarcasm, accept the Jewcom part / also tell AMR I have fucking money for his fundraiser.
Yeah, I know. I thought we'd do the fundraiser by now. I've had people tell me they want to donate, but they're waiting for the fundraiser. So AMR needs to like hop on that shit. So look, here's the thing.
Is he still having any feedback?
I don't know. He's busy. He's got shit going on, and I guess like the IRS is breathing down his neck, and he's like dealing with that right now. So
the American IRS on him in Egypt?
He's been bouncing around. He's not in Egypt anymore. I think he's in Canada. So I don't know why.
Well, hope he stays safe.
Yeah, so he's dealing with fucking tax laws and bullshit. So it is what it is. Anyway, so just so you know, if the government if I get doxxed or the government I don't think I'm big enough. I've done a lot to. I don't want to get too big. I want to keep my. I want to help people, but I don't want to become too famous because then I attract bad attention. But presumably, if the day ever comes where I get a silver or lead deal, which is what they often do, like you look at, how did they get, Spencer or these people who are part of the alt-right, how do they get them to be feds? It's because they threaten them. Basically, like, look, you can either be a fed or we'll arrest you and whatever. And that's how they get these guys to be feds. So if that day ever comes, if my message starts changing, just understand that I've been compromised. The government's threatening me and they're making me say these things. And, I can't be too obvious about it. I got to be subtle. But if I start shilling for the government and start saying how the government's not bad and women are great and we should women, if you see my message just completely do a 180 and I don't even sound like the same person anymore, then you could pretty much I've been compromised. I've been threatened. I've been told to suck the Jew cock, and that this is where we're at. And you can safely unsubscribe because I'm already dead. I've gone full Jordan Peterson. You check into rehab, but you don't check out. Whatever came out of rehab wasn't Jordan Peterson. But, you'll know. It'll be pretty obvious. If I ever get, like, fucking brainwashed or some shit, it'll be pretty obvious. And you can safely be like, well, TFM was murdered or brainwashed or whatever the fuck they did to Jordan Peterson, they did to him. So, if that's how it ends, that's how it ends. Hopefully it doesn't end that way. I'd really rather die on my feet than become some kind of brainwashed slave or something. That would be probably the fate worse than death. But it could happen. I don't know. They got to Jordan. But look, Jordan Peterson was very famous. I am not famous enough to merit that kind of attention.
Maybe you want to set up a code word or sentence when you've been compromised. Like in Avatar last year, there was a Judy, the Earth King has invited you to Lake Laogai. But now in reality, you probably don't need to. If you turn 180 and start to shield for the government, that's more than enough of a sign.
Yeah, if I start like Fed posting and start encouraging people to commit crimes in order to get them arrested, or encouraging them to, if I ever encourage you to join a IRL movement or meetup, or to join a militia, or if I advocate,
or if you dox you show your face for no reason.
Yeah, if I dox myself for no reason and encourage people to dox themselves, I've probably been compromised and I'm being threatened by the FBI and they're controlling me and telling me to do these things, or I'm gonna go to jail anyway, pretty much. But this is part of my plea deal. So yeah, just you can unsubscribe at that point. I've already been compromised. So just enjoy the rest of your life, enjoy your freedom, forget you ever saw me, I'm already dead. Alright.
Blue Ghost donated $5. Halsey, I got a few questions for you.
Hold on, it's a Halsey
My
question.
brother is an atheist who married a Jew.
Oh, hold on. It's okay. I didn't realize that was a Halsey question. We will save that for Halsey.
It's a multiple part.
Oh no. Okay, so we got. All right. Okay. I guess this is the last one because we got 3 Halsey questions.
And this one's pretty dire.
All right, here we go.
Sindin1SD donated $5. TFM, I need everyone's help. My brother died not too long ago. He was set up and killed by a fucking dindu and we trusted it. This loss in our annual household has kicked us back into needing food stamps and in government assistance to get by. We were just coming up in life. He pitched in on me and my mom getting a car. No ven sadly. I heard there was some things I can apply for to become a gov sponge disabilit. Ick about pride. I live in the Rust Belt, $16 an hour and I can barely afford anything.
Yeah. In case anyone forgot, he's the one who lived with his mother in the ghetto area, originally thought about having a chicken coop or farm or something, but also tried to work towards having a getaway van. But all that it's cut short now that his brother died, and they had a big dip in income.
Yep. So unfortunately, look, the okay. So I'm gonna give you some genuine advice, but I just wanted to let you know something. Sometimes you can do your best, and it just doesn't work. Like, you do your best and you fail anyway. You know, like, you could do everything right, and then shit outside of your control happens, and it fucks you. So you tried to, get out of the ghetto, break free, keep your head above water, and then, like crabs in a bucket, you got pulled down by, some Dindu killing your brother over I assume some deal went south. Or whatever. I don't know. Maybe he just needed his crack money and decided to rob and kill your brother. I don't know. But, okay. So, right now, you're in triage. Like, right now, you need to stop the bleeding. So, here's the thing. Like, some people are going to accuse me of being a hypocrite, but here's the thing. When you're in triage, you need to take whatever you can get. Because you got to stop the bleeding. If you got to pack your wound with, like, dirty clothes, or like if you're bleeding and the only thing nearby are like dirty clothes, you pack you pack your wound with dirty clothes. Is it going to get infected? Probably. Would it be better if you had like a nice sterile bandage? Absolutely. But you're bleeding, you need to stop the bleeding. So when you're in a triage situation, you sometimes have to embrace imperfect solutions. So if you're in a situation where your brother died and your family lost a bunch of income that you're relying on, well, now you're kind of shit. You have to basically stop the bleeding. So, like, go ahead and apply for welfare, get whatever you can. The government's going to waste it on something else anyway if you don't take it. Here's my warning, and I understand people are like, oh my God, TFM's advocating for welfare. The problem isn't welfare per se. The problem isn't getting a hand up. It's welfare dependence. It's when you basically collect so much welfare that you don't even aspire to get off of welfare because it's easier to just stay on welfare forever. And then your entire mentality changes. Like let's say you're disabled and you get a disability check, but you still, like, it's not enough to retire on, but it helps you out. It's a cushion. That's different than if you're on welfare and don't have to work. You just learn how to abuse the system and goon all day. That's a completely different scenario. Welfare dependence is the problem. This is why, like, I'm not, like, instead of just getting rid of welfare entirely, having something like work for welfare where you have to work, even if you're not making enough to replace your welfare, if you have to work a full-time job earning something, that would at least teach people to get a job. And most people, studies have shown most people will get off welfare if they have to work anyway. My point is, right now you're in triage. So do whatever you got to do to make money. Take whatever job you can get. I don't recommend crime. But, it is the ghetto. So, when in Rome.
And I don't know if he's any bit religious or anything. Maybe if he had a local church drive or charity or humanitarian drive.
Yeah, the problem is if you're black and you live in the ghetto, there's so much crime and poverty everywhere that there really are no church programs to help you, because you're basically,
he'll have to go more out of the way to try to find.
But he can't. He has no money. So he was trying to get out of the ghetto, but now he's like fucking The Godfather. Like, I try to get out, and they keep pulling me back in. So
yeah, I feel bad for his situation. He has a follow-up comment asking everyone some question. Not a donation, but I think I'll read if he's short on money.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just read really quick. Right after this, a bit early in the chat, right after his donation, he asked people, Is there any check you can get? He heard that there's a lot of Gen Zs are depressed on SSRIs, some kind of drug.
SSRIs. Yeah, SSRIs are basically antidepressants and antipsychotics.
Right. And they get checks from the government because they have some BS illness. So where do I go to sign up for those things? And he's really in a bad situation. If he misses a single paycheck, everything he's been working towards the past few years is going to destroy and crumble. He's not asking for money from anybody here directly. He's just wondering, what kind of handout or free money he can get at the moment.
Well, right now they're giving illegal aliens like $2,200. So you could show up at the immigration centers and be like, pretend you're from Haiti. You just have to speak with a French accent. Like, Zut alors, bonjour, I'm from Haiti, give me money! Oh! That's my Haitian/French accent. There might be a little spy from Team Fortress 2 mixed in.
That's assuming if they don't check anything from him at all.
Well, but
he's
an illegal alien. What paperwork would he have? I don't know. Look, I don't know. I don't know, man.
And the thing is, a lot of people in the ghetto, they recognize one another. I think he can't go somewhere too local for this, perhaps.
Yeah, and yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I don't know. You're gonna have to just apply for whatever you can. Get whatever money you can get.
Right, I say try to find the best thing you could get from at least outside of where the most local area where everyone recognizes you.
Well, yeah, that's yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah, the problem is. Yeah, if you live in the ghetto, the problem is the ghetto is like a black hole. Like, I know, but not like a racist thing, and I know black and blah, 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 you know what I mean? But it's like it pulls you in. And, like, as you try to get out, you have shit like this happen, where some N-word, like, shoots your brother and destroys your family's income, which you were relying on. And now here you are getting stuck back in the ghetto. It just pisses me off because it's like, you have poor people who they have to live in expensive areas because they can't live in the ghetto because then it becomes like a black hole sucking them down. Like, why can't there just be a place for poor people to live and work and get out of poverty without black people fucking it up and turning it into a crime-ridden shithole? But, yeah. Apparently somebody is saying I'm Mickey 503. I'll just play it instead of reading it. I'll let I'm Mickey 503 speak for himself.
I'm Mickey 503 donated $5. To those that are poor, get your Z card. Apply to Merchant Marines.
Wait, what is Z card referring to?
I don't know. I don't know what that means. Anyway, what you could do. Well, again, I normally wouldn't advocate this, but again, we're in a triage situation. I know a lot of police stations are paying six figures, especially in like the crimey areas, because no one wants to be a police officer. So, you know, if they'll take you, and you can get paid good money.
So he may get wrist shot on the first day. Yeah,
well, you know, again. You could hunt down your brother's killer. Oh, that'd be fucking badass. He's like, you fucking pistol whip him. You're like, you killed my brother. Like, you can't do that. You're a cop. You take off your badge. You like button it. And you throw it on the ground. Like, not anymore. And you beat the shit out of him and then shoot him. Send my regards to Satan. Blow his brains out. And then kneel on his neck just for good measure.
Okay, I just took a quick look. Z card is referring to the Merchant Marine. It's like a form of ID or certificate or something.
Okay. Well, yeah. So, yeah, you might have to take a job you didn't want to take, or you might, just again, when you're in a triage situation, you got to get something going as quickly as possible. Now, once you get out of that situation, then you could start like reevaluating and whatever. But yeah, when you're in a triage situation, you got to do whatever you got to do. All right. So that is it. The rest of these are Halsey questions.
Well, one other thing I wonder if Zenden has any family or close friend he could possibly run to. If he does, I'm guessing not he's stuck there. But if he does, just try to be the best.
Well, I doubt it, because if he did,
the best server he can to his friend or family in their household, and as long as they let him have a decent, safe place to stay.
Well, that's okay. That's unironically that's the best way out of the ghetto for most people. Is if you have friends or family who don't live in the ghetto, you basically just say, "Hey, I want to get out of the ghetto. Can I live with you and pay rent and get a job? I just, I need to get the fuck out of here." And that's how most people get out of the ghetto. You just have to find somebody that'll let you, sleep in a spare room or on their couch, and you pay rent. You get a job and you pay rent, and then once you're out of the ghetto, you start getting something together. But like the ghetto it's like a magnet for bullshit. And like, the poor guy was trying to get his life together, and then his brother got killed because he's living in the fucking ghetto. So it's, but the problem is, I think if memory serves, he wanted to stay with his family. So maybe he could have done that, but I don't think his mom or brother could have done that. Like no one's going to let a family of 3 just sleep on their couch. So, but now...
Well, right now it's just him and his mother, so...
Right.
Maybe the situation gets more desperate. He has to consider.
Yeah, if you have any friends or family that'll let you, move there with whatever you have, and pay rent, get a job and pay rent, but at least you're out of the ghetto, you can start getting something together, and you don't have to worry about
right. And if
shop.
you don't have money right away for rent, try to be the best butler you can. So just try to help them in the household, whatever you can. Just beg them to. Beg them for a little mercy, compassion. Let them just stay in a tiny little room or something for a little while. That's still better than nothing.
Yeah, you could do. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. If you're like, look, while I'm looking for a job, I will clean the house for like 4 hours a day. So my part-time job will be cleaning the house for 4 hours until I find a job. And then, so you get 4 hours of like maid service in your home. In exchange for letting me stay here and get out of the ghetto and get my life back together. Now, if you don't know anyone who doesn't live in the ghetto, because you're like that deep in the ghetto, then yeah, that's rough, my dude. Because the problem is at that point, like you don't really have an out. No charity's going to take you, no family's going to take you. You're in the ghetto, mom could be next, you could be next. So yeah, it's a shitty world. I don't have any words. But yeah, do whatever you got to do, man. I wish I had more practical advice, but yeah, apply for whatever welfare you can take whatever job you can get. Call up any friends or family to see if they'll let you live there. While you get your life back together. Because obviously you and your mom can't afford to live where you live without your brother's income. Now here's the shitty part. You need to hear this. All right, so you're a grown-ass man. If mom didn't plan for anything and she's like expecting you to basically carry her around with you, you can't. It's like when you're on an airplane and the cabin loses pressure. They always tell people you need to put your own mask on first. Before you help children or the elderly, you need to put your own mask on first before you pass out. You can't help anyone if you're unconscious or dead. So mom made poor choices. And they'd be like, oh, but mom loved me and mom sacrificed for me. Like, you lived in the ghetto. Like, mistakes were made. So you saving yourself might involve you leaving mama behind. Because if you have to put your own mask on first. Now maybe once you get a job and once you aren't living on someone's couch, maybe then mom can come live with you. But you got to get the fuck out of there before you get killed and join your brother. And if mom can't come with you, then mom can't come with you. I'm not saying.
Sometimes this is something I see.
I'm not saying that's the first option you go with. I'm just saying if that's the only way you get out of there, you need to be prepared to do that.
Right. This is something I see in Asian culture and family sometimes. If a whole family on hard time, like the father, the husband, the head income of the household died, then there are too many kids in the family, they end up getting split. Like each relative of other family take one each kid because they can't take more than one person at a time to support them. So if if possible, something he and his mother each go to a separate family member. Like his mother has someone in her generation, and then has a cousin or something in his generation, and temporarily, if that's all they can do. If no household can take both of them in at the same time, it's too much of a burden.
Yep. So yeah, that's unfortunately, you can't, like, your mom made the poor choices, and you don't owe her, like, your life is your life. You don't owe her to sacrifice your life for her because of her poor choices. Like, you want it, like, if I have somebody that I care about who's in trouble, I help them out if I can. But if I can't help them out, I can't help them out. It's not like, oh, I don't love you. It's like, I can't help you out. Like, I don't have the money to help you out. I'm sorry. Well, can't you take out a loan? I'm not taking out a loan to give it to you. Like, I don't have the extra money to help you out right now. Good luck. And if they cop an attitude, then fuck them. But that's, I don't know, man. But good luck out there. Oh, hold on. We got one from I Mickey.
iMickey503 donated $5. Never leave your family behind if she loves you and takes care of you. You can't replace a family member easy. Also, the system is made for a son to take care of their parents. You have access to more benefits that way.
Alright, so if you can claim... The problem is, I don't know how old the mom is. So, if this guy's in his 20s, and mom was a single mom who had a kid as a teenager, she might only be in her, 30s or 40s, where she doesn't qualify as disabled. She, maybe she doesn't work, maybe she has, a part-time entry-level job, but she's not, disabled or anything. Now, if she's disabled, and you're her family member, and you take care of her, you can get some benefits as her caretaker. But if she's this 30-ish or 40-year-old single mom who made bad choices as a teenager, and she doesn't qualify for shit, and you're broke and you're poor and you're all poor together, and now your brother's dead and you're living in the ghetto, that's not a good situation. So, look, I don't know. If your mom's a good mom and she's doing her best and whatever, at the end of the day, you still have to take care of yourself first. If it's a choice between both of you being homeless and you getting out of the ghetto and maybe, coming back for mom later, sometimes you got to be like Anakin Skywalker. You got to go to the Jedi Academy, maybe come back. If she's raped to death by Tusken Raiders, then mom's raped to death by Tusken Raiders. All you can do is kill them all, and not just the men, but the women and the children too.
Pretty morbid, but it's a reality sometimes.
Yep.
But yeah, it's like this measure. Sometimes if the only way to really survive to temporarily split up, even if she's your loving mother, try to find whatever way to ensure go for the highest survival rate, and then try to arrange for a better life situation later after you get out the immediate threat hardship.
And people, all these illegal aliens, the reason why they're all men is because these men are all coming here looking for work. And then their families will join them later once they get a job. So, this happens all the time. Now, the problem is, if mom was relying on her son's income to pay their rent, and they can't afford rent without all of their income, they're in a roommate situation, and you're living in the ghetto.
Then the immediate thing to do is get rid of the income as a rent expense.
Well, you're gonna have to live out of a car. And if you're like, oh, we don't have a car, well, then you're homeless. If you can't afford rent, you can't afford rent. And you're like, oh, but everything I have, yeah, your brother's dead, and you didn't have life insurance. That's how it be sometimes. That's why you don't live in the ghetto. Well, you know why people don't want to live in black ghettos? Is because they don't want to get fucking shot. It's not because they don't like dark skin. It's because they don't like black crime. So unfortunately, now you're a victim of black crime. Now you realize why the rent was so cheap. So, yeah, you could live out of your car or be homeless or whatever. I don't know, man. You're going to have to figure it out. just do whatever you can. I would. There's no, unfortunately, like the economy isn't exactly bursting at the seams with jobs. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Just do the best you can, I guess. Sorry, I wish I was more help. I wish I had like a solution that would solve all your problems and give you a job and fix the ghetto and bring your brother back from the dead. But I don't have those solutions. All right, on that very somber, morbid note, that is the last of our super chats. So we're going to head and end the show. I'm sorry for... Man, I wish I had a happier note to end the show on, other than this guy's brother dying and him being trapped in the ghetto with his mom.
Yeah, and Zenden's being a loyal listener for a while now, so I really hope he has some way to get out his immediate situation for a while.
Yeah. Yep. And unfortunately, like, if let's say you try to be homeless and like live in some type of encampment, you're going to get robbed by the other homeless people. Like, homeless people rob each other all the time. It's like, I don't even, like, it's such a shitty situation. And homelessness is becoming a big problem because rents are skyrocketing and incomes are not. So in the government's infinite wisdom to disguise the inflation, they basically like caused the homelessness to spike. And instead of like, helping these people find homes and jobs, they're giving them all to illegal aliens in order to flood the country with Mexicans so they could like steal the election. So yeah, it's fucked up. And unfortunately, it's fine when it's all academic and it's all like happening in theory. Like, yes, the government is causing rents to go up and causing wages to stop going up and flooding the country with illegal aliens. But that's not affecting anyone. Well, now it's affecting someone At least one person out there, their brother got killed, they can't find a job, they can't leave the ghetto, they're going to be homeless. And it's mostly the government's fault. The government's created the situation, and it fucking sucks. I don't know, man. Well, good luck. I wish I had more solutions. Sorry. All right.
Yeah, people in the chat still talking with you
All right.
about what possibly.
Here we go.
iMickey503 donated $5. My penis works. How about that show ending?
All right. So this is a good happy note to end the show on. iMickey503's penis works. And really, that's what it's all about. There was an iMickey503's penis.
Not having ED.
In all of us, At the end of the day, we were all iMickey503's penis. We're all doing the best we can. There's a little iMickey503 penis in all of us. All right.
I just saw the Kuroi with that penis talk from you.
Yeah, I miss Kuroi. I miss his vocal fry.
Well, hopefully he's doing fine with his new VTuber stream channel.
Yeah, hopefully. Pour one out for Kuroi. All right, that is our show. Our sponsors are the Dollhouse, purveyor of fine waifu accessories. Love Nestle, purveyor of sex doll torsos that are very realistic and affordable. MetWeb, purveyor of VPN services and web hosting services. Lucas the Mucus of the Meaning of Life, available on Amazon and Shadowmere Comics. And S Prism Destroyer from Maids with Guns, the run and gun anime girl mech shooter. But it's it's a little rough, but it's got a single programmer developer, so you temper your expectations, but it's not bad.
It's decent. It's decent enough for a one-man developer game. Yeah. He sponsored one more stream for the game, so next Saturday I'll play it again. I'll play more seriously. Try to get through at least all 16 levels. I don't know if there's more after that based on the achievement, but I'll try to share as much as I can out of the game for the stream.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you on Wednesday.
Yep. Take care, everyone.
After these messages, we'll be right back. Yeah.
War never changes. In the current year, women have declared war on men. Men are not only guilty until proven innocent, but they are not even allowed to prove their innocence. In response to this warfare waged by women, known as feminism, men have sought refuge with waifus, artificial women able to satisfy a man's need for love and sex. Retailers like the dollhouse began to spread, bringing waifus to men everywhere, freeing them from the enslavement of feminism. Get your waifu today from thedollhouse.com or dc.dollhouse.com if you're in the United States, before they're banned by feminism so they can control men once more. Go to thedollhouse.com and dcdollhouse.com to find your waifu today, before it's too late.